Plus Chapter 1. Congratulations, host, for activating the strongest lawyer system. From now on, helping your client win the case is your life's mission. Congratulations to the host. You have received the Novice Gift Package, Super Actor Skills, Full Mastery of the United States Law, and Eloquent Speech. Liu Mang, Strength. Level 1, Ordinary Person, Constitution. Level 1, Ordinary Person, Speed. Level 1, Ordinary Person, Intelligence. Level 1, Excellent. Energy Emission. Level 0, Cannot perform energy attacks. Skills, Super Actor, Master of the Performing Arts World. Complete knowledge of the United States law. You will always remember all the legal documents of the United States and understand them thoroughly. Silver Tongue. You can turn a dead man into a living person and a living person into a dead man. If it weren't for that system notification, Liu Mang would have almost fallen asleep. Now he is serving as the defense lawyer for the plaintiff in court. Coincidentally, the defendant in this lawsuit is actually the underground emperor of the Marvel world, Wilson Fisk, also known as Uncle Kingpin. Liu Mang spent 3 months collecting evidence to pay the $400,000 lawyer fee. But after going to court, he was surprised to find that the lawsuit was about to be ruled invalid by the court. Kingpin's bald lawyer looked at his watch, then said to Liu Mang in a haughty manner, "Yellow-skinned boy, it's just past 12 o'clock now. Your client, Ms. Kigali, has exceeded the statute of limitations for her lawsuit against Mr. Wilson. The laws of any country have a statute of limitations, whether it is Daxiao in the past or America today. The effective prosecution period in New York is 15 years. In other words, no matter whether Kingpin killed Miss Kigali's family or not, as long as Kigali did not file a lawsuit against Kingpin within 15 years after the incident, Kingpin would automatically be deemed innocent by the court. At the beginning, Liu Mang was still happy about Jin Bing's confession of his crimes, but he didn't know that his nonsense was just wasting time for himself. It is now exactly 12 noon, but half an hour ago, the case of Kingpin's murder of Kigali's parents entered garbage time. Seeing that Kim Byung was about to swagger out of the court for the 3rd time, both the reporters blocking the door and the jurors sitting on the benches expressed extreme disappointment. Damn it, Daredevil was hit by 4 bullets before he managed to capture this guy. Why do people like this get away with it again and again? Is it great to have enough money to hire a good lawyer? The judge pounded the table and shouted, "Silence." Now this court officially declares, there is solid evidence that Kingpin murdered Kigali's parents. But since 15 years have passed since the prosecution, this lawsuit is invalid. Upon hearing the judge's verdict, the girls standing on the plaintiff's side felt disappointed, and the reporters and the jury also showed disappointed expressions. However, at the moment, Liu Mang raised his hand. "I object." Jin Bing's lawyer looked at Liu Mang with disdain and said, "Lawyer Liu, don't you understand the situation? As of 11:30 this afternoon, it has been 15 years since my client, Mr. Wilson, murdered the Kigali family. The law is tolerant and will not try criminals from 15 years ago. What's more, my client is now a successful philanthropist. Last month, he donated $3 million to refugees in the Mississippi River." If it were the usual Liu Mang, at the moment would have been at its wit's end. But after that crappy system appeared, he was surprised to find that he remembered all the codes of dozens of states in the United States clearly. So he turned to the judge and said, "Mr. Judge, I remember that in July 1994, the federal government promulgated a new charter. The charter stipulates that the trial of a case can be handed over to the local court where the incident occurred even many years after the incident, right?" Jin Bing's lawyer didn't know what Liu Mang was going to do, but he quickly flipped through the New York City criminal law proceedings in his hand and soon found the charter that Liu Mang mentioned. "What on earth are you trying to say? What does this charter have to do with this case?" Liu Mang glanced at Jin Bing's lawyer, then turned to Kigali and said, "Ms. Kigali, I remember you grew up in Connecticut, right?" The sobbing little girl turned to look at Liu Mang, her beautiful eyes wide open, and she said, "You're right. I lived in Connecticut until I was 17. When the case occurred, was it in Connecticut?" "Yes, my father had just become successful in his career and bought a mansion in Connecticut. That's all." Liu Mang turned to the judge and said with his back straight, "I am now formally making a request to this court to hand over the criminal Wilson to the Connecticut State Police and to have a new trial at the Connecticut Supreme Court next week. This is because the effective prosecution period in Connecticut is 20 years. "What?" Liu Mang's words immediately caused a huge uproar. The jury and reporters were all talking about it, while the judicial personnel in the court opened the Connecticut law and began looking for relevant legal provisions. This is not everyone's fault. After all, America is a country with a very strange legal system. There are dozens of states in the United States, and each state has its own laws. It is impossible for New York's legal staff to remember the laws of other states. Liu Mang looked at the sweaty bald lawyer of King Byung and said, "Don't turn it over. Look at the book you put at the bottom." Chapter 7, page 19, line 31. Jean Bing's lawyer simply threw the book on the table and said sternly, "Lawyer Liu, it has been 15 years since the incident. You have no evidence to prove that Miss Kigali is telling the truth." "I don't have one, but the Connecticut State Police must have files from the night of the crime. In addition, Miss Kigali's household registration certificate and school enrollment records can all serve as supporting evidence." My client. Jean Bing's lawyer was getting more and more panicked. In order to delay time, Jean Bing had just confessed his entire crime in court. If Liu Mang really brought Jean Bing to Connecticut for trial and successfully opened the trial, then everything would be over. As a top lawyer in New York City, what would be the consequences if he took Jean Bing's money but didn't do a good job? The bald lawyer tried hard to find evidence to refute Liu Mang, but Jean Bing pushed him away with a slap and turned to look at Liu Mang. "Sir, do you know who I am?" The judge roared. "Wilson, are you threatening a defense attorney?" Jean Bing ignored the judge. He looked at Liu Mang coldly and said, "Mr. Liu Mang, do you have any family or friends?" Liu Mang raised his eyebrows and said to Kingpin, "Mr. Wilson, I have a bad temper. You'd better not talk to me like that. Otherwise, you'll be dead man." "Yellow-skinned boy, I'm afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet." What Liu Mang did next stunned the media and the jury. He just raised his middle finger to Kingpin, then looked at the judge and said, "Mr. Judge, as the plaintiff's defense lawyer, I formally apply to you. I apply to change Kigali's request from 40 years imprisonment to death penalty by intravenous injection." The term death penalty by injection swept through the entire courtroom like a storm. As we all know, New York abolished the death penalty a long time ago, but that doesn't mean Connecticut has done the same. Amid the noise and discussions of the people, Jean Bing's face turned pale. Connecticut borders Mexico to the south, and its crime rate has always been among the highest in North America. In order to combat crime, local laws are also the strictest among dozens of states in the United States. If the judge sentences me to death in court, I'm really done. The more Jean Bing thought about it, the more terrified he felt. Suddenly, he thought of reconciling with the lawyer, but Liu Mang didn't even look at him and walked out of the court with his plaintiff. Chapter 2. In the Marvel world, Kingpin is an extremely special supervillain. Rather than using violence, Kingpin is better at skirting the law and exploiting social rules to achieve his own goals. So no matter how many times he was caught, Kingpin could always walk out of the court with a swagger. In the Avengers headquarters, Dr. Banner clenched his fist and swung it hard into the air. "Well done, Black Widow." "Ugh, I never knew a confident lawyer could be so charming." "Tony Stark, I have a trial next week, and I want this lawyer Lou to be my executive attorney. Do you know the phone number of his law firm?" Thor, who was also in front of the TV, took a sip of his beer and asked in confusion, "Why are you so excited? Wouldn't it be better if that little Spider-Man just strangled him to death when he caught him?" Tony Stark rolled his eyes at Thor and said, "You are a prince from a backward feudal empire. America is a country ruled by law. If superheroes can kill people without a trial, then what is the difference between us and criminals? You want to fight? Cole?" Tony Stark shrugged and ignored Thor's anger. Today, there was no nuclear explosion or alien invasion in the Marvel world. On this quiet afternoon, the lawsuit between Liu Mang and Kingpin was broadcast throughout New York City through the cameras of reporters. Countless people are asking which firm this trainee lawyer belongs to, including Hydra's current leader, Madame Viper. Hydra goes to court? There was no way. Ever since Red Skull was teleported to an unknown place by the Cosmic Cube, the entire Hydra fell apart and its power plummeted. To make matters worse, Captain America recently destroyed their temporary base in southern Siberia, and Baron Zemo, who was originally the heir of Red Skull, was arrested. Mrs. Viper wanted to organize a large force to rescue her nephew, but the problem was that Baron Zemo was imprisoned at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, and the United States guys were setting up machine guns and cannons to lure him into the trap. "Ma'am, are you sure this plan is feasible?" "We are HYDRA. Mrs. Viper put down the American Criminal Law Encyclopedia in her hand and said, "The United States has always been complacent with its perfect rule of law. They stipulate that no criminal can be convicted without trial. They want to bring Moser to court. We can definitely hire a lawyer and argue with reason." The Nazi officer beside him said with embarrassment, "But who is willing to sue for HYDRA?" Mrs. Du took a look at Liu Mang on TV, who was trying to avoid the reporters, and then said, "A young lawyer who is extremely eager for fame and fortune." A lawyer who dares to threaten the underground emperor of New York. As far as I know, he's just a trainee lawyer. That's why we have a chance. Prepare some money, and I'll go visit lawyer Liu in person. After sending Kigali back to the hotel, Liu Mang returned to his residence in Queens alone. Just after getting off the bus, he received a notification from the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the first stage of the C-rank mission, making the lawsuit against the client Kigali officially effective. Rewards: Grandmaster level Shingi Quan, Superman Serum. Liu Mang, Strength. Level 3 Medium, 10 to 100 tons. Speed. Level 3, can maintain subsonic speed for a very short time. Constitution. Level 2, can resist some hot weapons. Recovery ability is stronger than ordinary people. Intelligence. Level 1, Excellent. Ability Launch. Level 1, No Ability Attack Method. Skills: Silver Tongue, fully versed in the United States law. Super Actor. Grandmaster level Shingi Boxing. The boxing from The Legend of Dragon and Snake. The host has reached the highest realm of breaking through the void and seeing the indestructible gods. Superman Serum Strengthening. Greatly enhances various physical abilities, strengthening perception and reflex nerves. Comprehensive Evaluation. Level 3, Lower. Waves of heat reverberated in his body. Liu Mang clenched his fists and waved them in the air. A sharp roar turned into a wave of air and gradually spread out. F***K, its gold finger as expected. This is too awesome, isn't it? The highest level of boxing in the novel Dragon Snake is to be able to withstand conventional thermal weapons with your body and blow up a truck with your bare hands. You can be called a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. In the original work, the protagonist only reached this level at the end, but he gained the same power just by fighting a lawsuit? No, to be precise, Kingpin's lawsuit had just begun. If Kigali's injustice was redressed, he should be able to get subsequent rewards. In addition, Superman Serum is the food of Captain America and Red Skull, and it can strengthen various physical qualities of human beings. Just when Liu Mang was feeling complacent about the power of the system, the perception ability granted to him by the Superman Serum made him aware of the different auras behind the door. There was a thief in your law firm? Just as Liu Mang was feeling dignified, a female voice suddenly came from the door. Lawyer Liu, please come in. We have no ill intentions. Liu Mang opened the door cautiously, but what he saw was a scene that looked like hell. He saw more than a dozen bodies lying in his law firm. They were all wearing tight ninja suits and died miserably. It was obvious that they had been tortured severely before they died. A black-haired girl was surrounded by several soldiers, carefully wiping the blood from between her fingernails. Mrs. Viper? Mrs. Viper sat down on the sofa, then lifted up her two long, straight, and toned legs and said in fluent Huxia, "He was able to detect our presence outside the door and recognize me at a glance. It seems that Lawyer Liu is not simple." Liu Mang pointed at the corpses on the ground and asked, "What is this?" "My greeting gift. They are here to kill you." Liu Mang nodded, roughly understanding the situation. There is no doubt that these ninjas are from the Shawakai. During the trial, the Hand and the Society did not dare to attack the plaintiff Kigali, but that did not mean they did not dare to attack the plaintiff's lawyer. Given the Hand and the Society's style of doing things, it would be a miracle if they would swallow their anger when they did this to the Kingpin in court. However, the top leaders of the Hand would never have thought that the assassins they sent out would run into Hydra in their own office. To be honest, Liu Mang didn't want to deal with Hydra, but since the other party had no ill intentions, there was no need for Liu Mang to speak ill of them. So he broke off a chair and sat down next to the coffee table, saying, "Madam, please explain your purpose." Mrs. Viper snapped her fingers, and a soldier behind her placed a silver box full of sparkling diamonds on the coffee table. "I want you to help me with a lawsuit." The diamonds in the box really blinded Liu Mang. Just as he was trying to resist greed and was about to refuse, the system popped up again. Trigger a new litigation task. Help Mrs. Viper win the lawsuit. The task difficulty is B+. Chapter 3. The price offered by Hydra is really high, but as long as you are in the judicial system, you don't want to have anything to do with these people. After all, these guys are fanatical remnants of World War II. If you tell them that the president is in the bathroom next door, they will probably yell, "Hydra hail." Then he rushed into the toilet with a pack of explosives and blew up the president and the toilet together. But unfortunately, the system prompts are too attractive. Kigali's lawsuit was only a C-level mission, and it was only the first stage. What would he gain if he completed this B+ level lawsuit directly? Once this thought came out of his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Liu Mang took a deep breath and said, "No one can guarantee to help Hydra win the lawsuit." Mrs. Viper said, "Definitely, but you must do your best." and I want to raise the price. Just ask. You know, I've been in some trouble lately. There is no doubt that Liu Mang was talking about Kingpin and the people behind him. Mrs. Viper touched her lips and said, money is easy to talk about, but this. The Hand is the largest criminal organization in the Far East, and its 5 founders are all old monsters over 400 years old. It can be said that in terms of high-end combat power, the Hand and the association can directly blow Hydra out of its wits. If they want to fight the Hand and the society, Hydra's only option is to mobilize the armies left over from World War II. But even if they succeed, it will cause unimaginable losses. Liu Mang said, don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to fight the Shoha society. My request is simple. There is a huge amounts of drug processing factory under Jean Bing's office building. I need you to take some photos for me, and preferably some witnesses. Mrs. Viper, that's not a problem. Any other requests? Liu Mang looked around and said, help me exchange the diamonds for cash and clean up the house. I have no other requests. Mrs. Viper extended her hand to Liu Mang and said, happy cooperation. Liu Mang also shook Mrs. Viper's hand and said, happy cooperation. Take me to meet my client. America is such a place. Not to mention that Hydra is the descendant of World War II war criminals. Even the war criminals themselves who committed heinous crimes in Western Europe cannot be convicted directly without trial and defense. When the Far Eastern Tribunal was first established, President Jefferson debated the issue with the world for several days and finally came to the following conclusion. The role of the law is not to punish criminals, because the court is not a revenge machine. If the law becomes a bad ground for cultivating hatred and breeding struggles, then there will be no justice in this world. Therefore, any crime must be tried before being convicted, and the criminal must be made to submit to the law, thus demonstrating justice and cultivating fairness. It wasn't a sudden idea from Madame Viper to sue Baron Ozawa, but it was rather odd that Liu Mang was willing to become Hydra's lawyer. Did Liu Mang attend the trial of Baron Ozawa half a month later? No, he did not. Relying on the legal knowledge provided by the system, Liu Mang quickly found the biggest loophole in this case, so he took simpler and more brutal measures. Just 6 hours after Kigali's lawsuit, something happened that stunned the whole of America. When receiving the court summons, Captain America and S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury even thought they were hallucinating. The subpoena reads, at 5 p.m. on X/X/X, lawyer Liu Mang and his client Helmut Zemo filed a lawsuit against S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury, accusing Nick Fury of illegally imprisoning Helmut Zemo and abusing his power. At 5 p.m. on X/X/X, lawyer Liu Mang and his client Helmut Zemo filed a lawsuit against Captain America Rogers, accusing Rogers of breaking into a house and killing 3 people, seriously injuring 17 people, and destroying other people's property and threatening other people's personal safety. The prosecutor requested, asking the court to strip Nick Fury of his position as S.H.I.E.L.D. director and sentence him to 3 to 5 years in prison in accordance with the civil lawsuit settlement for America's illegal detention, asking Captain America Rogers to compensate Helmut Zemo for financial losses of $63 million and sentence Rogers to life imprisonment. Defendants Rogers and Nick Fury are requested to appear at the medium-level People's Court in New York City before 8 a.m. tomorrow to stand trial. Tony Stark smashed the subpoena to pieces and yelled, have the people in the court lost their minds? We have captured the leader of HYDRA, but now they are trying to judge us instead of Baron Zemo. Little Pepper said, the lawsuit against Baron Zemo was accepted by the military court, but the other party is now taking civil action, and the process is a full half a month faster than ours. So, Rogers is really going to appear in court? Pepper was speechless and said, Tony, I wonder if you've lost your mind. The court has already sent a subpoena, so Rogers must go. Otherwise, the famous Captain America will become a fugitive. Tony Stark looked at Rogers, who had a bitter face, patted him on the shoulder, and said, don't be afraid. I will hire the best lawyer for you and make sure to teach that joker named Liu Mang how to behave. Chapter 4. What the hell? A Hydra filed a lawsuit against Captain America and S.H.I.E.L.D. director, and the court accepted it. F***K. Judge, are you sure you are sane? It's ridiculous. The good guys caught the bad guys, but in the end the good guys were taken to court. What kind of lawsuit is this? When the trial opened the next day, the court entrance was already crowded with people. As everyone was arguing, the judge banged the gavel hard and shouted, please be quiet. This trial was approved by the procuratorate. Lawyer Liu Mang has provided enough evidence, so we must open the trial. If you have any dissatisfaction, go to the legislature to make trouble. Don't come to our judicial system to cause trouble. The complaints from the media and the public became louder, But the judge ignored them and shouted, "I declare the court officially open. Please enter, plaintiff and defendant." Immediately afterwards, Captain America and Nick Fury, accompanied by the Avengers, walked to the dock. Liu Mang looked at Tony Stark's murderous gaze and whispered in Baron Zemo's ear, "Remember what I taught you." Baron Ozawa nodded. As a Hydra, it was okay for him to kill people and set fires. But Baron Ozawa had never experienced such a fair trial. So he said with a guilty conscience, "I heard that the person on the other side is Mark, the most powerful civil litigation lawyer in New York. Can you handle it? Listen to me. This is definitely your only hope of getting away with this crime." After going through the court proceedings, Attorney Mark started the fight. "I am a friend of Mr. Tony Stark. Otherwise, I would never have come to this ridiculous trial. I even think that the opening of this lawsuit is a humiliation to the rule of law in America. Attorney Liu Mang, do you know that the person standing next to you is a Hydra? His father, the first Baron Moser, once carried out a brutal massacre in Africa." Liu Mang said, "Interesting. Lawyer Mark, I remember you were born in Texas, right?" The middle-aged white lawyer snorted coldly and said, "Young intern lawyer, I don't think my birth has anything to do with this lawsuit." "Definitely related." Liu Mang paused, then continued, "After my investigation, I found that your father was imprisoned for 30 years for theft and murder. According to your logic, my client's father is a criminal, so he is a criminal. Then your father is a criminal, so I can arrest you at will now, right?" His father's imprisonment has always been a concern for Attorney Mark. When he heard Liu Mang's words, he immediately shouted, "Judge, I object. Attorney Liu Mang's remarks are a personal attack on me." Liu Mang laughed and said, "Personal attack? I am just sorting out your logic. If this is a personal attack, then isn't your statement just now a personal attack on my client?" What do you mean? Don't you understand English?" The judge banged the gavel and said, "The objection is invalid. Please provide evidence, defendant." Lawyer Mark was shaking with anger. But at this point, he also realized that there was no point in continuing to argue about whether the lawsuit was valid. So he took out a document, waved it in front of the lawyers and all the jurors, and said loudly, "Some time ago, our respected World War II hero Steve Rogers discovered Hydra's secret base in northern Siberia. He cooperated with the Siberian military and fought a bloody battle for 3 days before finally destroying the base and capturing Hydra's new leader, Baron Moser Jr. In this battle, Rogers seized a total of 740 guns and arrested more than 400 soldiers wearing Nazi uniforms. Isn't this enough to prove that Mr. Mo is the leader of the illegal armed forces? This document records the guns seized that day, the names of the Nazi soldiers, and the Siberian-friendly soldiers who died in this battle. All of this is enough to be presented in court as notarization." Hearing Carker's speech, the jury became noisy again. "Let's end this ridiculous trial. Let this Nazi officer go to hell. Enough is enough. Why is a Nazi officer suing a superhero in court?" "Silence, silence." The judge broke the gavel into 2 pieces, and the scene became temporarily quiet. He adjusted his crooked wig and then panted to Liu Mang, "You lawyer, I never want to try a case like this again in my life. Do you have anything to say about Attorney Mark's evidence?" Liu Mang looked at Baron Zemo, and the look in his eyes was very easy to understand. "It's your turn to perform." Baron Ozamo took a deep breath and said, "Your Honor, I have something to say about this." Speaking, "No rounds had been fired from these guns before Rogers stormed into my position, and my words are corroborated by the shell casings left at the scene." "What do you want to say?" "I mean, we didn't shoot anybody." The judge asked, "What is your military base used for?" Baron Ozamo didn't want to tell such a ridiculous joke. He glanced at Liu Mang, who gave him an encouraging look. So he took a deep breath and said, "In order to fight against poachers in Siberia, our purpose of being stationed there is to maintain ecological balance and protect polar bears." Phew. The prosecutor at the hearing just took a sip of water and sprayed it all over the table. The audience stared at young Baron Moser in amazement, not knowing what to say. This Hydra, with a large number of armed soldiers lurking in Siberia, said his purpose was to go there to protect polar bears? K polar bears. Do you take us all for fools? Silence, 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 silence. The judge, who had been shouting for so long that he didn't know how to stop, was almost dead. When the situation calmed down again, Mark said sternly, "Lawyer Liu Mang, do you think we are all idiots?" Liu Mang finally started to get angry. He straightened his tie and said, "The law stipulates that whoever makes the claim must provide evidence. You claim that my client is endangering world peace with troops in northern Siberia, so you have to produce corresponding evidence. Now my client has not fired a single shot in Siberia, But you tell me that he is engaging in terrorist activities? If you are not an idiot, who is the idiot? You. Liu Mang interrupted Mark and continued. Hydra's soldiers are all descendants of the Nazis in World War II. But who says that descendants of war criminals can't do good things? Can't they contribute to the ecological environment? Let me ask everyone here, starting from us, in the thousands of years of human history, whose ancestors didn't have criminals. America and Siberia are both countries where guns are legal. When did people start to be arrested and imprisoned simply for possessing guns? Don't you have guns at home? Suddenly, everyone was dumbfounded. The legal gun ownership system in the United States has a long history. In order to ensure safety, many people have guns in their homes. Liu Mang's argument is not only logical, but also completely legal. Seeing that his speech was effective, Liu Mang said, "Let's put Director Nick aside for now and seriously evaluate Mr. Rogers' behavior. If one day a Superman like Mr. Rogers rushed into your home, killing 3 people and seriously injuring 17 people, what would you do?" Lawyer Mark said in a trembling voice, "Captain Rogers is arresting criminals." Arresting criminals? Who is the criminal? Who gave him the right to treat a person as a prisoner? Does he have an arrest warrant? Does he have a police badge? Is he a law enforcement officer? If not, what right does he have to rush into someone's home and kill people? And what right does S.H.I.E.L.D. have to put the person he arrested in its own prison? Suddenly, the scene became quiet. Everyone stared at Liu Mang blankly, not knowing what to do. Now, they finally understand why the court accepted this case, because if nothing unexpected happens, Rogers and Nick Fury may really be put in jail. A superhero does not have the power to enforce the law. In other words, whether it is the Avengers or other vigilantes, their actions are originally crimes. This is Rogers' Achilles heel. Once his opponent finds out about it, it will be very difficult to overturn the situation. Lawyer Mark has been involved in lawsuits for decades, but he has never seen such a stubborn and aggressive defense lawyer. For a moment, he even lost his ability to speak. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Liu Mang continued, "Your Honor, can you tell me how the law defines it when a non-law enforcement officer breaks into someone's home and commits murder without any specific permission?" The judge said, "This is called home invasion murder, just like Kingpin's crime yesterday afternoon. It is one of the most serious crimes." Liu Mang looked at Nick Fury and said, "Law enforcement officers, putting innocent people in jail, how is this defined in the law? This constitutes serious misconduct in office and the crime of false imprisonment. What are the penalties for these 2 crimes?" The judge sighed and said, "I formally pronounce the verdict. Captain America Rogers is guilty of intentional homicide and intentional destruction of property. Mr. Rogers is required to compensate Mr. Zemo for his property loss of $63 million and sentenced to 400 years in prison without bail. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury is guilty of serious dereliction of duty and illegal detention. Nick Fury is required to release Mr. Zemo immediately. Due to the special status of Mr. Nick Fury, his sentencing and trial will be redetermined by the Federal Supreme People's Court." Do you know what you are saying? Idiot judge, do you know what kind of judgment you are making? Black Widow and Rogers were both trying hard to hold Tony Stark back. Otherwise, this guy would have jumped up and beat up the judge. He roared at the top of his lungs, but the judge was even angrier than he was. "How come I don't know what I'm doing? I'm punishing a World War II hero who did a good thing. Do I have a choice? Do you know how I feel when I receive this lawsuit?" The judge threw his wig on the table and yelled, "When you're flying around in the sky saving the world, don't you go to the bookstore and buy a book on legal provisions? What Rogers did is punishable by death in many states. Now that he's violated the law and has been caught, you come and blame me? That's enough, Stark." Rogers, Captain America sighed, then walked down from the dock and let the police put handcuffs on his wrists. Chapter 5. In fact, many times, superheroes are much easier to deal with than supervillains because their bottom line is too high. If Rogers wanted, he could break free of his handcuffs and walk out of the court. But no matter what happened, Rogers would never trample on a legal trial, let alone murder Liu Mang like the Hand and Peace Society did. All in all, through this lawsuit, Liu Mang became completely famous. Before the reporters could block the door, Liu Mang ran away with Baron Zemo. So naturally, the judge who walked slowly became Liu Mang's scapegoat. Judge Smith, as the judge of this case, please give your evaluation of attorney Liu Mang. Shouldn't lawyers be able to deliver justice? You just sent a superhero to prison and released a criminal. What do you think about this? This was all expected. Seeing that there was no way out, the upset judge could only let out a long sigh. I would also like to ask you a question. Don't you have any basic sense of the rule of law? What did you say? The judge raised a finger and shouted to all the reporters. After the end of World War II more than 50 years ago, Why did war criminals receive fair trials instead of being sent directly to the gallows? Why did they hire professional lawyers for war criminals? Why did those professional lawyers do their best to defend the criminals, even causing many criminals to be released in court? Everyone knows this history, but that doesn't mean everyone understands it. To this day, that trial is praised by the entire legal community, but is incomprehensible to ordinary people. So the reporters could only stare in amazement. The judge said, "That trial ended 50 years ago, but no war criminal's trial has been overturned. Why has the number of wrongful convictions in America been far lower than in other countries over the past 300 years? It's because we were the first to provide criminals with the right to defense. The law not only protects victims, but also protects the legitimate interests of criminals. I think it's not important whether Rogers is guilty or not, and it's also not important whether you think he is guilty or not. What's important is that the law believes he is guilty, because the law is more rational than any of us here. When I graduated from school, my teacher told me that if one day you meet a very difficult lawyer in court who keeps finding fault with you, you must thank him. So today, I am very grateful to lawyer Liu Mang because he made my trial more fair." A reporter asked, "You mean, you think lawyer Liu Mang is doing a good thing?" The judge said, "They are definitely doing good things. They may not be your heroes, but they are heroes to his client." Hero. The judge rolled his eyes at the reporter and said, "There is only one kind of lawyer in the world who is considered a good lawyer. Do you know which one it is?" The reporters shook their heads in a daze. The judge said in a deep voice, "A lawyer who can win a case is a good lawyer." After this trial, Liu Mang became completely famous. Filing a lawsuit on behalf of Hydra and then putting the superhero and S.H.I.E.L.D. director in jail is a horrific method of making things happen at the touch of a button, no matter how you look at it. If they can even do something like this, what case can't be overturned? So countless big shots began to inquire about Liu Mang's news, hoping to have him serve as their defense lawyer and legal advisor. And for the Avengers, this really was the worst day ever. At the bar, Tony Stark was holding a bottle of liquor and pouring it into his mouth in big gulps. Black Widow sat on the balcony, leafing through a book sadly, while Dr. Banner and Hawkeye had been lying on the sofa since they came back, pretending to be corpses. Only Thor was cursing. "What's wrong with the laws on your Earth? Everyone knows that Zemo is a bad guy, so why are Rogers and Nick put in jail?" Black Widow said, "This is the rule of law. F***K the rule of law. Didn't you just laugh at our Asgard being a feudal primitive society? Think of a way. We can't let Rogers stay in jail." Tony Stark put down his glass and said, "We have no choice. Even if we file a second lawsuit, we can't scold that hateful lawyer in court." Black Widow said, "Maybe we do have a way." Tony Stark was stunned and asked, "What method?" Black Widow held up the book in his hand. On the cover it read, "The United States Law Divinity." According to current legal provisions, if Zemo does not file an appeal after the trial, the employment relationship between lawyer Liu and Zemo will be over. At that time, we can go through the public prosecution process and find this lawyer Liu Mang to release Rogers. Tony Stark cursed. He sent Rogers to prison, and now he wants him to release him? I can't afford to lose face by having him eat both the plaintiff and the defendant. So let Rogers stay in jail for 400 years? Or do you know any other lawyers who can do this? Tony Stark was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head silently. Chapter 6. Uncovering the past and present of Liu Mang. The most famous lawyer in New York City, a genius lawyer from the slums of Queens, Liu Mang. A famous lawyer who only fought 2 cases, from a trainee lawyer to a famous lawyer in 2 days the next morning. The headlines of major newspapers were all about Rogers' arrest. The omnipresent reporters seemed to want to dig out everything about Liu Mang and examine it carefully under a microscope. Lawyer Liu Mang. Open the door. Lawyer Liu Mang. I have a case here and I hope you can appear in court with me. Lawyer Liu Mang. I have a divorce case here. Please help me. I offer you $10 million. After the sun had set, Mrs. Viper and Baron Zemo rode in the same car and witnessed the grand scene in front of the law firm together. Because he had been handcuffed for too long, little Zemo moved his wrists while looking out the window and said, "Not to mention them. Even I find it ridiculous. Aunt, where on earth did you find such an amazing lawyer?" Mrs. Viper said, "I thought you were dead, so I had to give it a try. I also didn't expect the result to be like this." Hydra is divided into many factions, among which the Viper Party led by Madam Viper and Baron Zemo is called the Viper Party, which is the largest. Therefore, they have the most conflicts with Rogers. In order to kill Captain America, the Viper gang lost thousands of spies and countless weapons and strongholds. But who could have imagined that the thing they had tried so hard to accomplish could be accomplished by a lawyer just by talking for a dozen minutes in court? Rogers was sentenced to 400 years in prison without bail. What's the difference between this and death? Thinking of this, Mrs. Viper couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps times have really changed. We should try some new methods. Baron Ozimo changed the subject and said, Aunt Ophelia, what do you think of our lawyer friend? Mrs. Viper said, in peacetime, this kind of person's ability is more terrifying than an aircraft carrier. We should maintain a good relationship with him. In fact, I heard that Mr. Liu has been in some trouble recently. If you can help him as a thank you, I think he will be very happy. A cold voice came from under the mask of Baron Zemo Jr. I will let those rats of the hand and the society know what price they should pay for attacking our SS allies. After saying that, he drew out the two Nazi sabers that he had not seen for a long time. Hydra originated from the SS intelligence agency and is known for its cruelty and fanaticism. But one thing is undeniable. No matter how much the American government throws dirty water on them, there is always an essential difference between soldiers and bandits. Hydra values its allies and collective honor. Otherwise, it would not have been able to maintain such cohesion more than half a century after the end of World War II. On the other side of the ocean in Tokyo, the bigwigs of the hand and the society didn't know that they had accidentally provoked a group of lunatics. At the moment, they were watching the lawsuit between Liu Mang and S.H.I.E.L.D. on BBC. Seeing Rogers being handcuffed, Mrs. Gao couldn't help but sigh and turned off the TV. It looks like we are in big trouble. Murakami said, how did that idiot Jean Bing get into trouble with this lawyer? Mrs. Gao said, no one can be blamed for this. In fact, the lawsuit with Jean Bing was the lawyer's debut battle. The question now is, how should we deal with it? We have said before that Kingpin is different from ordinary criminals. He is a white glove supported by the hand and the society in New York. Compared to Rogers, Kingpin is even less likely to escape from prison and definitely cannot be sentenced to death. The companies and assets under his name are all the assets of the Shahewi. If Jean Bing becomes a fugitive or dies, all the assets of the Shahewi will be seized. What's more serious is that by then the police will surely discover that there are some very interesting things hidden under Kim Byung's office building. These things would destroy all the efforts of the hands and the club in New York over the past 100 years. Murakami said, have Kingpin's family members been controlled? If this guy escapes, we will be finished. Madame Gao said, his wife and daughter are all with me. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare to do that. I know a lot of well-known legal advisors, but it takes time for them to take over. How long will it take? Half a month. Madame Gao pondered for a while, then stood up with her cane and said, forget it. I'll go there myself. Chapter 7. People always only see the bright and beautiful side. When people mention New York, the first thing that comes to mind is always the World Trade Center, Wall Street, and Broadway. So much so that everyone ignores that just across the Colorado River from Manhattan to the west is the world's largest slum. New York is a paradise, but only for the rich. Liu Mang, who has lived in Queens East for more than a decade, has a deep understanding of the above. Holding the black card given by Mrs. Viper, the first thing Liu Mang did was to buy himself a work suit from Kaiton. Looking at his refreshed self in the mirror, Liu Mang finally felt like a famous lawyer. At the moment, the system voice sounded. Complete the B+ level lawsuit, help Baron Zemo escape from the crime, and get the reward. Naruto World 8 Gates, Fiend's Covenant X1. 8 Gates of Duanjia. The ultimate forbidden technique in physical skills, unlocking one's own restrictions, and multiplying the host's strength and speed in a short period of time. When the 8 gates are open, the host's strength can even reach the upper level of Level Godfather in a short period of time. But at the same time, this skill will also cause serious physical burden, and even cause the host's death. Fiend's Covenant. Based on the consent of both parties, someone can trade with you at the cost of his soul. After the trader signs the contract, his soul will belong to you and become your permanent slave forever. F***K. After seeing the system's reminder, Liu Mang was immediately surprised. For example, among the various ninjutsu in the Naruto world, Might Guy's 8 Gates ninjutsu can definitely be ranked in the top 3. With all 8 gates opened, Might Guy can even kick the shit out of a boss like Six Paths Madara with one kick. As for the side effects of the 8 gates, come on, this is the Marvel world. As long as the opportunity is right, you can use Wolverine's healing ability. What's there to worry about? Definitely, in the short term, this skill can still only be used as a desperate measure. What surprised Liu Mang even more was the Fiend's Covenant engraved with strange words. Damn, there is no way anyone can understand this weird thing that looks like Oracle Bone script. Imagine if you could take this thing and ask Uncle Thanos to sign it for you. The picture would be so beautiful. At that moment, There was a knock outside the glass window of the suit shop. Liu Mang turned around and saw a 70-year-old woman standing outside, nodding to him politely. Suddenly, Liu Mang's pupils shrank slightly, and then he walked out of the suit shop. Let me introduce myself. My last name is Gao. We are all Huxia. You can just call me Mrs. Gao. Liu Mang definitely knew who this woman was. She was Jin Bing's boss and one of the 5 fingers of the hand. What do you want to talk to me about? If it's convenient, please get in the car and chat slowly. After that, an extended Lincoln stopped in front of Liu Mang, and 2 followers immediately ran down to open the door for him. Mrs. Gao's style of doing things is generally gentle, but if this woman really wants to kill you, she will have no scruples whether this is the White House or a military court. Considering this, Liu Mang got on the car anyway. After sitting in the spacious luxury car, Mrs. Gao personally made a cup of tea for Liu Mang and placed it on the tea table in front of Liu Mang. If Liu Mang didn't know this woman, just looking at her tea-making manners, he would have really thought she was just an elegant Oriental lady. One of the 5 fingers of the hand in society came to me to ask for advice. Mrs. Gao's fingers trembled, and then she covered it up well. Sure enough, first-class lawyers are first-class detectives. In fact, I came here today to make a deal with Mr. Liu Mang. Please show some mercy in court. It is not possible that Kim will be acquitted. I understand, but I hope he at least survives. What good will this do me? Mrs. Gao fell into a long silence. The car was moving slowly on the road, and when it came to an overpass several dozen meters high, looking down from here, everything in the entire city was in sight. Mrs. Gao pointed her finger out of the car window and said, Mr. Liu, is this city beautiful? Or should I ask, do you want to be its owner? Owner. Liu Mang smiled. The Hand and Peace Society was indeed extremely powerful, but even the President of America could not give New York as a gift. Mrs. Gao also understood his thoughts, so she continued, Mr. Liu Mang, the government controls the city during the day, and we control its nights. If you nod, starting tonight, you will be the new master of this city. Liu Mang was shocked, and then he understood what Mrs. Gao meant. Now the lawsuit is extremely unfavorable to Jin Bing. Whether he is sentenced to death or not, he will not be acquitted. You can't have Kingpin running the New York underworld from behind bars, so the Hand will need a new New York City spokesperson. Why? Because you showed enough ability. Are you tempted? It would be a lie to say I'm not tempted. As long as Liu Mang nods here, all the drug lords, gangsters, and smuggling bosses in New York City will become his slaves, and money and women will be at his fingertips. As long as he agrees, starting tomorrow, he will be the new Jin Bing, the new underground emperor. Seeing Liu Mang's expression, Madame Gao raised the cup of tea on the table and said temptingly, all tea leaves are shrubs. Nature has not given them any differences, but humans like to arbitrarily classify them into different grades. The cup in our hand is called Taiping Hokue. 100 grams can be sold for 200,000. Did Taiping Hokue put in any effort to become Taiping Hokue? No, it was born Taiping Hokue. Mrs. Gao paused, then looked at Liu Mang with loving eyes and continued, Mr. Liu Mang, I know you were born in the east side of Queens, and I also know what kind of effort such a child needs to make to be admitted to Columbia University and become a lawyer. In fact, this is what I admire most about you. Think about it. How much work did you have to do in a day in order to enter a prestigious school? How many legal provisions did you have to memorize? If you nod to me today, you will no longer be a $10 per pound inferior tea, but a sought-after Taiping Hokue. Liu Mang took a deep breath before saying, your proposal is very tempting. So what's your choice? Liu Mang said, I choose to refuse. Suddenly, Mrs. Gao's eyes turned cold. Chapter 8. Mrs. Gao screamed, why? Indeed, the future that Mrs. Gao portrayed is quite beautiful. But because of the existence of the system, Liu Mang will never give up his career as a lawyer to become some underground emperor. Definitely, he couldn't possibly tell Mrs. Gao the specific reason. So he said, no reason. As one of the 5 fingers of the hand in society, Mrs. Gao said she could not accept it. Mr. Liu Mang, do you know? Even Jin Bing doesn't dare to refuse my request like this. Liu Mang said, killing the plaintiff's defense lawyer at this time will not be good for Jin Bing's lawsuit. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu Mang. I can only blame you for being too good. I don't want to go to court with a lawyer who can send Captain America and S.H.I.E.L.D. director to jail. Inside the car, murderous intent gradually emerged. The 2 followers on Mrs. Gao's left and right had already reached into her suit, but Liu Mang was still sipping his tea with a calm mind. He has someone to rely on. As soon as this thought came into Mrs. Gao's mind, a long knife stabbed in from the car door. The friction between metals made a teeth-grinding sound, and after a loud bang, the entire stretched sedan was actually cut in half. Mrs. Gao was speeding forward in the front half, while Liu Mang was sitting in the back half, which stopped on the road. Between the two, the warrior in adamantium armor was still in a chopping position, with a 2-meter-long blade burning with dazzling high-heat lasers. That's right, this is Mrs. Viper's personal bodyguard, the Silver Samurai. Note, this Silver Samurai is the son of the Old Man in Wolverine 2. He was later controlled by Madame Viper and joined HYDRA. After a sudden break, Mrs. Viper got out of the car with little Baron Zemo. Madame Gao leaned on her cane and said, "The Viper Party? I don't remember any grudges between us." Baron Zemo said, "Mr. Liu Mang is an ally of our Viper Party. If you want to kill our friend, it will be a pity for us." Madame Gao closed her eyes slightly, and then said patiently, "Come on." Botu and Bullseye, who had been lying in ambush, rushed out, followed closely by the ninjas trained by Botu. These ninjas were adopted since childhood and have undergone brutal training. Their combat effectiveness is simply incomparable to that of ordinary Hydra soldiers. If there is a head-on confrontation, Hydra can only rely on its numerical advantage, but soldiers will never use such inefficient means. Touch, touch, touch. The dull sound of sniper rifles came from far away. The ninjas had just rushed out 2 steps when blood flowers exploded on their bodies. This was destined to be a bloody dusk. Madame Gao looked up and found that there were dots of light flashing on the tall buildings near the overpass. They were the sunlight reflected from the sniper rifle scope. She was surrounded by Hydra snipers. Fighting and screaming continued in the ears. Madame Gao stared at the young man in the opposite carriage and couldn't help but admire him. "I have lived for 400 years, and this is the first time I have seen a young man who acts so carefully. If I had known you earlier, I would not have used Jean Bing, that idiot." Liu Mang smiled and raised his teacup to Madame Gao, then said, "Thank you, but you missed one thing." After saying that, Mrs. Gao took off her coat, revealing a black outfit. Bullseye had just fought with Baron Ozawa and landed next to the carriage, and then he saw Mrs. Gao standing up. "Lady, get lost." "Useless idiot." Madame Gao waved 3 fingers, and an invisible force blasted towards Bullseye. Before the supervillain who had caused Spider-Man and Daredevil so much trouble had time to react, he was smashed into the ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, Baron Zemo and the Silver Samurai surrounded Mrs. Gao from the left and right. However, Mrs. Gao used psychokinesis to pin the Silver Samurai to the ground with one hand and held the crutch in her other hand. Clang! The silver sword was pulled out from the cane and slashed towards Baron Zemo. God knows, Baron Zemo had never seen such a fast knife in his life. Even with his body mutated by chemical raw materials, he could not keep up with such an outrageous speed. In just a blink of an eye, the blade was less than an inch away from his throat, but it also stayed there forever. At some point, the blade had been grasped by a hand wearing a metal glove. Baron Zemo looked up along the arm and saw a very familiar face, the lawyer who had rescued him from the court, Liu Mang. Bullseye, who had just crawled out of the cement, was surprised. The gambler was surprised. Mrs. Viper was surprised. The Silver Samurai was also surprised. Some of them came to protect Liu Mang, and some came to assassinate Liu Mang. But from beginning to end, no one had ever thought that this lawyer, who was accustomed to verbal battles in court, was actually fighting against a master who was more powerful than them. Liu Mang said, "Mrs. Gao, you missed one thing." After saying that, he exerted force with his 5 fingers and crushed the sword into pieces. Chapter 9. The power classification given by Marvel officials is very general. For example, in the early stages of Infinity War, both the Hulk and Loki were level 3, but the Hulk was able to hang Loki up and beat him. Iron Fist and Madame Gao were also level 3, but when Madame Gao defeated Iron Fist, she just waved her hands casually. Madame Gao and Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One both come from the Holy Land of Kunlun, but unlike Ancient One who changed his profession to become a magician, Madame Gao is a legitimate disciple of Master Kunlun. Hundreds of years ago, this old woman and 4 other Kunlun traders stole the power of the dragon and were driven out of the Holy Land. If we only look at seniority, she is definitely of the same generation as the Ancient One. The 2 fists collided heavily, and the gusts of air even blew Mrs. Viper's hair straight. When the 2 separated, Baron Zemo said to Mrs. Viper, "Is this really Lawyer Liu Mang? What kind of power is this? Mutant? Inhuman? Or something else?" Mrs. Viper shook her head and said, "I don't know. It seems that our allies are much more powerful and mysterious than what we see." Little Baron Zemo felt a chill in his heart. The reason why they recognized Liu Mang's value was because of his amazing defensibility in court. Just thinking about the sword that Mrs. Gao just used, she knew that this lawyer Liu Mang was not only good at talking, but also might be even better at fighting. At the moment, Liu Mang made a gesture towards Mrs. Gao. Seeing the qualification posture, the gambler couldn't help but sneer. Xingyiquan? Are you practicing Xingyiquan in front of Madame Gao? Who is Madame Gao? She is a warrior from Kunlun, and she is over 400 years old this year. Mrs. Gao knows all the martial arts in the world, and she is proficient in them all. As if in response to the gambler's ridicule, Mrs. Gao also posed the same posture towards Liu Mang. Young man, there is an old Huxiao saying, Banmin Nongfu. Today, I will tell you what this phrase means. After saying that, Mrs. Gao's body stuck to the ground, like a poisonous snake, and quickly shot towards Liu Mang in a Z shape. 12 Xingyi forms. Snake step. Liu Mang was a man who didn't like nonsense. He formed 3 fingers into eagle claws and suddenly grabbed Madame Gao on the ground. Boom! Mrs. Gao barely dodged it, and saw the claws blasting the concrete floor beside her ears like armor-piercing bullets, and several cracks burst out in a radial shape, causing the entire overpass to shake slightly. Like everyone else, Mrs. Gao's face changed drastically in an instant, but Liu Mang attacked Mrs. Gao like a fly catching a snake. Dragon, tiger, monkey, horse, chicken, swallow, kite, snake, eagle, bear. The 2 of them performed almost all the 12 forms of Xingyi, and Mrs. Gao was like a candle swaying in the wind and could only defend herself. How? How could this happen? That's Madame Gao. Seeing Mrs. Gao suffer a loss, Bullseye was completely dumbfounded. What the system has given Liu Mang is the highest realm that Xingyiquan can reach. If Mrs. Gao only uses this skill, there is no way she can be Liu Mang's opponent. Finally, Mrs. Gao gritted her teeth and used Tai Chi's pushing hands to block Liu Mang's punch. Liu Mang sneered and said, showing off one's skills in front of an expert? Madame Gao, do you understand the meaning of this phrase now? 8 gates of Duanjia. Life gate open. After saying that, his skin began to turn red, and twisted blood vessels began to crawl out of his skin like earthworms. With the help of the 8 gates, Liu Mang's speed and strength suddenly increased by more than double. In the past 400 years, Madame Gao had experienced countless battles, but she had never seen a warrior like this. She even felt that what she was taking on were not fists, but huge amounts of bombs. Her bones groaned and her muscles twitched, but Liu Mang didn't intend to give her a chance to breathe. Xiumen, Shengmen, Shangmen, open. A blue aura burst out from Liu Mang's body. That was the energy released after opening 4 doors in succession. Suddenly, Liu Mang raised his leg high like a battle axe and chopped down fiercely at Mrs. Gao. Boom! The overpass was directly blown off, and the hands in the assassins who had no time to dodge were instantly affected, screaming and falling into the abyss. At the critical moment, the Silver Warrior grabbed Mrs. Viper's hand, saving her from the same fate. In Madame Viper's vision, Liu Mang was stepping on the air and flying rapidly towards Madame Gao. What the hell is this? Strictly speaking, Liu Mang with all 4 doors open is no longer a level 3 mutant. To fight him in this state, you need at least a level 4 mutant like Magneto or Professor X. Mrs. Gao had just come back to her senses from the fainting caused by the severe pain, and she saw Liu Mang's fierce pupils again in midair. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. 8 gates of Duanjia. Li Lianhua. Boom! Liu Mang kicked Madame Gao in the stomach and sent her flying into the sky. Before people could see Liu Mang's movements, he had already appeared in Madame Gao's flight track again and punched her again. Boom, 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 boom. Mrs. Gao's figure was flying around randomly in the sky, and she had to endure dozens or even hundreds of attacks every second. Finally, Mrs. Gao couldn't even scream. Liu Mang's final kick from top to bottom turned Mrs. Gao, who was like a rag doll, into a pool of blood mist. She then turned around in the air and landed steadily on the ground. It was not until at the moment that Liu Mang looked at Madame Viper and little Baron Zemo. Thank you both for your help. Liu Mang will remember your friendship. No, we didn't help much. Liu Mang looked at the gambler and the target again, and they had already scattered like birds and beasts. The barrister then breathed a sigh of relief and released the 8 gates. Chapter 10. Thanks to the transformation of Super Serum, Liu Mang is not like Rock Lee and Naruto, who has to go directly to the hospital after opening 4 gates once, but this forbidden technique still brought strong side effects to his muscles and bones. After returning to the law firm, Liu Mang sat on the sofa and waited for the blood vapor on his body to slowly dissipate. He felt intense pain in his body, but his emotions were extremely high, and Liu Mang couldn't help but clench his fists. Lawyer Liu, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave. Well, I won't send you 2 off. You are welcome. Mrs. Viper and Baron Zemo both reached out their hands to Liu Mang and saluted him like the SS. Even they themselves did not notice that this etiquette was usually used by subordinates to their superiors. Liu Mang saw all of this, but he said nothing. He just smiled and nodded with satisfaction. After coming out of the office, Baron Zemo breathed a sigh of relief. Can you give a detailed estimate of the combat effectiveness of this lawyer Liu Mang? Mrs. Viper shook her head and said, judging from his performance just now, he is at least equivalent to a level 4 mutant like Magneto. But I feel that he has not yet exerted his full strength. If necessary, he may even be a level sub-godfather. Level sub-godfather. Generally speaking, level sub-godfather can no longer be considered human. The last time a monster of this level appeared on Earth was during the Apocalypse era. In order to revive Apocalypse from the pyramids, almost all the mutants joined the battle and finally killed Apocalypse on the banks of the Nile. If Liu Mang really has that level of ability, that would be ridiculous. A lawyer who cannot be scolded in court and cannot be defeated outside of court does have a feeling of being invulnerable. Definitely, they don't know that the side effects of 8 Gates ninjutsu are extremely huge amounts of ability and cannot be used frequently. It seems that we need to reevaluate the value of Lawyer Liu. Mrs. Viper nodded and said, yes. In the next few days, nothing major happened in New York City, but the sudden collapse of an overpass caused great trouble to several construction company bosses. But for Jean Bing in the cell, these peaceful days are the most tormenting for him. On the first day, no one from the Showa Club came. The next day, still no one came. Day 3, day 4. If it weren't for the fact that the Hand in Society's property was still weighing on his head, Jean Bing would even think that he had been abandoned by the Hand in Society. Finally, on the day before the trial, Murakami, who was proficient in hand and 5 fingers, took a plane and rushed to the cell where Jean Bing was held. That stupid lawyer actually dared to speak to me like that. I swear I will tear him into pieces. I will make him and everyone he cares about feel incomparable pain. Murakami looked serious and was silent for a long time before he said to Kingpin, Wilson, I have something to tell you. Jean Bing keenly sensed that something was wrong, so he asked Murakami, what happened? Why is it Mr. Murakami who came? Where's Madame Gao? Mrs. Gao is the person in charge of the New York area. No matter what, Murakami has no reason to come here from Tokyo. Murakami took a deep breath and said, Mrs. Gao is dead. What did you say? I said Madame Gao is dead. How did he die? She went to help you cause trouble for that lawyer and was beaten to death. According to the surviving Bullseye and Gambler, Lawyer Liu's fighting ability is very strong, and he may even be close to the level sub-godfather. Nonsense. The handcuffed hand slammed against the glass wall, and due to the huge amounts of force, the bulletproof glass was cracked inch by inch. Several prison guards rushed in and pinned Jean Bing to the ground. Jean Bing still refused to accept the defeat and shouted, What should I do with you? I have a wife and children. I can't die here. Murakami lowered the brim of his hat and said, You cannot be executed, so I have to inconvenience you. He nodded to several prison guards, who took out a syringe and stabbed it into King Byung's carotid artery. Yes, Jean Bing can die, but he must not be shot as a criminal. Once Jean Bing's property is seized, the Shura Society will completely lose the North American market, so the best way is to let him die in an accident. The blue potion slowly flowed into Jean Bing's carotid artery. He looked at Murakami fiercely, but the latter remained unmoved. Murakami said, Don't look at me like that. We are just unlucky for getting into trouble with a monster lawyer. We will take good care of your wife and children. Sorry, this is the only thing I can promise. Jean Bing struggled hard, but it was all in vain. After a few minutes, Jean Bing twitched and turned into a cold corpse. Chapter 11. Kingpin died, not from a gang feud, nor from execution, but from a sudden heart attack in a New York City jail. When the news spread, it immediately caused an uproar. On the TV, a scene was being broadcast where the New York City warden was blocked at the door by reporters. Mr. Warden, please explain to me how King Byung died. Did he commit suicide out of fear of punishment because he was afraid to go to court with lawyer Liu Mang? Mr. Warden, please tell us the real cause of Kingpin's death. Mr. Warden, what will the court do about Kingpin's trial tomorrow? A supervillain who can strangle a tiger with one hand dies of a heart attack? The people of New York City are not fools and definitely would not believe such a ridiculous thing. The warden said, the forensic doctor's appraisal of Jean Bing's cause of death is indeed a sudden heart attack. As for whether anyone injected him with drugs that cause myocardial infarction in advance, we are still investigating further. It is not ruled out that the big shot behind Jean Bing knew that he could not win the lawsuit tomorrow, so he murdered Jean Bing in advance. Over the past few years, Spider-Man and Daredevil have fought the Kingpin countless times. Who could have thought that the villain that even several superheroes combined couldn't deal with would end up being driven to death by a lawyer? All in all, Liu Mang became famous again. This is the third time Liu Mang became famous in the past week. Liu Mang in the office couldn't help but smile bitterly. He looked at the CD on the desk and then turned off the TV. You know, Mrs. Viper got this disc from Jean Bing's office building at the cost of several elite agents' lives. Liu Mang wanted to use this disc to uproot the power of the hand and the society, but the enemy's agility was obviously far beyond his imagination. Don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Liu Mang shook his head and put the CD away. When the time comes, it can still be used as a fatal weapon against the hand and the association. There's no need to fight tomorrow's lawsuit. Can't we just find a new one? Liu Mang was busy all day for the system's reward. He logged into the Ministry of Justice's official website and soon saw a very interesting case on the website. Serious cases cannot be heard without a lawyer present. This is the same in every country. Note, this is also the case in our country. Death row prisoners must have a lawyer before they can go to court. There is such a criminal in New York City prison who is too poor to hire a lawyer but is sentenced to death. The government is recruiting public interest lawyers from all walks of life to defend this criminal. The criminal's name is Raven Darkholme, also known as Mystique. It's actually hard to define Mystique as an ordinary supervillain. When she is not wearing the blue suit, Raven is still a young lady in her 20s, but she is actually from the same generation as Professor X Charles. Charles, Magneto, and Mystique were the best of friends when they were young. The mutant leaders of both the good and evil factions had a crush on Raven, but the problem was that Mystique didn't like men at all. After the government began massacring the mutants, Raven and Charles turned against each other and joined the Mutant Brotherhood. Almost 40 years have passed. Because he protected many innocent mutants, to this day, Raven's photo is still secretly hung on the wall by many mutants as their belief. But today, this mutant hero may very well face execution. Decades of fighting career left her with nothing. Raven was very poor. Not to mention hiring a lawyer. She couldn't even afford a decent meal. Looking at the solitary lamp in the cell, Raven felt as if a stone was hanging on his heart, sinking down. Just then, the cell was opened. The prison guard said, "Your lawyer wants to see you." "I don't have time for some kid who just graduated from law school." How many people has Raven killed? She herself probably doesn't know. Lawyers who are concerned about their reputation and protection are most reluctant to take a case that they are bound to lose. In this case, the court will generally appoint a newly minted lawyer to force a trial. The prison guard said, "No, the person who volunteered to be your public interest lawyer is not some idiot who just walked out of school. In fact, I also think he is crazy. Why would such a famous lawyer take on a case like yours that is bound to lose?" "Oh." Raven raised her head and asked, "How famous is he?" The prison guard shrugged and said, "He put Rogers and the S.H.I.E.L.D. director in jail and released the Hydra executives. 2 days ago, he forced the Kingpin, the underground emperor of New York City, to death, and the other party didn't even have the courage to sue him in court." Raven became interested and said, "Take me to see it." Under the guidance of the prison guard, Raven soon met this extremely young Huxiao lawyer in the visiting room. As soon as they met, she said, "I heard that you charge tens of millions of dollars for a case, but I can't afford the lawyer's fees." "I don't care about that. Why help me?" Liu Mang smiled and said, "Who knows? Maybe this case is difficult enough." Yes, the difficulty of this case was rated A-, the highest ever. Liu Mang almost went crazy when he thought of the reward given by the system. Mystique asked, "How much can you reduce my sentence by?" "Commutation of sentence? Why should I help you to reduce your sentence? So what are you doing here?" Liu Mang raised his eyebrows. "I, Liu Mang's defendant, can only be acquitted, not given a sentence reduction." Duh. Chapter 12. It's crazy. New York City has gone crazy again. God knows where this lawyer Liu Mang came from. Since he entered the public eye, he has never had a quiet day. Less than a week later, Liu Mang took on his third bizarre case, which once again caused a sensation in the city. What? Lawyer Liu Mang took Mystique's case. F***K. Why would I go to court when I'm bound to lose a case when I can't even afford a lawyer for $10 million? Is he crazy? Does lawyer Liu Mang like difficult cases? While the people of New York City were talking about it, a new lawyer who had just obtained his law license was jumping up and down with excitement. Yes, this person is Tony Stark. Tony Stark is indeed a well-deserved genius. In just 2 nights, he successfully transformed from a mechanical engineer to a nuclear physicist. For Iron Man, getting a bar license is a matter of minutes. Don't get me wrong, Tony Stark didn't study law to target Liu Mang. He just wanted to use this method to release a superhero who was about to spend the rest of his life in prison. But the case that Liu Mang took on was so mysterious that Tony Stark couldn't help but want to rub Liu Mang's edge in his professional field. There's nothing you can do about it. This guy just has this kind of unruly character. It's not that he couldn't afford it, but he couldn't put down his face and asked Liu Mang to appear in court for Rogers. He believed that if Liu Mang could do it, he could do it too. Give that plaintiff's lawyer some money and tell him to get out. I want to take over Mystique's case. Chili, who was still cooking, said, "Are you crazy?" Tony Stark said, "I'm not crazy. I will teach that stupid lawyer a lesson this time." Iron Man versus Liu Mang, and it happened in court. How eye-catching is this? 2 days later, when the court was in session, reporters had to use a human ladder to force their cameras into the court door. This is ABC. This is ABC. The lawsuit we are about to witness is unprecedented. Our superhero Tony Stark actually obtained a lawyer's license within 2 days and officially challenged the recently popular lawyer Liu Mang. This is HBO TV. We can see that the trial of Mystique is about to begin. Can our Iron Man defeat the new professional lawyer in New York City? Ugh. Superheroes have learned how to sue. It seems that the judge in the Rogers case was right. These superheroes have finally learned to respect the law. Does anyone doubt Tony Stark's ability to defend himself? No, not at all, because a long time ago, Tony Stark personally fought a lawsuit for himself that shocked the whole country. At that time, he did not have a lawyer's license, but he was able to embarrass the Minister of Defense and the Minister of State Affairs in court for forcing him to hand over the steel battle suit. Now that this guy has finished reading dozens of thick law books at home, his defense ability is definitely incomparable. Tony Stark, who entered first, gave Liu Mang the middle finger and said, Cole, you're done. In fact, it is no wonder that Tony Stark is so confident, because this is an extremely easy lawsuit to win. Mystique is the leader of the mutant resistance. She has personally participated in many battles over the past 40 years and has killed many people, including the military and agents. Video footage, physical evidence, and certifications. With the power of the Stark Group, these things can basically be obtained in large quantities. But Liu Mang looked at him with contempt and said nothing. This attitude almost made Tony Stark explode on the spot. The black judge said, "I now declare that the public trial of Mystique has officially begun. Please present evidence, plaintiff." Tony Stark picked up his pen and pressed it, and a laser projection appeared in front of everyone, playing a video of Mystique slaughtering soldiers. What is shocking is that the time displayed on the playback bar is more than 170 hours. More than 170 hours. That's too much. This is bullshit. How many people has Mystique killed? Tony Stark said loudly. Are you shocked? When I collected this information, I was shocked myself. If you are patient enough, I am willing to watch this nearly 200-hour video with you. In the past 40 years, Ms. Raven has killed more than 700 soldiers and more than 40 SHIELD agents, including 2 level 6 agents. In addition, she has committed theft and burglary many times. I have another video here, which was collected from various places. It shows the victims and their families' accusations against Mystique. Please forgive them for not being able to appear in court. There are too many of them. If I bring them here, I'm afraid the courtroom won't be able to accommodate them. Everyone knows how powerful Tony Stark is, but everyone still couldn't help but gasp when they saw that Tony Stark collected the authentication and physical evidence so thoroughly in just 1 hour. With so much evidence, I believe any judge would know how to make the verdict. The black judge said to Liu Mang, defendant's lawyer, do you want to question the authenticity of these evidences? No, I don't question it. Hearing Liu Mang's words, Mystique's eyes gradually dimmed. The judge continued, so you are admitting the charges of murder against Ms. Raven? Liu Mang said loudly, no, I don't admit any of them. Suddenly, people started to make a noise. Tony Stark said, you admit the authenticity of these evidences, but you do not admit the charges against Mystique. Lawyer Liu Mang, are you trying to tell us that 1 + 1 actually equals 3? Chapter 13. Will Mutant watch Raven being brought to justice? No, they don't. Although Magneto, the boss of the Mutant Brotherhood, was still serving his sentence in the basement of the White House, and although no one had launched a call, the mutants who had been saved by Raven still came. They either wore hoods or masks and hid in the crowded crowd. Seeing that the defense lawyers seemed to be of little use, the mutants were ready to take action. However, at that moment, Liu Mang spoke again. Who says killing someone is murder? Mr. Tony Stark, can you tell me what Article 75 of the Federal Criminal Code says? Hearing Liu Mang's answer, Tony Stark smiled. Liu Mang is not the only one who can memorize all the laws of dozens of states. Tony Stark can do it too. So even without looking up the book, Tony Stark knew that Article 75 of the criminal law was about legitimate defense. So Tony asked Stark, "Are you going to argue that the more than 700 people killed by Ms. Raven were all self-defense?" Liu Mang said to Mystique, "Before these people rushed into your house with guns, had you ever killed anyone?" Raven said, "No buts." Liu Mang asked again, "Before the army and agents came to arrest you, had you ever committed theft or robbery?" Raven said, "No, I didn't." Liu Mang turned around again and faced all the audience and reporters and said, "I stood here 3 days ago to defend my client, Mr. Zemo. Today, I will ask the same question again. When a group of criminals rushed into your home with weapons, you stood up to resist. Is it murder?" Tony Stark said, "They are military personnel, and they have an arrest warrant issued by the former president himself." Arrest warrant? What a joke. We all remember that dozens of mutants were killed in the roundup. I ask you, what kind of arrest warrant gives the military the right to kill citizens at will? And what kind of president can send the army to break into innocent people's homes at will? The scene gradually quieted down. There was nothing that could be done. The issue Liu Mang mentioned was too heavy. In the Marvel Universe, the massacre of mutants is still deeply engraved in people's memory today. It was not until Professor X and Magneto teamed up to defeat Apocalypse on the banks of the Nile and save the world that the mutants were gradually accepted by the world. President Lango himself was also killed in the massive mutant riot. The black judge said, "Lawyer Liu, please be careful about your words and actions. Although we all know today that President Rango did something wrong, he is already dead, and no president needs to be held accountable for his political views." Liu Mang nodded and said to the judge, "Then, Mr. Judge, let me ask you 2 questions. Does it hurt when you are pricked by a needle?" "I will definitely feel pain." "Do you feel tired after running 3 kilometers?" "I will definitely be tired." No one present understood what Liu Mang wanted to say. At that moment, Liu Mang changed the subject and shouted, "But many years ago, white farmers thought that black people like you were animals. They didn't feel pain or fatigue." Suddenly, the scene became noisy again. As smart as Tony Stark is, he immediately understood Liu Mang's plan. He wanted to raise Mystique's murder case to the level of racism. For the United States, slavery is an indelible scar in the history of the founding of the country. Sometimes, white people will tease black uncles in private and call them *******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ is regarded as a very serious immorality. If the president makes similar claims in a speech, he may step down directly the next day. This is also the reason why we think the movie Black Panther is terrible, but Americans enjoy watching it. Once the discussion is brought to this level, any legal provision may be forced by Liu Mang to become a bad law. The surging public outcry and fishing boats will directly overwhelm the court, and the Supreme Court may even have to amend the laws related to mutants because of this case. At that point, whatever Tony Stark said would be nonsense. So he immediately stood up and said, "Mr. Liu Mang, we are only discussing a murder case, not the coexistence of mutants and humans." "Why not?" Liu Mang loosened his tie and pointed at Mystique. "This mutant in front of us has killed people before, killed many people. But that was based on the fact that someone wanted to kill all mutants indiscriminately. Have you forgotten that more than a decade ago, when Magneto wanted to murder the president, it was Miss Raven and Charles who stood up together? Have you all forgotten that when Apocalypse was about to destroy human civilization, Miss Raven once took up arms for ordinary people like us who wanted to kill her? Now, we are gathered together to discuss a very strange question. That is, when humans are slaughtering mutants, can mutants resist?" Tony Stark said hurriedly, "Lawyer Liu Mang, it doesn't mean that people who do good things can be forgiven for committing crimes." Liu Mang said, "Then you must tell us, what crime did Ms. Raven commit? Murder? Killing those attackers?" Audience members present, you should first imagine what the mutants caught by the authorities would face in that era. People would use scalpels to cut open their stomachs, and then put their organs under a microscope for careful study. Ms. Raven is not guilty. We demand that Mystique be released in court. Ms. Raven is not guilty. Most of the mutants who were among the crowd who first shouted this sentence had personally experienced that era. But soon, more people were infected and started shouting. At the moment, Liu Mang pointed the finger at Tony Stark. "Do you know why I filed a lawsuit against Rogers? Because in my heart, Rogers and Nick Fury, including Tony Stark who is standing in front of us now, are all criminals. Do you know why I came to participate in this lawsuit with no lawyer fees and a high probability of losing? Because I think Ms. Raven is innocent. As a lawyer, I came here with conviction. But now, in front of me is Mr. Tony Stark, a rich second generation from a prominent family, a shameful arms dealer. He came to the court and spoke eloquently just because I punished Rogers. For his so-called face and loyalty, he wants to send an innocent lady to the gallows. Tony Stark cursed. This is a personal attack, you. Liu Mang ignored his rebuttal. At this moment, he had already activated the skill given by the movie Emperor system, and his eyes were filled with tears. Mr. Tony Stark, there are some things you don't understand. Let me, a kid born in the slums of Queens, tell you. Chapter 14. To Tony Stark, the slums of Queens East were indeed a world too unfamiliar. So Liu Mang stunned him as soon as he opened his mouth. Liu Mang turned to him and said, Mr. Tony Stark, do you know how many orphans there are in Queens East? I don't know. If you don't know, I'll tell you that the number of orphans in the entire Queens East district is a full 70,000. Tony Stark said, This is impossible. A reporter outside the door raised his hand and said, Mr. Stark, it seems that you really don't understand our city. I have done special investigations for this type of program, so I can prove that what Mr. Liu Mang said is true. Suddenly, many people changed their expressions. East Queens is home to many undocumented immigrants who come from parts of Asia or from the Gulf of Mexico in the south. These struggling people can barely feed themselves, let alone their children. So here, abandonment is extremely common. Everyone present knew something about it, but when Liu Mang said this number, everyone was still shocked. Liu Mang pointed to his chest and said, In Queens East, orphanages are an extremely scarce resource. While you are enjoying the care of servants, orphans like me are fighting for a place in an orphanage. Why can't I enter an orphanage? Having said this, Liu Mang paused. His eyes swept across the room, and all the white people he saw lowered their heads in shame. Liu Mang's voice suddenly became louder. Yes, I can't enter the orphanage because I am a yellow person. They will give priority to adopting the offspring of white people, so I am destined to freeze in the winter snow. So I am destined to steal things from restaurants and supermarkets. Because if I don't do this, I can't survive. Mr. Tony Stark, please tell me, am I committing a crime? You were a minor at the time. No, I'm not asking about the law. If I'm an adult, is this considered a crime? Tony Stark instinctively wanted to refute Liu Mang, but he really couldn't copy the criminal law and say such cold and vulgar words. So he replied, This is not a crime. When talking about this, Liu Mang was so moved that he burst into tears. The jury and the judge were heartbroken watching him. Everyone started to imagine what it would be like for a child of a few years old to be caught stealing and then be beaten. Liu Mang was definitely playing the victim, but the people present were unaware. Seeing everyone's reaction, Liu Mang knew the time was ripe. So he jumped directly to the plaintiff's side and said loudly, Since the founding of this country, President Abraham Lincoln promised us that this country belongs to every citizen who contributes to it. Decades later, a black man named Martin Luther King ran for his compatriots and turned this promise into reality. Here, let me borrow Mr. Martin's words and ask a question to the black judge on the stage and to every citizen of the United States present. Are you satisfied? No, we are not satisfied. As long as there is a black or yellow child who cannot go to an orphanage, we will not be satisfied. As long as there is a mutant who dares not admit his identity and lives cautiously among the crowd, we will not be satisfied. As long as there is one more person like Ms. Raven being persecuted because of evil laws, we will never be satisfied. At the moment, a man in a cloak walked out of the crowd and threw the gun hidden in his raincoat to the ground. When the reporters saw the submachine gun, they were stunned. The man cried, My name is Edson, and I'm a mutant. Many years ago, when I was being chased by the police and the army and had to hide everywhere, it was Miss Raven who protected me. Today I came here to rescue Ms. Raven, but I really don't want to kill anyone. Please let her go. Another person stood up, took off his mask, and threw his weapon to the ground like the man just now. I am also a mutant, but I have never done anything bad. When we were persecuted by President Rango's Mutant Extermination Act, it was Ms. Raven who supported me and my family by stealing and robbing. I am a mutant named Grant, born in Jiazhou. If it weren't for Attorney Liu, I think I might have killed someone for the first time today, because I didn't want Ms. Raven to be the only one with blood on her hands. But today, I realized something more important. I must stand up and tell the court and society like Attorney Liu that we mutants are also flesh and blood. We will be sad because of the death of our family members and happy because of eating good food. There is no difference between us. There is no difference between us. We are a family. More and more weapons were thrown on the ground, and it was not until the moment that people realized that an armed riot had been invisibly stopped. The judge, the jury, the reporters, and the onlookers on the roadside, everyone was in tears. They didn't know why they were crying. They just felt like they were filled with something great. The judge knocked the gavel and said, "Attorney Liu Mang, I have no right to change the law, but please give me 2 days. I will report Ms. Raven's case to the state Supreme Court. Even if I lose my life, I will definitely return justice to Ms. Raven and these mutants present here." Chapter 15. Harris was just an ordinary worker, neither a mutant nor a super ability. On the day of the incident, he was taking a lunch break in the factory lounge. When he saw Mystique was moved by mutants' righteous act and burst into tears, he silently took off his work clothes. "Hey, Harris, where are you going? Lunch break is over. It's time to go to work." "I'm going on strike." "What? A strike?" The workers were confused as to what was happening, but when they put down their work and looked out of the factory windows, they saw the horrifying scene on the street. Countless people held up signs and shouted, "We demand that Ms. Raven be acquitted and that the consequences of the Mutant Act of the 1990s be faced up to." Mutants are human beings too, and the White House must be held accountable for its own foolish actions. Support Lawyer Liu. We cannot turn a deaf ear to this, for the sake of our mutant brothers. Strike marches are a famous tradition in the United States. The country even stipulates that the boss must pay the workers normally during the strike. It is also for this reason that many domestic capitalists are reluctant to set up factories in the country. No need to work and still get paid? Is there such a good thing in the world? So the people of the United States are always like this. As soon as they hear that there is a strike or march somewhere, they will immediately take action. To the whole world, the strike of the United States is a famous joke, but Americans are proud of it. Americans believe that strikes and marches are the concentrated embodiment of the American spirit of freedom. Now, you have allowed these workers to seize the opportunity of human rights and racism. How can they give up? Soon, the nationwide demonstrations intensified. People came out of factories, office buildings, and shops, and the surging flow of people headed north, blocking the gates of various local courts. The overwhelmed judicial personnel began their meeting at 6 in the evening, and it was not until the next morning that the Supreme Court justice flew from Washington Airport to New York with a new bill. After waiting for more than 10 hours, people finally met the Supreme Judge, His Excellency Yake. The white-haired Yaku took out the temporary bill and said to everyone, "First of all, let us thank a certain B************* D lawyer. He successfully made me stand up my daughter. Today is her 18th birthday." There was a burst of laughter from the audience. Judge Yake cleared his throat before announcing, "The issue of mutants is extremely sensitive, so our judicial department has always taken a cold attitude towards the decree issued by President Rango. Today, on behalf of the Federal Supreme Court, I apologize to all mutants. I would also like to thank Lawyer Liu Mang. It was what happened in the trial that made us clearly realize how many kind and innocent citizens were harmed by the roundup of mutant more than a decade ago. Evil laws should be repealed, and the government should not insist on its mistakes for the sake of credibility. Now, I hereby declare, the Lango Act is completely repealed. From today on, every mutant can walk freely under the sun. Ms. Raven will be acquitted." The Supreme Judge threw the court into the sky, and countless people cheered. "America hail! Supreme Court hail! Lawyer Liu Mang hail!" Countless people witnessed this scene with their own eyes. For example, Magneto is serving his sentence under the White House. The staff member turned off the phone screen and said, "Mr. Eric, I think you should be satisfied." Magneto, trapped in the glass cage, first laughed, then burst into tears. Magneto has been fighting for more than half a century to ensure that his compatriots are treated fairly. This evil law was eventually repealed, but the dead could never come back to life. His daughter, his wife, had been buried forever in a quiet town. "Oh, Anya, did you see it? Honey, did you see it?" The guard said, "Mr. Eric, I'm sorry, but you are too dangerous, so we still can't release you." Magneto nodded and said, "No, I am satisfied. But could you please help me write a letter? I want to thank this lawyer." The prison guard said, "Only by email." Magneto said sincerely, "Thank you." The new bill flew through the sky, passed through the tower of the Supreme Court, passed through the streets of New York City, and finally landed at the door of the prison. A pair of high-end camel leather shoes firmly stepped on it. Behind this young man in a suit and tie followed the protagonist of this incident, Mystique. From prison guards to judicial officials, everyone looked at this man with fear. In the first lawsuit on his debut day, he forced Kingpin to death after being acquitted 3 times. He sent Rogers, a hero in the eyes of the people, to prison and released Hydra. Now, for the sake of a lawsuit, he can force the federal court to change the legal provisions. I dare to ask, is there any case in this world that he cannot win? From today on, he is the super lawyer who has never appeared in New York City. No, It should be said that he is the super lawyer who has never appeared in the entire America or even in the entire history of the rule of law. Chapter 16. It's been too long. It's been too long. Half a century passed quickly, and when her wanted poster no longer appeared in the streets, for the first time, Mystique took off her blue scales and appeared here in her true form. She opened the door and saw the person she had been thinking about day and night in the deserted ward. Time has dyed her brilliant golden hair into pure silver. Although her face is full of wrinkles, the tenderness between her brows is still the same as in her dreams. Raven sat down in front of the bed and took her hand, and the sleeping old woman slowly opened her eyes. Ugh, Raven, you must have seen this coming, didn't you? Yes, I have seen it, and I know you will come back to me. At this point in the story, Mystique was already in tears. Not everyone is as immortal as Mystique, the woman who has been waiting for her here for 40 years. Charles is old, Eric is old, so it is natural that she should also reach the end of her life. Ugh, time is passing by so quickly, please go slower. Because tonight, I have so much to say to her. The Lady of Destiny reached out her hand and wiped the tears from her face. At the moment, an unknown folk song floated in the night wind. Namarekring for ya, no we've made you Dostrom. We can't cry because we have brought this upon ourselves. Leave a light in form, and I'll find me way back home. Please light a lamp for me, so that I can illuminate the way home. The soldier who fought alone finally returned home, with tears in her eyes but a smile on her face. They were still like those years ago, like two children, talking to each other in the courtyard left by Charles's grandfather. The ballad goes on. I'll leave a light on for you, in the dark of the nights. I will light a lamp for you in the darkest night. When you pulsize racing, nth world won't make you right. You were influenced too early, so you are destined to be ostracized. No matter how much hardship you endure, no matter how many difficulties you encounter, Mystique knew that he lived for at the moment. When he saw her smile again, Mystique's soul seemed to have experienced his entire life in an instant. After an unknown amount of time, the old woman finally let go of Mystique's hand and said to her, Go. Go to where you should go. Mystique shook her head. No, I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. Raven, my life has ended, but yours continues. Did you see anything else? The ability of the Destiny Girl is to foresee the future, but this time, she smiled and shook her head. I haven't used my ability for decades, and I won't use it in the future. But even if I don't use my ability, I will know, just like I know you will come back here. Go and live a new life. After that, the electrocardiogram on the instrument turned into a smooth, straight line. Mystique gently put her hand into the quilt and walked out of the ward. At the door, Liu Mang had been waiting for a long time. Are you satisfied? Yes, I have no regrets anymore. What's your next plan? Mystique thought about it, then shook her head and said, I don't know. Maybe find a place and prepare to retire. So do you need a job? Work? Liu Mang shrugged and said, I'm in need of an assistant. If you come, I'm willing to pay you $20,000 a month. A mature law firm needs accountants, tax auditors, and a large number of secretarial assistants. Unfortunately, Liu Mang is still alone. In fact, this is also the main purpose of his filing this lawsuit. Is there a better spy than Mystique? With this guy joining, Liu Mang no longer needs to go to Hydra to collect evidence in the future. As expected, Mystique didn't even think twice before smiling and saying, Boss, you have the final say on all the terms. Liu Mang snapped his fingers and said, Let's go. Where are you going? Get ready to move. Mystique calmed down a bit and followed Liu Mang's steps. Only that folk song was still echoing in the hospital corridor for a long time. Chapter 17. A lot of big things have happened in New York City in the past 2 days. For example, the mutant movement is still going on, and Mystique was acquitted, but the most talked about thing has nothing to do with Liu Mang. That is Iron Man, the boss of Stark Group, was beaten into the hospital by mutant protectionist marchers when he went out. Black Widow was furious because of Tony Stark's behavior, but Liu Mang didn't pay attention to it. At the moment, he was busy moving. The lawsuit against Mrs. Viper made Liu Mang earn tens of millions of dollars in one go. With this money, he directly bought the top floor of a building in Manhattan as the new address of his law firm. Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level commission. Rewards: mastery of all Earth languages, mastery of all Earth laws, and top-level armament hockey. Damn, this is an A-level court case. When Liu Mang opened his system panel, he found that his attributes had completely changed. Liu Mang, Strength. Level 5 Constitution. Level 3, Immune to all conventional thermal weapons, Speed. Level 4, Speed of Sound, Intelligence. Level 1, Excellent. Energy Emission. Level 0, cannot perform energy attacks. Skills, Super Actor, Master of Earth Law, speaks eloquently, Master of Earth Languages Armament Hockey. Increases physical fitness and strength for a short period of time, and allows one's attacks to cause massive damage. Comprehensive Evaluation, Level 4, Upper. In the Marvel world, Level 3 and Level 4 are two completely different concepts. The most typical representatives of this class are Level 4 mutants like Professor X and Magneto. Going up further, there are the legendary Omega Level or Level Godfather. Definitely, Omega Level and Level Godfather are not the same. The former generally refers to the mutant energy level, while the latter refers to the actual combat power. You can understand that Level Godfathers are all Omega Level, but Omega Level is not necessarily Level Godfather. This is because some mutants have extremely high energy levels, but their abilities are not suitable for combat. After receiving the system reward, Liu Mang took another look at Mystique, who was sunbathing on the balcony, and couldn't help but ask, "I just don't understand. You are obviously very beautiful. Why do you have to show yourself in this alien-like appearance?" Mystique smiled and replied, "Don't you think I look more special and cool like this?" Liu Mang shrugged his shoulders and did not comment. He could only sigh that he could not understand the American way of thinking. At that moment, the property management company downstairs called and said that several people wanted to see him at the gate of the building. They claimed to be the Sinister Six and were here to sue Liu Mang. Mystique walked in from the balcony and said, "This is a famous group of punks in New York City." Liu Mang shrugged and said into the phone, "Let them in." The Sinister Six are the enemies of Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four. In terms of strength, they are definitely the best in New York City. The amazing thing is that half of the members of this organization are scientists with extremely high IQs, but they are in a very miserable situation. How miserable is it? It is so miserable that he was arrested and imprisoned for stealing a loaf of bread. It is simply a modern version of Les Miserables. Soon, Liu Mang met 5 timid men in his new office. They were Vulture with a big backpack, Mysterio with his head covered in a goldfish bowl, Sandman in a cheap shirt, Electro, and Kraven the Hunter. Looking at the outfits of these people, Liu Mang couldn't help but cover his forehead and said, "Please go and find out how much the legal fees for my lawsuit have been raised. Are you sure you can afford it?" Vulture said with difficulty, "Lawyer Liu, I watched the video of you defending Mutant, and I know you are a good lawyer. F***K, all those good lawyers, get out of here." For Liu Mang, keeping Mystique has many profound meanings. He can thus gain a helper who is good at espionage and infiltration, and more importantly, he can also gain the friendship from the Mutant Brotherhood. In the disbanded Mutant Brotherhood, there are still a large number of powerful super-ability people who may serve as future allies or thugs. But this incident seemed to have given these unfortunate people some illusion. Did they think they were the kind of idealists who didn't want to get paid for the lawsuit? Did they work for nothing? Sandman gritted his teeth and said, "Lawyer Liu, how much do you want? As long as you can get our boss out, I will find a way to pay you." Facing this idiot who was jailed for stealing bread, Liu Mang raised 2 fingers. 2,000 yuan? Hearing this number, the 5 supervillains looked embarrassed. Liu Mang looked at the 5 villains with pity. Tears were about to flow down his face. What he actually said was 20 million miles yuan. Mystique sighed and said, "Boss, it seems like these 5 idiots have never succeeded in robbing a bank in their lives, so please don't make it difficult for them." Liu Mang shook his head, then took out a contract and said, "Forget it. Work for relief. I'll make Dr. Octopus for you, and you can work to pay off your debts." Vulture asked, "How much do we make per month?" $3,000, 2,000 of which will be used to pay off debts, and after you get covered, there will be $1,000 left for living expenses. Then how many years of work do we have to do to pay off the debt? Liu Mang said, "It will take almost 200 years for the 5 of us. Think about it carefully. Do you want to sign or not?" Chapter 18. The Sinister Six are truly the 6 wonders of the Marvel Universe. In terms of strength, this group is not far behind the original Avengers, even if they are not as good as them. But God knows who they offended, and they have been suffering from poverty all their lives. Here, I would like to introduce to you the specific members of the Sinister Six. First up is the boss Dr. Octopus, who is Spider-Man Pete Parker's teacher and a very famous professor at the university. But things started to go wrong when he started playing with the nuclear reactor. Unsatisfied with the endless investment, the sponsor directly cut off Dr. Octopus research funds. Unable to bear to see his life's hard work go to waste, this guy was forced to forcibly start the unfinished nuclear reactor, which then caused a disaster in Manhattan. He also became disgraced and became the hated Dr. Octopus. The second one is Vulture. Coincidentally, this guy is also a researcher and his current situation is also due to money. The third one is Mysterio. He is still doing research. If the first two have had formal employment, then this guy is just a folk scientist, which is even more miserable. The fourth one, Dian Wang, was a welder before he embarked on this path of no return. The fifth one is Sandman. He was the one who was imprisoned for stealing bread. He is the disgrace of supervillains. The sixth one is the Hunter. He is the source of all tragedies. This guy once took a witch's magic potion. He is a physical Superman like Captain America. Before he met the 5 unlucky guys, he was hunting on the African grasslands and had no idea what money was. After this guy joined, the other 5 people discovered that he could eat a lot. Oh, heaven and earth. These are clearly 5 honest people. If Liu Mang were them, why would he be a supervillain? Wouldn't it be better to learn from the Avengers and be a superhero? He could just take on a few commercials and get some sponsorships. At least he could fill his stomach. But they just like to call themselves the Sinister Six. Just like a certain mutant who likes to pretend to be aliens and scare people, they think it's cool. Definitely, this doesn't mean they are 5 pieces of trash. In fact, several of the scientists among them are geniuses with extremely high IQs, but most of those doing research in the laboratories have no idea about money, so they have fallen to this point. After some negotiations, Dino became the office's electrical repairman, while Sandman and Hunter became security guards. Mysterio and Vulture were preparing for the accounting exam, and would only receive half of their salary until they passed the exam. After signing the indenture. After signing the contract, Liu Mang took his men straight to the New York City maximum security prison. Seeing this lawyer coming again, the warden's legs were shaking, and he immediately took him to Dr. Octopus' visiting room. After listening to the details of the matter, Liu Mang began to instruct the court on matters that should be paid attention to. The next day, the news that Liu Mang would appear in court for Dr. Octopus swept across New York like a hurricane. Dr. Octopus? His nuclear reactor killed so many people? Is there still a trial for this case? That's nonsense. On the night of the incident, we witnessed him climbing up the building with the hostages. I just don't believe it. Can a case like this be turned around? The evidence in Mystique Raven's case was also solid, and Liu Mang was able to overturn the verdict largely by taking advantage of the mutant legacy that had existed since the 1990s. The name of the surging force abolished the Lango Act, and Mystique was able to walk freely under the sun. But this kind of thing has only happened a few times since the founding of the country, and it is difficult to repeat. If Liu Mang can make Dr. Octopus into a human rights fighter, he will be invincible. So the moment they received the news, the reporters took action again. Lawyer Liu Mang has taken on Dr. Octopus' case. Is this talented lawyer, who has become famous in New York only 2 weeks after his debut, finally going to lose the case? Tomorrow morning, ABC will broadcast the trial live for you. Dr. Bill Mann, a law expert at Yale University, said that if attorney Liu can win this case, he will dare to eat shit live on the internet. After hearing that lawyer Liu Mang was going to overturn Dr. Octopus' verdict, Iron Man Tony Stark, who was severely injured by the crowd, laughed so hard that he almost died in the hospital. He is currently in the operating room for treatment. Seeing the overwhelming news on the internet, the poor 5 were all worried. Mystique, however, held up the freshly brewed coffee and said, "Don't worry, as long as he takes your case, there will be no problem." The Electric King said, "Are you so confident?" "Definitely." Mystique looked out the window, and as the wind seeped in through the curtains, her thoughts seemed to go back to the afternoon when she first met Liu Mang. At that time, Liu Mang said to her, "In the defendant cases that I, Liu Mang, took over, there was no reduction in sentence, only acquittal." Mystique once thought it was a joke, but he could do it, and at the moment Raven believed so. Chapter 19. In the legal profession, all you need is a reputation. You often hear a certain lawyer say that he has never lost a certain dispute case he has taken on. At this time, please do not listen to their nonsense. The litigation that ordinary people come into contact with is divided into 2 types: civil litigation and criminal litigation, which have countless categories. He tells you he's never lost a case, probably because he's never had to fight a case of this kind. Most lawyers become famous in a certain field, and then continue to take on such cases, relying on their fame to make a living for the rest of their lives. All lawyers are careful about their reputation, which is why guys like Liu Mang attract attention. In less than 2 weeks, he had closed 3 cases, all of which shocked the media. Except for the Jinbing case, each lawsuit had a sense of being impossible to win. But he won, and won brilliantly. The next morning, Liu Mang brought his people to the court and was immediately surrounded by many people. "Lawyer Liu Mang, I offered you $40 million to appear in court. Why didn't you accept? Can Dr. Octopus Auto afford your legal fees?" Lawyer Liu Mang, I'm a reporter from a news network. May I ask why you always like to sue these supervillains? Lawyer Liu Mang, do you have a chance of winning? Liu Mang ignored these people. After being intercepted by Mystique and the Hunter, he easily passed through the crowd and came to the defendant's seat in the court. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. There were dozens of plaintiffs standing in the plaintiff's seat, and each of them glared at him. The judge said, Attorney Liu Mang, before the trial begins, please allow me to remind you that the explosion caused by Dr. Octopus in New York and the deliberate murder he committed were witnessed by tens of millions of New York City residents. Do you really want to defend such a criminal? Liu Mang, definitely. The judge knocked on the table and said, I now declare that the Dr. Octopus Manhattan bombing case is officially open. Please allow the plaintiff's lawyer to speak. Standing in the plaintiff's seat was a very young lawyer, who looked to be about 24 or 25, named Sandro. Today will be a very important day for Sandro. If he can defeat this recently popular and talented lawyer in this trial, he will become famous. Just like what the judge said, this case happened right under the noses of all the citizens of New York City. Unless Liu Mang has super abilities and can directly brainwash all the people of the United States, the story of the Mystique case will never happen again. Sandro seemed to have seen his future. Expensive sports cars, famous watches, and beautiful women, all of these seemed to be within his reach. He opened a thick notebook. In order to avoid any mistakes, he had made what he thought were the most complete preparations. I have nothing to prove. Every citizen of New York City is a witness to the case of Dr. Octopus Otto. Here, I would like Attorney Liu Mang to look at the faces behind me. They come from different families and different classes. Today, they came to this place for the same purpose. They are all victims of this case. I don't understand, Mr. Liu Mang. Why do you always like to defend these supervillains? What I want to tell you is that Dr. Octopus Otto is standing here because he made an unforgivable mistake. Liu Mang smiled contemptuously and said, Haha, you actually played the emotional card with me. Lawyer Sandro, you were still breastfeeding when I played this trick. What did you say? Silence, the judge shouted. Lawyer Liu Mang, this is a courtroom. Please do not talk about topics unrelated to the trial. Liu Mang shrugged and said, I'm sorry, I just think the lawyer's remarks are a bit meaningless. Sandro gritted his teeth and said, Lawyer Liu Mang, don't be too proud. Now I am filing a complaint against Mr. Otto on behalf of my clients. There are a total of 16 charges, including intentional homicide, kidnapping, endangering public safety. Liu Mang said firmly, I object. I think none of the above charges are valid. Sandro was dumbfounded, the reporters were dumbfounded, and even the judge was dumbfounded. After a long while, the judge said, Lawyer Liu Mang, this is a court, please don't talk nonsense. The entire New York City has witnessed it with their own eyes. So what if I witnessed it with my own eyes? I believe that my client, Mr. Otto, does not have the ability to bear normal criminal responsibility. Why? According to the law, there are only two types of people who do not bear criminal responsibility. The first is minors, and the second is mentally retarded. Otto is a minor? Haha, if Liu Mang dares to say that, the judge may not be able to help but ask the security guards to throw him out. Otto is mentally retarded? Come on, he graduated from MIT and has an IQ of 140. But Liu Mang did just that. He walked up to Otto, pointed at him and said, because my client, Mr. Otto, is a psychopath. Even Otto himself looked at Liu Mang in surprise. He didn't understand why he had become mentally ill. The jury members also shouted, Nonsense. Even if you are lawyer Liu Mang, you can't talk nonsense. It is the prosecutor's job to determine whether a person is mentally ill. The fact that this trial has even begun means that the doctor has already issued a statement that Mr. Otto has normal criminal ability. Look at Dr. Octopus's expression. Even he doesn't know he's a psychopath. The judge coughed twice and said, Okay, I'll come today to see how you can make up Mr. Otto into a mental patient. Chapter 20. Liu Mang clapped his hands, and Mystique, the paralegal, immediately brought out a diagram of the human brain structure and unfolded it in front of the judge and jury. In most people's eyes, mental illness and psychosis seem to be the same, but we legal workers should know that the two are actually very different. Considering that most juries have no forensic knowledge, I will give a detailed explanation here to ensure the fairness of this trial. Generally speaking, mental illness refers to a person's mental state with problems such as depression, mania, bipolar disorder, anorexia, drug addiction, etc. Most mentally ill people have criminal abilities, but neurotic patients do not. Because neuropathy is a physiological problem, it refers to various behaviors that are out of control due to neuropathy. Sandro interrupted Liu Mang's explanation and said, The judge has already said that Dr. Octopus Otto's nerve tissue is very healthy and he does not have a mental illness. This is a firm and authoritative statement made by the forensic doctor. Lawyer Liu Mang, you are not a doctor. Liu Mang snorted coldly. I'm not a doctor, but a forensic doctor is not a mechanical engineer. After that, he showed the court a chip. The judge asked, what is this? Liu Mang said, this is what I sent someone to get from Dr. Octopus's sealed laboratory. It's the core chip of the robotic arm. Lawyer Sandro, do you dare to cooperate with me in an experiment? Sandro swallowed. But considering that this was a court and Liu Mang couldn't do anything to him, he nodded. After all, this lawsuit is so important that he needs to know what Liu Mang wants to show in order to prescribe the right medicine. Liu Mang took Lawyer Sandro to the open space in the middle of the stairs and then stuck the chip on his neck. After a slight stinging pain, the chip stuck to Sandro's spine. Suddenly, Sandro's expression became ferocious. Liu Mang winked at Mystique, who then pulled out a knife and handed it to Sandro. Then, in front of all the judicial officers, Sandro went crazy on the spot. He rushed directly towards the judge with a knife in hand, causing the entire courtroom to scream in fear. Security, security. The judge's wig fell off, and Sandro, holding a knife, chased the judge all the way to the door of the court, where several security guards pinned him to the ground. The hunter Craven pulled the chip out of Sandro's spine, and the latter immediately returned to normal. Even he himself didn't understand what happened to him just now. After a long time, the court gradually restored order. The judge put on his wig again and said, What? What did you just do to Mr. Sandro? Liu Mang said, I said that this chip is the control chip on the mechanical tentacle, which means that on the night of the incident, Dr. Octopus was in the same crazy state as Mr. Sandro. I want to ask, since Mr. Sandro can't control his own behavior, why should we ask my client to control himself? The law is based on analogy. If Mr. Otto cannot control his own behavior, how can he be responsible for his own behavior? Anyone who has read the original novel knows that the reason why Dr. Octopus became Dr. Octopus was because of the chip in his spine. Because it was not made completely, the chip directly made Dr. Octopus crazy. Sandro broke free from the security guard's hands, angrily returned to his plaintiff's department, and said, Judge, I object. This chip was created by Mr. Otto himself. As a scientist, he should be responsible for the dangerous experiments he brought about. Doesn't he know the consequences of implanting this chip? Liu Mang said to Otto, Do you know? Otto was no fool, and he immediately shook his head and said, I don't know. It was an experimental accident. Because I needed the octopus arm to operate the nuclear reaction for me at that time. Liu Mang asked again, What is your purpose in developing a nuclear reactor? For an endless supply of clean energy. Liu Mang spread his hands and said loudly, Everyone look. A scientist wanted to bring inexhaustible clean energy to mankind, but his brain was stimulated by the electric current pulse of the core, causing him to fall into temporary madness. What does this belong to? This is an experimental accident, which falls within the scope of civil liability. But now, we have used criminal law for this lawsuit. If you really want to send my client to jail, then shouldn't Mr. Nobel, who invented dynamite, be sent to jail? His experiments once blew up 3 rooms, and there were countless instances of assistants being injured. He himself was even crippled by the explosion. If you really want to send my client to prison, then shouldn't Tesla, the father of alternating current, be imprisoned? He caused so many experimental accidents. There is also Edward, the father of vaccines, and even Einstein and Edison. At least half of the scientists who have made outstanding contributions to mankind should be locked up. And you, Mr. Sandro. Liu Mang turned around, pointed at Sandro and said, If Mr. Otto's behavior after being controlled by the core film is considered intentional homicide and endangering public safety, then you just chased the judge with a knife, which is at least attempted murder. Sandro was dumbfounded, as if according to his own logic, he could really be convicted of attempted murder. Chapter 21. Sandro knew that there was something wrong with what Liu Mang said, but after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't find where the problem lay. But Liu Mang didn't plan to give him time to react. He just looked at the dozen uncles and aunts in the plaintiff's seat and said in a deep voice, This is undoubtedly a tragedy, but it was not imposed on you by my client, Mr. Otto. Your family members lost their homes in this disaster, and some even died or had family members injured, but my client lost his entire life. He lost his job and his reputation was ruined. Even if he were released back into society today, no research institute would dare to hire a scientist who caused such a case. And his wife, because of the influence of the core fragment, Mr. Otto cut her throat himself, just like Sandro just now chasing the judge. He has nothing left. Is there any sense in punishing such a poor man? At this point, Otto was already in tears. Ever since the accident, Dr. Octopus has been living under the dual pursuit of the police and superheroes for almost a whole year. Among them, the fundamental reason that made him give up on himself was his wife. Whenever he thought of the night he killed his wife, he felt like a refugee trapped on a deserted island, unable to swim out of the ocean of sin. With everyone witnessing, Otto grabbed Liu Mang's pen in the dock, then stabbed it into his spine, peeling a core out of his cervical vertebrae. Dr. Octopus said, "In fact, I have already figured out the problem with this core, but I have never repaired it. Because without the mania and bloodthirstiness it brings me, I will think of my wife. Thank you, Lawyer Liu Mang. Thank you for defending me, but please don't say anything more. I know this may be the first time you lose a case in your career, but I know I am guilty. I could have improved this core, but I succumbed to the pleasure of violence and the cowardice of not daring to admit my mistakes. If the court finds me guilty, then I deserve it." Suddenly, the whole audience was in an uproar. At this point in the trial, Otto was only one step away from being acquitted, and all he needed was a judge's verdict. But at this moment, Otto admitted his crime. However, at that moment, a woman at the front of the dock raised her hand and said, "Your Honor, we have discussed it and hope to apply to withdraw the case." "What did you say?" "I said we want to drop the case." Sandro also went crazy. He grabbed the plaintiff's hand and shouted, "Have you forgotten your daughter? And your house that was destroyed in the explosion?" At the moment, Sandro was only one step away from success. The white woman said, "Just like what Lawyer Liu said, we are all victims. There is no point in venting anger on Mr. Otto. Otto has already pleaded guilty. At the very least, let me win this case first." The white woman shook off Sandro's hand and said, "Lawyer Sandro, you have disappointed us greatly in both your professional ability and personal cultivation. This is a trial, not a tool for you to gain fame and fortune. Mr. Otto can admit his guilt even if he wins the case. So why can't we forgive his unintentional mistake with a magnanimous heart?" Sandro was stunned. He looked at the reporters outside the door and saw that they were looking at him with contempt in their eyes. In an instant, that bright future of luxury cars and watches was completely shattered in his mind. The judge knocked the gavel and said, "I have been a judge for 20 years, but this is the first time I have seen a situation like this. The role of the law is not to punish criminals or foster hatred. Our goal is to make criminals surrender and repent. I believe that today's trial will serve as a model in the minds of legal professionals and will be remembered by the world. Now I declare Mr. Otto not guilty." Dr. Octopus himself was dumbfounded. At the moment, the plaintiffs walked up to him. "Mr. Otto, the future may be difficult, but life must go on. Everyone forgives you. Don't do those dangerous experiments in the future. Even if you want to do it alone in the wilderness. Don't cry here." A man gets up from where he fell. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone." Otto shook hands with each of the plaintiffs. At that moment, the judge said, "Don't be too happy too soon. You won't be held criminally responsible, but according to the Public Accidents Ordinance, starting today, you have to participate in charity activities as a volunteer for 3 weeks." Otto nodded and said, "I will be there on time." Seeing this scene, Liu Mang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, that statement was meant to fool the plaintiffs, but I didn't expect it would fool Otto, that idiot. If I lose the case because of this, I'll skin him alive. Mystique smiled, but it didn't turn out badly, did it? The trial was over and reporters rushed in. "Lawyer Liu Mang, you have won another free lawsuit. Some people are saying that you are the greatest public interest lawyer in the new century since President Lincoln. What do you think about this?" Liu Mang's face suddenly changed, and he pointed at the reporter's face and said, "Are you telling the world that I, Liu Mang, don't want to pay for lawsuits? Which station are you from? I'm going to sue you for defamation until you lose everything and your family is destroyed." Suddenly, the reporter's legs went weak and he peed his pants out of fright. Chapter 22. On TV, the famous talk show Oprah was commenting on Liu Mang's recent lawsuit. The host said, "From the Jean Bing case to Dr. Octopus, in just 2 weeks, attorney Liu Mang has won 4 major cases in succession. Today we have invited Mr. Byron, a famous law professor at Yale University, to give a brief evaluation of attorney Liu Mang's recent cases." "Hello, Mr. Byron." The middle-aged professor nodded. "Hello, host. May I ask what do you think of this amazing Huxiao lawyer?" Professor Byron smiled and said, "I am also an old man in the legal profession. To be honest, I have never seen such a powerful lawyer in all my years of practice. This man has a very deep understanding of criminal law. No matter what the case is, he can always find the key points at the first time. In addition, he has a mouth that can reverse right and wrong. If I were a lawyer, I would definitely not want him to become my opponent. The host said, recently, there have been rumors that Lawyer Liu is actually a mutant and has the ability to control the judge's thoughts. Professor Byron said, I think we should not discuss this issue in the public media, unless you want to receive a lawyer's letter from that bad-tempered lawyer. Cough, cough, cough. The host hurriedly coughed awkwardly, and she then remembered that one of her colleagues seemed to have been almost forced to jump off a building by Liu Mang's lawyer's letter. I'm sorry, I was just joking. Actually, I'm curious about how Lawyer Liu won those cases. I heard that these cases were very difficult. It's more than difficult. Professor Byron shook his head and said, the Kingpin case is a relatively simple case, but as we all know, the difficulty of the Kingpin case is not in the court. If the victory in this case was a fluke, then the remaining cases can be said to be miracles. Especially the Mystique case. In the history of the founding of the United States, this kind of case won by relying on the Fishing Vessel Repeal Act is unique. With the victory in this case, you can think of it this way. Lawyer Liu is the god of the judicial world. The host asked, is it so exaggerated? Professor Byron said, you can ask my fellow law professors or ask the lawyers currently on duty whether what I said is exaggerated. The host secretly wiped a cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not delve into the question of whether Liu Mang was a mutant, otherwise he might really be sued to the point of his family being destroyed. After a pause, she continued, now many people believe that Mr. Liu Mang is the greatest public interest lawyer in the new century. What do you think? Professor Byron sighed deeply and said, Ms. Oprah, maybe you will understand better if I put it this way. A famous lawyer, no matter how good he is very likely to be ruined if he takes on a case like the Dr. Octopus case. As for the Mystique case, it was a complete life-or-death situation. I don't know why Lawyer Liu Mang did this, but he didn't take a penny and still won cases one after another. I can naturally think that Lawyer Liu is a lawyer who looks like a litigator on the surface, but is actually very ethical. Yes, I think those people's evaluation is correct. Lawyer Liu is the greatest active public interest lawyer in my mind. Although he has lived 2 lives, Liu Mang grew up in the slums of New York City after all, so he does not understand what it means to be the most outstanding public interest lawyer in the new century. Even in the eyes of most people, if the word public welfare is placed in front of a profession, people will think that it is a free volunteer and a money-losing job. But Madame Viper and Little Baron Zemo obviously don't think so. Regardless of whether Liu Mang's situation today was intentional or coincidental, in the eyes of the 2 Viper Party leaders, this was an unimaginable political bargaining chip. Don't understand? I'll explain it to you so you'll understand. What is the best career path for public interest lawyers in the United States? The president. Yes, you are not seeing things. It is the president. In the hundreds of years of history of the founding of the United States, there have been a total of 42 presidents. Except for the first founding father Washington, who was a soldier, 8 of the next 10 presidents were lawyers. Among them was the greatest president in the history of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, the founder of the modern continental legal system, Thomas Jefferson, and even a familiar Allied leader, Franklin Roosevelt, who led the United States to victory in World War II. When it comes to public interest lawyers, the first impression everyone has is they are upright, able to distinguish right from wrong, and resourceful. In addition to the previous example, everyone will consciously prefer public interest lawyers in subsequent United States elections. This has created a very strange phenomenon. There are several people standing in the election, but they are all public interest lawyers. The greatest public interest lawyer of the new century, he is simply a natural presidential candidate. After turning off the TV, the first thing Baron Zemo said was, perhaps we should change our thinking. Yes, Hydra's ideal is to rule the world and restore the glory of the Third Reich. But after so many years of fighting and killing, they gradually realized a reality. That is, a group of spies can never accomplish such a thing. They need a leader, a politician who stands in the forefront, not a group of warriors who can only wield swords and guns. You mean, can we help Lawyer Liu Mang become president? Just imagine, if the president of the United States, the world's policeman, turns into a member of the Viper Party, how far will it be from realizing the ideal of ruling the world? Hydra was able to make Alexander Pierce the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., so why can't they make a president of the United States? Once this thought came up, for the Viper Party members who were like headless flies, it was like a person lost at sea suddenly seeing a lighthouse. So Madame Viper said, gather the remaining Hydra executives, and let's have a serious talk about this. Chapter 23. Do you need legal advice or a court appearance? No, I'm a representative of the Washington Post Foundation. We hope that Mr. Liu Mang can participate in the presidential election in 20 years. Our foundation has arranged a perfect political plan for Mr. Liu Mang. He will first run for local counselor. Please listen to me. Please listen to me. Following Liu Mang's request, Dr. Octopus picked up the liar and threw him out of the law firm without saying a word. After doing all this, he said to Mystique, "What the hell is going on? This is the third person this week who wants to train the boss to be president." Mystique shook her head and said, "How should I know? Are you used to it lately?" Dr. Octopus nodded and sat down on the sofa, grabbing cups of tea with a few of his former companions. The office building that Liu Mang bought was not small, but generally speaking, everyone's work was not too much, just cleaning and organizing documents. In their spare time, everyone's favorite thing was to sit together, drink tea, and talk about each other's past. Gradually, they also began to like this kind of life. Although the salary is not high, I have food and shelter. Although I am not respected or noticed, I live in comfort and peace. Dr. Octopus gradually realized that being successful is not everything in life. He stared out the window for a long time before he said, "When I was young, I always thought I was a genius and I had to win the Nobel Prize in physics. For this reason, I built the nuclear reactor that almost blew up Manhattan. Now everything is over, but I found that things are not as bad as I thought. Don't you think it's strange?" Hunter Craven said, "I feel the same way. I used to think I had to be the greatest hunter. I would challenge any powerful creature. But when the day came when I really let go, I found that this kind of life is much better than before." At this point, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Mystique wanted to laugh at these idiots, but suddenly realized that she was the same. When she was young, she thought Charles was right, but when she became an X-Men, she encountered the mutant massacre. Later, she betrayed Charles and joined the mutant brotherhood, but was shot in the back by Magneto. After that, she became self-employed and worked alone to support mutant survival. As time went by, she could no longer figure out what was right and what was wrong. When she asked this question to Liu Mang replied, "People don't live for some great ideals, nor do they live for anything other than living. To live and to live well is more important than anything else." Having weathered the harshest snowstorms and experienced both praise and scorn, Mystique today understands the weight of this sentence better than anyone else. Everyone present had special powers, so they always thought highly of themselves. But when everything was over, everyone suddenly realized that they were just ordinary people. Although it has not been long, we have unknowingly regarded this law firm as our home and are ready to put down roots here. Dr. Octopus looked at the sunset outside the window and said thoughtfully, "It was the boss who took us in when we were desperate, so I want to do something to help the boss. I heard that the boss has an enemy called the Hand in society. How about we do another one?" The 7 people present were all world-famous gangsters, and their eyes sparkled when they talked about this kind of thing. But Mystique's words were like a bucket of cold water pouring down on the men. The headquarters of the Shoha Society is in Japan. You don't have enough money to even buy a plane ticket. How are you going to defeat them? When it comes to money, the poor 6 once again turn into bitter faces. Dr. Octopus shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'm going to go take a shower and go to bed." After that, everyone stood up and prepared to disperse. However, just as Dr. Octopus walked to the door of his bedroom, he saw a woman in tights climbing in from the window. Seeing the sanitation worker glaring at her, the woman cursed and stabbed Dr. Octopus in the throat with blade. Chapter 24. Heikong is the nickname for the chief killer of the Shoha Society. Every generation of Heikong is born in a cruel way like fighting goo. They both mastered the martial arts from Kunlun and superb assassination skills. In terms of strength, Erica was far less powerful than Madame Gao, but in terms of assassination, no one could match Erica. When Mrs. Gao's body parts were recovered by her men, the remaining hands and the 5 fingers of Hui were extremely angry. After several discussions, they decided to buy a lottery ticket and let Black Sky Erica try. The fact that Mrs. Gao was a dead man would not be easily told to the people below, so Erica was very confused as to why the top management was so cautious about the assassination of a lawyer. When she sneaked into the law firm, she immediately discovered that the information given to her by the top management was wrong, and there was not only one person in Liu Mang's law firm. The shining blade cut through the darkness, and just as Erica's blade was about to touch Dr. Octopus' throat, a dark shadow stood between her and Dr. Octopus. "Erica, you can't kill people like this anymore. Get out of my way." After that, the two of them started fighting with each other. The man who came was Daredevil, one of the Hand's mortal enemies. He also had another identity, which was Erica's boyfriend. Erica was very annoyed. Every time she was on a mission, her boyfriend with a strong sense of justice would come out and cause trouble for her. But soon, she didn't have to worry about it anymore, because a huge amount of mechanical arms came out from behind Daredevil, pierced Daredevil's stomach, and tore him in half. Miss, can you tell me, are you here to cause trouble for our boss? Following the bright red blood, Erica saw a figure with 4 steel arms on his back. His lenses reflected the lights in the corridor, and he looked like a demon from hell. No, Matt, you killed him, Dr. Octopus added. I am not interested in your couple's quarrel. Let me ask you one last time, are you here to cause trouble for my boss? Among superheroes, Daredevil is the worst, at best just the limit of an ordinary person. Facing a villain of Dr. Octopus's level, he would basically be killed instantly, not to mention a sneak attack from behind. Daredevil actually knew Dr. Octopus, but he was blind. Even if he saw his face, he didn't know that the person standing behind him was actually a supervillain from New York City. Erica didn't have time to ask Dr. Octopus why he was here. She suddenly wanted to jump out of the window to escape, but 2 mechanical arms tore open the ceiling and blocked the window tightly with reinforced concrete. In desperation, Erica activated her hypnotic ability. Taking advantage of the moment when Dr. Octopus was stunned, she rushed towards the hall like a cheetah. In the middle of the corridor, there was a maintenance worker repairing the circuit. Erica didn't even think twice before stabbing Deno. This was a completely subconscious reaction, but Blade slashed at Deno's back, but couldn't penetrate. Among the evil 6, Electro is basically the most powerful one. In an instant, the terrifying high-voltage electricity made Erica foam at the mouth. Miss, are you here for a lawyer's consultation? We are closed. Why are you foaming at the mouth? Are you having epilepsy? Do you need me to call 911 for you? Erica let go of Blade and continued running forward. Then she saw a scary woman covered in black opening the refrigerator. Ghost. Erica is almost going crazy. She has no idea what is going on in this law firm. First, Daredevil Matt died in unclear circumstances, and then no matter where she goes, she encounters terrifying strange humans. In a panic, she stumbled around and finally saw the destination of her trip in a spacious office. Erica pulled out her pistol, pulled the trigger, and then she was stunned. Touch. After a loud bang, Liu Mang held the bullet between his 2 fingers and casually placed it on the table. Looking at the bullet that was shape-shifting due to the huge force, Erica's legs softened and she fell to the ground. Until at the moment, several villains ran in. At the moment, Liu Mang was studying the litigation reward that had just been issued by the system and immediately yelled, "What's wrong with you? Where are the security guards? Are they all vegetarians?" "I'm sorry, boss. I saw 2 people running in from the window, but I only killed one." Liu Mang then looked at the dazed Erica and said, "Do you know what crime you are charged with for breaking into a private house in the middle of the night and shooting at someone? You be asterisk 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 D? Tell me, where did you come from? If you can't explain it clearly, I'll stuff you into a cement bucket and feed you to the fish." The mysterious man raised his hand and said, "Boss, feeding people to fish is also against the law." Before he could finish his words, Mystique kicked him out the door. Erica murmured, I am from the Hand and Society. They are rebelling. I didn't bother them, but they still dared to come to my house. This time, I will sue them until their family is destroyed." Chapter 25. Kingpin and Vanessa met in an art gallery. Due to the trauma of being abused by his father in his childhood, Kingpin has always played the role of a good father and a good husband at home. When Vanessa first learned that her husband was a criminal, she was extremely angry, but over time, the painter was gradually moved by Kingpin and even began to help him cover up his crimes. Kingpin's death broke Vanessa's heart. She knew who killed her husband, but she was powerless to retaliate. Until a lawyer brought a group of people and knocked on her door in the middle of the night. After explaining her purpose, Vanessa said, "You are the culprit who forced my husband to death." Liu Mang said with tears in his eyes, "I'm sorry, Mrs. Fisk, please believe me. I never thought of forcing Mr. Kingpin to a dead end. The best I can do is to let him stay in prison for a few more years so that he can realize his mistakes and start a new life. I'm a lawyer, a legal worker. How could I have such a dirty idea to force dead man to do something? But my husband is dead. Yes, I died at the hands of the Hand and the Society. Those shameful murderers ignored you, an orphan and a widow. You know, I came to you to atone for my guilt towards Mr. Wilson, so that those vile fellows can be punished." The 7 people who knew about the incident couldn't help but turn their heads away. Although they had already seen Liu Mang's acting skills in court, Dr. Octopus couldn't help but whisper to Mystique, "Has the boss always been so shameless?" Mystique said, "So he is the boss, and we are just employees." Vanessa was finally moved by Liu Mang's heartfelt performance. She cried, "But Lawyer Liu, the power of the Hand and the Society is beyond your imagination. Even if I am willing to appear in court for you, you can't bring them to justice." Liu Mang said seriously, Ms. Vanessa, this is my business. Please don't worry. As a legal worker, I have always taken it as my duty to uphold justice. How can I back down because of the viciousness of the criminals? As long as you agree to be the plaintiff in this lawsuit, I will fight for justice for Mr. Wilson even if I risk my life. Real. It's definitely true. Look, I've already written the indictment. The Hand is so powerful and numerous that even Hydra is wary of them. If you want to kill them, the power Liu Mang has is definitely not enough. You can't let him take 6 people and go to Neon to start a war. Liu Mang's only solution, which is also the area he is best at, is to use legal means to directly deprive the Hand and society of their living ground. But this also created a new problem. He had no plaintiff. The Hand and the society is a Japanese organization, but it commits crimes all over the world. If we follow the public prosecution process, will the government help organize an international court if it has enough money? Therefore, in order to deal with the Hand and the society, Vanessa, who knows the inside story of the Hand and the society, becomes crucial. After a little hesitation, Vanessa opened the safe and handed a notebook to Liu Mang. Liu Mang flipped through it casually and immediately showed joy on his face. This is a list of the top leaders of the Shoha Society. My husband knew this day might come before he died, so he specifically asked me to keep it here. Lawyer Liu, are you sure you can win this case? Liu Mang's reputation in the legal community was at its peak, but even so, Vanessa was still very worried. Because as far as she knew, Liu Mang had never been involved in an international lawsuit. Liu Mang held Vanessa's hand tightly and nodded. Mrs. Fisk, please believe what I said before. I came here to redeem my guilt towards Mr. Wilson. No matter what happens, I will definitely give him justice. Vanessa gritted her teeth and finally nodded. Okay, I will be the plaintiff in this lawsuit. Please submit an application to the Judicial Department. A lawsuit in Japan is not difficult, and a lawsuit in the United States is not difficult either. But if a lawsuit involves 3 countries at the same time, Japan and the United States, it becomes extremely troublesome. If it weren't for Mystique, Liu Mang would probably be exhausted just running around to various departments to submit applications. A full week passed before the preparations for the lawsuit were completed. When the head of the New York embassy saw the report in his hand, he was so angry that he shook all over. How is this possible? This is simply a beast. Madame Gao, can she be considered a Huxia if she does this? Liu Mang said, the plaintiff in the case is originally from the United States. There is no resistance from New York. Neon dare not refuse the case from the United States. The problem now is the Huxia side. Mr. Li, whether these bastards can be punished depends entirely on your opinion. Huxia Ambassador to New York, Sungdao Li. But can such a lawsuit be won? Liu Mang said, we all have Huxiao blood in our bodies. When the Kingpin case happened, I had already started collecting evidence, hoping to present it in court. But later, Kingpin died, so the matter was temporarily shelved. Please rest assured, Mr. Li, I have never prepared a lawsuit like this. I believe you know my reputation in New York. Li Zheng nodded and said, okay, I will file a lawsuit against Neon on behalf of Daxia, and the rest is up to you. Chapter 26. Kunlun is one of the 2 holy places in the Marvel world. Many years ago, a group of traitors emerged from Kunlun. They stole the fossils of the dragon and drew power from them to gain endless life. Later, these 5 people who violated the taboo were driven down the mountain by Master Khan, and then the Hanhi Society was established. The 5 people are Alexandra, Mrs. Gao, Bo2, Wanda, and Murakami. Since they first saw the bright lights and nightlife of the outside world, this group of powerful monks has been operating in Neon for more than 400 years. It can be said that the history of the Hand is longer than the founding history of the United States. Along with drugs, assassinations, human trafficking, arms trade, as long as they can make money, no matter how dirty the things are, the Hand and the society dare to do them. Thanks to the long time, the Hand and the society has also gathered terrifying energy in this small piece of land in Japan. But these days, Sandra is very annoyed by the pressure of being the leader of the Hand and the society. Politicians, capitalists, and anyone who had any connection with the Hand and the society were arrested in 2 days. The strongholds hidden in various entertainment facilities were also eliminated one by the all-pervasive Interpol. Pressure. If Sandra still doesn't understand that she is being targeted, then she has lived in vain for the past 400 years. At the port, Sandra just quietly gazed at the calm sea. At the moment, a woman in a yellow cloak appeared in front of her. Alexandra said with her hands behind her back, "What does the Sorcerer Supreme of Makataj want from me? I came to say goodbye to my former classmates." "You mean to say that you are going to die?" Ancient One looked at her compassionately and said, "No, you are going to die. or I should follow Kunlun's custom and call you senior sister for the last time." Alexandra was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. "That insignificant lawyer, will he bring me down completely? This is what I saw through the eye of Agamotto." Boom! Alexandra stomped her foot hard on the ground, and terrifying power exploded in all directions in 3 rings centered on her feet. By the time the wave reached the feet of the Ancient One, the latter had already smiled slightly and disappeared in a halo of light. The empty harbor fell silent again. Botu appeared behind Alexandra and said, "Although this charlatan always speaks only half of his words, she has indeed had better luck than us after leaving Kunlun." Alexandra took a deep breath and said, "We need a lawyer who is better than that be asterisk 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 D. You want to take this lawsuit?" Alexander said, "What else? Watch him destroy all our efforts for 400 years. Yufu from the Mitsui group, the senator we just supported, is now in prison. If we can't think of other ways, we will become the same as when we just came out of Kunlun. Who of you is willing to continue to be a beggar?" Murakami behind her said, "In Neon, I know such a person. This is an unprecedented lawsuit, and the people involved include 2 Japanese senators, the head of the Mitsui group, and countless other big shots. The most bizarre thing is that the accused mastermind was an English woman named Alexandra who no one had ever heard of. When all the police in Japan were chasing this English immigrant, she actually walked into the police station by herself, accompanied by the most famous lawyer in Japanese history, Ichiro Nagashima. Liu Mang is very famous, but only in the New York circle. Compared with Ichiro Nagashima, his status in the world is still many levels lower. This year, Ichiro Nagashima is already 70 years old. He became famous in the Far East Tribunal after World War II. Because he helped 4 Class A war criminals to acquit at one go, Ichiro Nagashima's reputation immediately became known throughout Japan. After watching the video of Liu Mang's trial, Ichiro Nagashima turned off the TV and let out a long sigh. Murakami said, "Nagashima-kun, how is it?" The old man shook his head and said, "I thought he was just an unknown little lawyer." "Amazing. Really amazing. You mean you're not sure?" "But the leader has already gone to the police station." Nagashima Ichiro said, "No, I am very confident." "Oh." Seeing Murakami's puzzled expression, Nagashima Ichiro said, "If this lawsuit was fought in the United States, even if you find 10 of me, I may not be able to defeat Lawyer Liu. But don't forget, this is Japan. The laws of Japan are different from those of the United States. I don't believe that there is a lawyer in the world who can study the laws of both the United States and Japan to the point of being familiar with them. This is easy to understand. Liu Mang is like a professional boxer who is invincible, while Ichiro Nagashima is a top professional wrestler." Ichiro Nagashima admitted that Liu Mang was very powerful, but if this professional boxer was put on a wrestling ring and fought according to the rules of free wrestling, Liu Mang would definitely be beaten to death by himself. Murakami was overjoyed when he heard what Ichiro Nagashima said. "Don't forget my reward." "Definitely, Mr. Nagashima, we are ready." Chapter 27. Lawyer Liu Mang has become famous abroad. F***K. I wanted lawyer Liu Mang to appear in court for me, but I couldn't find anyone from his law firm. It turns out he ran away to Japan. Why would he go to Neon to sue? In New York, there is a group of journalists who are loyal fans of Liu Mang. In order to record this unprecedented lawsuit and to seize the ratings brought by Liu Mang, a group of reporters traveled across the ocean to Neon and broadcast the trial live to the world. In fact, no one understood what was going on in this trial until the judge officially explained the origin of the trial to everyone. The Neon judge wiped his sweat and said, "In more than a week, the police have arrested more than 300 prisoners. Among them are politicians, businessmen, owners of entertainment facilities, and unknown citizens. I think everyone is curious why these people who seem to have nothing to do with each other are involved in the same lawsuit, and why the Neon police cooperate with the international arrests. Yes, this has always been what everyone is most concerned about. No matter how you look at it, this lawsuit is a bit too weird." The jury includes not only Japanese people, but also officials from the United States and the ambassador who came all the way from Dacia. If there hadn't been a major incident, an ordinary lawsuit would never have alarmed so many people. The judge nodded to Liu Mang, who stood up and walked to the plaintiff's lawyer's seat. Mysterio pressed the mechanical switch on his wrist, and a huge amount of images were projected into the air. Although they were mentally prepared, many people couldn't help but bend over and retch when they saw the images. "Oh my God, what is this? Why did this happen? Who on earth did this? These beasts." The picture shows huge amounts of underground factories, with countless people producing white powder on the assembly line. Even if Liu Mang doesn't explain, everyone knows that they are producing drugs. But the reason for this reaction among the people at the scene was not the drugs, but the workers who produced the drugs. Their legs were all sawed off, and probably because the wounds were not properly treated, many of them had already started to rot. Their eyes were all cut out, and when a worker opened his mouth in pain, people saw only half of his tongue. Liu Mang said in the neon language assigned by the system, "Why did people from 3 countries organize this trial together? Now I can answer you. The reason is this videotape. In order to produce drugs, some people kidnapped people from Daxia and Neon and transported them to New York. In order to prevent these kidnapped people from escaping, they would be blinded, their legs sawed off, their eardrums pierced, and then they would be forced to work in the drug factory until they died. What's even more tragic is that once all these people are dead, their bodies will be burned. Then the next year, the criminals will provide new victims. Today, on behalf of my plaintiff, I formally file a complaint against the following person, Gao Ling, the chairman of Huaxia Ocean Trading Company, known as Madame Gao in the New York underground world. She was the one who trafficked people from Fujian, Huaxia to Neon. Definitely, due to some special reasons, I'm afraid she won't be able to appear in this trial. The second person is Mitsui Yufu from the Neon Mitsui Group. It was his cargo ship that provided transportation assistance to these human traffickers. The third one is the current senator, Mr. Ippei Genji. Every time Liu Mang read a name, there was a commotion in the courtroom. No one could imagine that these big shots, who were usually well-dressed, actually made their fortunes through this. At the same time, every time Liu Mang read out a name, Alexandra's face in the dock would turn paler. She murmured and shook her head. No, this is impossible. There is no way he could. Liu Mang put down the list and said to Alexandra, "What's impossible? There's no way I know these people's names so clearly." Yes, that's what Alexandra thought. But in the face of Liu Mang's questioning, she remained silent. After all, this is a court, and any inappropriate remarks may bring disaster to her. Liu Mang smiled and said, "I'll tell you the reason now." As soon as the words fell, a woman walked out from the crowd and stood in the plaintiff's seat. Seeing the black clothes, Alexandra flew into a rage. The judge asked, "Are you Ms. Vanessa, the plaintiff in this trial?" Vanessa nodded and said, "Yes." "Where did you get the news about this case?" Vanessa said, "My husband Wilson Fisk and I were once part of them." Suddenly, the situation got out of control again. Chapter 28. Who is Wilson Fisk? The Japanese present may not know him, but that doesn't mean Americans don't know him either. Outside the court, reporters were going crazy over this explosive news. This is HBO News Radio. Can you believe this? The kingpin that Spider-Man has been chasing for 4 years is actually the white glove of a certain overseas organization in New York. That kingpin, the kingpin who has been in charge of the underground world of New York City for nearly a decade, is actually a puppet supported by others. The real mastermind behind the scenes is the defendant in this lawsuit. This news comes from Kingpin's wife, Ms. Vanessa, and is very credible. This may be a transnational human trafficking case that has been going on for many years. In the court, the trial continues. Presiding over a trial with such wide-ranging implications, the judge faces huge amounts of pressure. If he is not careful, he may be dismissed for an unfair trial. Therefore, the Japanese judge must make the matter clearest. "Ms. Vanessa, do you know what you mean by saying this?" "It means I could be convicted of this." "Then why do you still want to stand up and initiate this trial?" Vanessa glanced at Liu Mang, who nodded slightly. Then, Vanessa followed the words Liu Mang taught her. "Because my husband Wilson Fisk wanted to expose their crimes and was murdered in prison by them." "Who killed your husband?" Vanessa turned around and pointed her finger at the English woman in the dock and said, "It's her, Alexandra. She is the leader of these people and the mastermind behind everything." Who is this middle-aged white man? This question arises in everyone's mind. Being able to manipulate members of Congress and the person in charge of the Mitsui Group must be an extraordinary big shot. But apart from knowing that this woman is an immigrant from England to Japan, no one knows anything about her. At the moment, Kazuo Nagashima walked down from the dock with a cane. After the plaintiff presented the evidence, it was naturally the defendant's lawyer's job. He came to Vanessa and said, "Ms. Vanessa, let me repeat your claim. Are you saying that my client, Ms. Alexandra, is the leader of a transnational criminal group?" "Yes." "Then I would like to invite everyone to watch a video about Ms. Alexandra's life." Kazuo Nagashima didn't have the advanced virtual imaging technology like Iron Man and Mysterio, so his 2 assistants brought a huge amounts of projection screen into the courtroom. Soon, a dilapidated apartment building appeared on the screen. Changdao Ifu said, This is the residence of my client. Excuse me, does this look like the place where someone who controls a big financial group or a politician lives? Vanessa said, what makes you say it's Alexandra's residence? Nagashima Kazuo said, please look down. Soon, Nagashima Kazuo and his assistant appeared on the screen. They walked downstairs of the apartment building together, holding Alexandra's photo and interviewing every resident who entered and left the apartment. Madam, may I ask if Ms. Alexandra lives here? Yes, she has lived here for almost 30 years. We are old neighbors. Well, we are legal personnel, and we want to know about Ms. Alexandra's living conditions. Everything you say will be used as evidence in court, so I hope you don't lie. Why lie about this? I'm too lazy to tell you. If you don't believe me, you can ask other residents. The woman left, and soon, Nagashima Kazuo arrested the second resident. Excuse me, does Ms. Alexandra live here? I heard that she has been here for almost 30 years. Yes. What happened? We want to know what kind of person she is on a daily basis. This lady from England is a very kind person. You know, people who live in places like this are relatively poor, but Mrs. Alexandra often helps people in need. The more she looked down, the paler Vanessa's face became. She said angrily, this is impossible. Nagashima Kazuo shouted angrily. Ms. Vanessa, are you saying that all these residents are lying? Remember, this is a court. Your words have legal effect. Seeing that she was hesitant to speak, Nagashima Kazuo immediately took over the conversation and said to the people present, let me sort out a very simple logic for you. Why do you think my client runs a transnational criminal organization? Is it because she is a pervert? A psychopath? Has a morbid hobby? Obviously not. Because if what lawyer Liu Mang claims is true, even if she is mentally ill, those politicians and businessmen cannot all be mentally ill. So we can draw a conclusion that Ms. Alexandra runs a criminal organization for money and status. I think no one will refute this, right? Everyone present couldn't help but nod slightly. Nagashima Kazuo continued. Then the question is, how many 30 years does a person have in his life? What kind of perseverance can allow Ms. Alexandra to live in such a cheap, run-down apartment for such a long time? Making money is for consumption, and power is for satisfying the desire for control. But as you can see, my client has been a very down-and-out person for the past 30 years. Dear Ms. Vanessa, I am very sorry for your husband's death, but if you insist on pinning the blame on my innocent client for the drug factory run by Mr. Jean Bing, then you will be greatly disappointed. I have reason to believe that this lawsuit is just a farce you created to whitewash your husband. Suddenly, the whole audience was in an uproar again. Vanessa's face turned red with anger, and at the moment, Liu Mang put his hand on her shoulder. Stop talking and let me do it. Liu Mang's voice is not loud, but it is filled with a reassuring power. Vanessa nodded slightly, and Liu Mang walked towards Nagashima Kazuo, ready to start the first round of defense speech. Chapter 29. How many 30 years does a person have? If you make money but don't enjoy it, and hold power but don't exercise it, then what is the point? I have to say that Kazuo Nagashima's remarks were very beneficial. Just when everyone was discussing the issue, Liu Mang stood up. Your Honor, I object to Mr. Nagashima's testimony. I believe it is without merit. The judge said, why is there no basis? I think Mr. Nagashima's statement is very logical. Liu Mang said, we cannot speculate on criminals according to normal people's thinking. If you think that what Attorney Nagashima said is correct, then I would like to ask, do you remember the Aiko case that happened in Saitama Prefecture in 1993? Suddenly, Nagashima Kazuo's face changed. Liu Mang continued, let me briefly retell you all. Sichuan Aiko is a middle-aged woman in her 40s who has been engaged in the business of buying and selling young girls for a long time. Judging from the bodies found afterwards, at least 20 high school girls under the age of 15 were sold by her to entertainment venues that run illegal businesses to satisfy the perverted hobbies of some people. But after the police arrested Sawakawa Aiko, everyone was surprised to find that Sawakawa Aiko's family was penniless, but there was 730 million yen in the bank account. Why? Because Sawakawa Aiko grew up in an officer's family. Her father died in World War II, and she and her mother had a miserable life since she was a child. So, she has a paranoid hobby for money. A similar case happened in Nagoya in 1986. A local counselor embezzled public funds many times, but when he was arrested, it was discovered that he had not spent a penny. There was also the Okita case in Osaka, the Mizuki case in Ai Prefecture. Changdao Kazuo was a little panicked. He was not panicked because Liu Mang found evidence to refute him, but because of his familiarity with the entire Neon case. He originally thought that this was a match between a professional wrestler and a boxer, except that the venue was a wrestling ring. But when the fight really started, He was surprised to find that this world's top boxer was also a very good wrestler. Liu Mang added, "The purpose of giving these examples is to tell everyone that criminals are criminals because their thinking is different from that of ordinary people. We cannot define criminals according to common morality or common sense, because crime is the most unnatural thing." The judge pounded the table and said, "The objection is valid. Mr. Nagashima, do you have anything else to say?" Changdao Ifu looked at Liu Mang deeply and then said, "I didn't expect that lawyer Liu speaks Japanese so well and remembers Japanese precedents so clearly." Liu Mang said, "Thank you for the compliment." Changdao Ifu said to Vanessa, "Ms. Vanessa, you claim that your husband opened this underground drug production factory because of the coercion of Ms. Alexandra and several politicians in Neon. You have to provide evidence. If you don't mind, I want to see it first." The judge said, "Please ask the affirmative lawyer to present evidence." Liu Mang said, "I request that I be allowed to call witnesses in court." Request approved. Soon, 3 wheelchairs appeared in front of the court entrance. When many people saw the people in the wheelchairs who were tortured beyond recognition, they could not help but turn their heads away. Yes, this is exactly what Liu Mang asked Hydra to get out from under Kingpin's office building. But Kingpin was assassinated by Murakami, and now it is just right to be used to deal with the mastermind behind the scenes. The judge murmured, "Lawyer Liu, this is what you said." Liu Mang nodded and said, "If I don't provide evidence, Interpol will not be able to arrest anyone directly. The 3 witnesses provided me with great help in opening this trial. In order to protect the witnesses, please allow me to conceal their names from the court and call them Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Wu." The judge nodded and said, "Yes." Liu Mang took out a metal tube and asked several witnesses to bite it, and then put a funnel on the metal tube. He also handed a pen and a notebook to each witness. These are people whose eyes have been gouged out, tongues cut off, and eardrums pierced. They can neither see nor hear, so if they want to communicate, they can only use this method of bone conduction. Liu Mang said to the 3 funnels, "For your case, Daxia and the United States Embassy have issued more than a dozen ultimatums to Neon. Now you are in the Ocean United International Court. Everyone, the time for justice has come." The 3 people in the wheelchairs began to tremble violently. Although they were blind, tears still flowed from their intact tear glands, wetting their faces. With strange sobs, they kept writing 3 big characters on the paper: "Madam Gao, Madam Gao, Madam Gao." The translator explained the meaning of the paper to Nagashima Ichiro, and the old lawyer said, "Mrs. Gao is just a name. It doesn't mean anything." Liu Mang tore up the top page and said to the 3 witnesses, "Write down the details of what happened, otherwise no one can help you." The 3 witnesses quickly started writing, and not long after, Liu Mang took it back. "Please point the courtroom camera at the paper in my hand so that I can tell if I am translating nonsense." The first one is from Zhang San. It reads, "I was born in Fujian. One day, the Huaxia Ocean Trading Company came to recruit workers and told us to go to New York to make a lot of money. Because I believed the company's propaganda, I went out to sea on the ship Polly and passed through Neon. At first, the company wanted us to receive training in Neon, but later we found out that they were producing a white powder. Many people realized it was drugs and wanted to return home, but these people put drugs in our food. When we woke up, we found ourselves lying on the operating table. In order to save money, they didn't even give us anesthesia and made me look like this. Many people died in agony, so they just poured gasoline on them and burned them with fire. This time, someone really vomited on the spot, but Liu Mang had already started reading the second person's testimony. The first part is almost the same. I will read the different part to you. "I know that I was sold out by Mrs. Gao, the boss of the Ocean Trading Company. I can't believe that she would treat her fellow countrymen like this, even though we are all Huxia. After that, I was loaded onto a big ship. I don't know where I was taken to, but before the operation, I heard a name. Those black-hearted doctors called her Lady Alexandra. I learned some English in the coastal areas, so I know that this is the name of an English woman." Liu Mang put down the paper in his hand and said, "The rest are descriptions of their painful experiences, so I won't read them. What I want to tell you is that there are several key words in the testimonies of the 3 witnesses. The first one is the Polly. I checked the ship registration list of Japan and found that this ship is really owned by the Mitsui Group. And according to the earliest witness, this is the 3rd time this year that the Mitsui Group has transported these trafficked people. According to the evidence collected by the police, after each human trafficking, the head of the Mitsui Group, Mitsui Yufu, would have an extra sum of money in his account, $50 million each time. Suddenly, the whole audience was in an uproar, but Liu Mang suddenly interrupted everyone's astonishment and said loudly, And the source of this money is Ms. Alexandra, who is sitting in the dock now. In addition to Mitsui Yufu, she would transfer money to other people every time, and now all these people are sitting in the dock. Chapter 30. Logically speaking, this kind of transfer would never pass through Alexandra's account. But the problem is that the white glove funder of Shuheiwi died recently. Such large-scale transactions could not be delegated to subordinates. Before finding a new spokesperson, Alexandra had to handle it herself. Alexandra thought she was careful enough, but she didn't expect Liu Mang to catch her in such a short time. The Mitsui group was involved in the human trafficking. According to the certified confession, the mastermind was an English woman named Alexandra. Now, Liu Mang has produced evidence to prove that Alexandra had more than one large economic transaction with the Mitsui group. At this point, Alexandra's suspicion seemed to have been cleared. But as the most experienced lawyer in Neon, Ichiro Nagashima had already prepared for the worst. According to the prepared statement, he said to Alexandra, "Ms. Alexandra, where did you get so much money? And why did you transfer money to these politicians and businessmen?" "I have not transferred any money to these people." "Then why does lawyer Liu Mang have your transaction details?" "I lost my ID card." The whole audience was in an uproar again. Nonsense. At this point, are you still trying to make excuses? You are a devil in human skin. Send her to hell. Silence, the judge shouted, stopping the noisy crowd. The court must rely on evidence. Even if it is a coincidence, we cannot just make a verdict if it is possible. Lawyer Liu, if you cannot provide further evidence, I can only declare a temporary adjournment. The conversation between Ichiro Nagashima and Alexandra was tantamount to cheating, but in court, when the testimony is extremely unfavorable to oneself, cheating is the best way. I can't clear myself of suspicion, but you can't prove that I'm guilty either. So let's just wait and see. This is also the reason why many lawsuits take several years to complete. However, Liu Mang was not ready to let his enemy go. The mysterious man whispered something in Liu Mang's ear, and the latter looked at the judge and said, "Your Honor, now, please allow me to present the most crucial physical evidence to the court." "Do you have any other physical evidence?" "Definitely." After that, the mysterious man pressed the second button on his wrist. Instantly, a round of electromagnetic storm broke out in a ring, and the reporters suddenly found that their cameras and mobile phones were all out of power. Liu Mang said, "Please don't panic. This is an EMP. It can temporarily block electronic signals." A reporter said, "Broadcasting the trial is a freedom of the press. You can't do this." Liu Mang said, "I have no intention of depriving you of your right to report, but I am afraid that someone will take this opportunity to leak the news. Now, I would like to invite you to watch a special effects movie." "Special effects movie?" Liu Mang signaled to the mysterious man, who activated the device again and projected a large laser screen into the air. In the picture, a woman who looks exactly like Alexandra is walking into an entertainment venue accompanied by 4 men in suits and shouting. Everyone present understood what this was, but the people from the Shoha Society all looked terribly disappointed. The judge asked, "Is this a video?" Liu Mang said, "No, this is a live broadcast. But Lady Alexandra is sitting here. As you all should know, Mystique Raven is my secretary, so this Ms. Alexandra is Miss Raven in disguise. Mystique has been wandering in this world for more than half a century for the mutant resistance movement. She can be said to be the most famous mutant in the world." Immediately, the judge understood. "This place is," Liu Mang said, "Shuheiwi, which is the headquarters of these defendants. Please let us witness what is going to happen next." The members of the court took out their phones one after another, wanting to inform their colleagues that Alexandra was a fake. However, with the signal blocked by the mysterious man, their phones could not get through. So, everyone had the opportunity to see an Alexandra who was completely different from the one in the dock. As he walked in through the gate, people kept bowing to him along the way. Among them were politicians and businessmen involved in the case that the police had failed to catch, all of whom were big shots with a good reputation in Japan. It has been a very eventful time for the Hand and Peace Society recently. First, King Byung was forced to death, then Madame Gao died in battle, and now that the ******* lawyer has come knocking on their doorstep. As the only person left in the hands and the headquarters, Bo too was worried about the progress of the lawsuit. If they lost the case, even if their leaders could escape, the business they had run for 400 years would be completely ruined. However, the lawsuit was only halfway broadcast, and the TV became a mess. Damn it. The gambler took off his clothes cursing and took a good bath with the help of 2 women. However, only 20 minutes later, news came from outside that Alexandra had returned. The gambler, who was half satisfied, didn't care about anything else. He immediately put on his clothes and rushed out. "You're back so soon?" "There is insufficient evidence. The judge has adjourned the court, but our situation is still very dangerous. Thank God. As long as there is a buffer, it's worth being thankful." Mystique turned into Alexandra and said, "Now what we have to do is to destroy the evidence." "What about those hostages kidnapped from in Hokkaido?" The gambler said. "It's well hidden." Mystique said, "Take me over now. This is all money. It must all be shipped to New York before tonight. If they stay here for one day, they might be caught by the lawyer named Liu Mang." The Botu nodded and said, "Follow me." In front of all the spectators, Mystique was taken to a dark basement. This place was full of Asians who had their legs chopped off and their eyes blinded, just like the three witnesses just now. Chapter 31. In the Marvel Universe, there are countless people who can imitate other people's appearances, such as Mysterio standing next to Liu Mang. But compared to Mystique, neither is on the same level in terms of the degree of imitation or experience. Mystique's transformation not only copies the opponent's appearance, but also fingerprints, irises, and voice. After seeing Raven use his fingerprint to open the combination lock of the hostage, the Boda no longer had any doubts about Mystique's identity. They loaded the hostage into the car, drove out of the entertainment facility, and headed for the port on the Seto Inland Sea. Seeing this scene, the judge immediately roared, "Notify the police," and rushed to the port immediately. Ichiro Nagashima tried to argue, "Your Honor, this may just be an actor hired by lawyer Liu Mang." The judge said, "Whether it is an actor or not, we will know as soon as the police arrive at the scene." Nagashima Ichiro was at a loss for words. If the crime happened in public, then no matter what he said, it would be useless. Once the police arrested the people on the boat, everything would be over. As the old lawyer was stammering, a hand grabbed his throat. With a snap, the 70-year-old Nagashima Ichiro died. The police immediately drew their guns and pointed them at Alexandra, who stood up and said, "Neiman's most famous lawyer is only this good. Lawyer Liu, you win again. I must admit that before I met you, I never knew a lawyer could be so powerful. Put your hands up. How dare you, a demon in human skin, commit murder in court? Ms. Alexandra, please surrender." Alexandra didn't say anything. She just threw it casually, and Ichiro Nagashima's body turned into a cannonball, smashing several police officers into a pile of rotten meat on the spot. The police immediately pulled the trigger, and at the moment, Murakami pulled out the katana in his hand. After a dazzling flash of knife light, countless bullets were chopped away, and the air suddenly became quiet. No one expected that these seemingly ordinary people actually had fighting power that was no less than that of superheroes. Everyone took a step back, except Liu Mang. Does this even make sense? The hand and the society are over. Alexandra said, "The hand and the society is over, but I am not. The thing that we, the hand and the society, have the most is time. When the hand and the society is over, I will use another 400 years to create a second hand and the society. But you, Mr. Liu Mang, risked your life to bring us down. Is it worth it? Rising your life?" There was a loud roar in the air, and Wanda, a black man who was also one of the 5 fingers of the hand, appeared in front of Liu Mang and kicked him in the head. A magical thing happened. Suo Wanda's leg seemed to kick a ball of air and pass through Liu Mang's body. This is impossible. Suo Wanda touched Liu Mang's body with her hand, but found that the person in front of her was not a real person at all, but a phantom. Half an hour ago, Liu Mang had taken the witness's testimony with his hands, so at least at that time, he should have been a real person. In other words, Liu Mang had replaced himself with the 3D image in public within this half hour. Is this possible? Others can't do it, but that doesn't mean Mysterio can't do it. Among the Sinister Six, Mysterio's combat power is basically equal to 0, but the reason why this guy can fool the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man is because of his special effects skills. Mysterio Quentin Beck is the most powerful special effects magician of this century. He said to Alexandra, "Don't bother. The boss and I left 20 minutes ago." Liu Mang left. Where did he go? Thinking of this, Alexandra's face suddenly changed. Oh no, he went to kill the gambler. The 3 strongest fingers of the hand and the club are all in the court. If Liu Mang meets up with Mystique at this time, all the people brought by the gambler will probably be in trouble. So Alexandra rushed out of the court without thinking, taking Murakami and Wanda with her. "Stop them. We can't let these criminals go unpunished. Fire." There was no way Interpol would let these guys get away. They picked up their weapons and chased after them. As time went by, local police also arrived at the scene, and then the army. The enemy's firepower was getting stronger and stronger, with helicopters in the sky and police cars following behind. The overwhelming bullets were like rounds of metal storms pouring down on the street. While the police were evacuating the crowd, they engaged in rounds of battles with the three villains. Both Han and Huisanji are very outstanding warriors, but they are not invincible. In fact, Alexandra in the original work was killed by Heikong using 2 ordinary blades to pierce the heart. After running for several kilometers in such intensive artillery fire, Wanda was finally shot in the thigh by a sniper bullet. "I can't leave. Search Wanda." The black monk stood up with the help of the wall. Murakami wiped the blood off his face and said to Alexandra, "Maybe it's just like what our master, Master Khan, said. Nothing in this world is eternal. It's been 400 years. It's time for it to end." Alexandra yelled, "No, we are immortal, and we still have a chance." Murakami slashed with his sword, and the flying sword energy knocked down 4 policemen in succession. Then he turned around and said to Alexandra, "I don't want to go anywhere anymore. Let's go. We will cover you. If you have the chance, remember to kill that lawyer and avenge us." Seeing the 2 teams' determined eyes, Yashandra gritted her teeth and turned around suddenly. The roaring gunshots and explosions seemed like unnamed words coming from another world, bringing Alexandra's thoughts back to many years ago, back to the isolated Kunlun Mountains. That year, they were driven out of the secret territory by Kunlun and passed through the border of Nepal. That day, the youngest gambler was crying with hunger and asked for food from his senior sister. On that sunny afternoon, as the oldest leader, Alexandra and Mrs. Gao carried out the first robbery in their lives together. They took away the travelers' backpacks and money, and then pushed their bodies off the cliff. Then they became criminals, and 400 years later, she built the world's largest criminal empire in Neon. The bullet penetrated her shoulder, and the explosion scorched her skin. At that moment, he remembered the words of Master Kunlun Khan. "Child, there is nothing immortal in this world, let alone immortal people. You must learn to forgive others with kindness, so that you can understand how to reconcile with yourself. No, I don't want to be a beggar anymore. Go to hell with my kindness. Go to hell with myself. Everything I have today was earned by myself. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me." Boom. Alexandra tore an armored vehicle apart with her bare hands, and after rushing out of the raging fire, she finally saw the endless sea. There, it was full of corpses of the Hand and the Society ninjas. Bodu's throat was pierced by Dr. Octopus's mechanical hand. Bullseye was nailed to the embankment by Hunter Craven's spear, and Nobu, the strongest ninja of the Hand and the Society, had been roasted into a charcoal by Deno. Among them, there was a man in a suit and tie, sitting on a stone pier of the fence to take a rest. He held the cigarette close to the light Mystique handed him, took a deep breath, and then said, "Ms. Alexandra, you seem a little slow. Why? You're just a lawyer. You're just a lawyer." Over the past 400 years, Alexandra and the Hand have experienced all kinds of difficulties, including 2 world wars, the mutant uprising, and many other natural and man-made disasters. But no matter how great the difficulties were, they managed to overcome them successfully. Alexandra couldn't understand why her final demise was caused by offending a lawyer. Black domineering aura lingered on Liu Mang's fists. He stood up and said, "Your Excellency is a great hero after all. Don't make it so ugly. Even if you die, try to die with some dignity." Alexandra roared and rushed towards Liu Mang. Chapter 32. The dull sound echoed throughout the port, not to mention Alexandra. Even Liu Mang's men were frightened by this heavy blow. The madly running white woman was like she had hit a locomotive. She flew backwards and knocked down 2 warehouses in succession before she gradually stopped. Looking at the smoke that covered the sky, Deno couldn't help but ask Mystique, who arrived first, "Is the boss so scary?" Because he caught Erica's bullet with his bare hands, everyone knew that Liu Mang was not an ordinary person. But even so, Mystique and others were still shocked by Liu Mang's punch. Physical fitness-related Superman usually does not exceed level 3, which is determined by the human body structure. But Liu Mang has obviously overturned this rule. Mystique shook her head dully and said, "I don't know either. I've never seen him do anything." At the moment, a hand stretched out from under the rubble. When Alexandra stood up, she found that her right hand had been knocked away by Liu Mang's punch. Because of the rapid secretion of adrenaline, she could not feel any pain. As a first-class martial artist, Alexandra knew that her body was close to its limit. She spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "We have practiced hard for 400 years and have never reached such a state. How did you do it? Go ask the King of Hell." After saying that, Liu Mang shot at the seriously injured Alexandra like a cannonball. At the moment, Alexandra was only 200 meters away from the blue sea. As long as she jumped into the boundless Wangyong, there would still be a chance. But for some reason, Alexandra did not have the slightest desire to escape. In a trance, she remembered Murakami's words again. It's been 400 years. I don't want to go anywhere anymore. Finally, Alexandra gave up resistance. At the moment when the peacekeeping troops rushed over, everyone happened to see Liu Mang's punch from top to bottom. The domineering fist was like a black missile, smashing into Alexandra's body. The strong sound caused everyone to temporarily lose their hearing, and the entire port was shaken by the blow. When everything was over, the people who climbed up from the ground saw the doomsday-like scene. With Alexandra's body as the center, the terrible cracks spread like a spider web across most of the port. A gust of wind blew away the smoke, and standing on Alexandra's body, Liu Mang's figure looked like the terrifying Mephisto. On that day, the video of Liu Mang killing Alexandra with one punch was broadcast all over the world through the camera. Until today, everyone knows that Liu Mang is not only a powerful lawyer, but also a terrifying fighter. In a remote little bar, Black Widow was holding a glass of wine and watching the pictures on TV. The door of the bar was opened, and with the sound of the doorbell, a man with a quiver on his back came in and sat next to Black Widow. Vodka, no ice, thank you. Hawkeye took the glass from the bartender and said to Liu Mang, who was smashing the harbor with one punch on TV, there are so many terrible villains in this world, especially this one in front of me. He is more terrible than any villain in the past. He knows how to use fishing reels, how to control people's hearts, and even the law can be used as a weapon for him to kill people justifiably. Black Widow sighed and said, are there any plans to release the captain? Hawkeye shook his head and said, you know Roger's character. Unless he appeals and is acquitted, there is no way he can get over it on his own. Black Widow stared at the TV for a long time, then asked, can Hulk throw a punch like this? Hawkeye shook his head and said, I don't know. Frankly speaking, even if Hulk can do it, I don't think he is Liu Mang's opponent. After all, Hulk has no rationality when he enters the combat state. Black Widow rubbed his brows in annoyance. Ever since this strange lawyer appeared out of nowhere, it seemed that everything became strange in an instant. Just when the two were extremely worried about the matter of Liu Mang and Rogers, Hawkeye's cell phone rang. After a few simple words, Hawkeye's expression suddenly changed. What happened? Tony Stark, that idiot, the artificial intelligence he and Dr. Banner created went out of control. It was Ultron, it destroyed Stark's laboratory, and is now missing. What did you say? Black Widow looked at Liu Mang on the TV again and said, we are in big trouble. We must find that artificial intelligence before Ultron causes great damage. Otherwise, when Hydra hires this D lawyer to appear in court again, we will be finished. Chapter 33. Most people had never heard of the Hand, but in the underground world of New York, the Hand's demise caused an earthquake of unprecedented magnitude. After the original Overlord lost power, a new king took the throne. Because of the gangs fighting for territory, gunshots and sirens could be heard on the streets of Queens for a week. But no matter who comes to power, one thing cannot be changed. Whether it was the Mexican gang, the Big Circle gang, or the Siberian gang, everyone restrained their men and asked them not to cause trouble around a certain office building. Rumor has it that there is a very scary law firm there. I have to say that international lawsuits are really tiring. After returning home, Liu Mang closed the door for a whole week and refused to accept any cases. At the beginning of the new week, the TV finally showed the scene of the remnants of the Hand in society being escorted to the execution ground and executed on the spot. Liu Mang also received the task reward for this lawsuit. Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level litigation mission. You will be rewarded with one of three choices. 1. One Otherworld recruitment order. 2. One level 4 mutant ability. 3. A natural fruit in the world of One Piece. The difficulty of this lawsuit is the highest ever, and it must be said that the system's rewards are also amazing. After thinking about it, Liu Mang still chose the natural devil fruit. The Otherworld recruitment order should be a consumable item like the previous Fiend's Covenant, but the Fiend's Covenant itself has not been used yet, so let's put the Otherworld recruitment order aside for now. The ability of the 4th level mutant is certainly valuable, but on the whole, Liu Mang still thinks that the natural fruit is more reliable. After all, what he lacks now is not combat power, but the ability to save his life. With a natural fruit that can resist all armed attacks, everyone will definitely be happy. I choose the third option. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder Fruit. As soon as Liu Mang thought about it, his right hand turned into illusory lightning, and then condensed into a normal human hand. Liu Mang, Strength. Level 5 Constitution. Level 3, Immune to all conventional thermal weapons, Speed. Level 6, Lightning Speed. intelligence. Level 1, excellent. Energy emission. Level 6, capable of performing large-scale lightning attacks. Skills, super actor, proficient in all Earth laws. Eloquent, proficient in all Earth languages. Top-level armament domineering. Grandmaster level Zingiyiquan and Thunderfruit. Overall evaluation, level Subgodfather Subfather, step down. Seeing the system's rating, Liu Mang couldn't help but clench his fist and wave it heavily. At the moment, Mystique's voice came from outside. Boss, Otto and the others have done it. I'll be right there. After saying that, Liu Mang took out a piece of silver from his drawer and walked out of the office. This fragment is the reward for Otto's last lawsuit, the Fire Source fragment. The spark source from the shape-shifting King Kong world can transform any machine into a shape-shifting King Kong. The system told Liu Mang that he could use this spark source to create a subordinate who is completely loyal to him. After obtaining it, Liu Mang never used it because he could not find a suitable machine for the conversion. Sports car? Too low. Airplane? It doesn't seem that impressive, and it's hard to get. Aircraft carrier? I'm just dreaming. Originally, Liu Mang thought that this thing might be shelved for a long time. But who could have imagined that at the base of the Showa Society, Ryoto and others discovered an extraordinary good thing, vibranium. The Sinister Six are not good at making money, but when it comes to mechanical engineering, many of them are super geniuses in this field. Not to mention that Vulture was originally engaged in military weapons research before he went into business. With the joint efforts of 3 evil scientists, a weird flying machine was created. This thing looks a bit like Green Goblin's flight skateboard, but it is much larger, for meters long. There is no gap on the streamlined silver shell, just like the futuristic technology in Star Wars. Seeing Liu Mang coming, Vulture immediately presented his treasure and said with a strange laugh, "Boss, let me introduce you to my new son, the brilliant fighter. I bet that even Star Company can't produce such an excellent combat weapon. Its shell is made entirely of vibranium, equipped with 12 electromagnetic cannons, 30 floating cannons, and the main gun is a solar energy strategic weapon designed by Otto. In addition, Mysterio also installed his optical technology on it. It can achieve true complete invisibility or create large-scale illusions. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than 1 Zhuge Liang. Tony Stark is indeed the second best scientist in the Marvel world after Reed, but Otto and others are no exception. With everyone working together sincerely, what they create is naturally extraordinary. It can be seen from the expressions of the 3 poor guys that this is definitely a masterpiece that will be remembered for the rest of their lives. Otto continued, "But boss, why did you instruct us not to build a power system for him? If you need, I can also install my super nuclear reactor for him." "Shut up. Your nuclear reactor almost blew up Manhattan. If you do that again, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish." Liu Mang cursed and took out the fire source fragment. After touching the vibranium shell of the brilliant fighter, the fragment turned into a blue ball of light and sank into it. Suddenly, the thing came to life. As Mystique and the others watched in amazement, the machine's shell split and reassembled, quickly transforming into a 3-meter-tall vibranium giant. "Master, Decepticon Brilliant is at your service at any time." Chapter 34. Brilliant, Strength, Level 6 Speed, 5 levels Constitution, Level 6, Near Immortal, Intelligence, Level 5, Calculation and thinking speed far exceeds previous generation supercomputers. Energy emission. Level 2 equipped weapons. Floater cannon, solar beam cannon, floater cannon. Overall evaluation. Level Subgod Father the wisdom of 3 evil scientists, 2 tons of vibranium, and the fire source fragments provided by the system. These 3 combined together gave birth to a level Subgod Father geeky life. With the addition of this thing, Liu Mang has finally established himself in the Marvel world. 2 subfathers, 6 level 3s. Looking at the entire Marvel, there are really not many forces that can rival this law firm. If necessary, Liu Mang can even capture the Avengers' lair tomorrow. Liu Mang also discovered something very interesting. That is, since Zuizan was born into this world, he and Jian Wang have had a particularly good relationship. In addition to being able to give machines intelligence, the Allspark is also an energy core that can provide unlimited energy. So Electric King likes to plug a wire into Brilliant's body to charge himself. And Suetsan also likes to download various knowledge directly through the internet under his teaching. In Invisible, the 2 have become good friends. The days passed silently. After the new week began, Liu Mang took on 2 more business cases, but because the difficulty was too low, he did not receive any system rewards. The only thing worth being happy about was that these 2 cases brought Liu Mang more than $50 million in income. So Liu Mang gritted his teeth and simply bought a single-family house in the suburbs of Manhattan and moved his whole family there. The villa has front and back gardens of more than 300 square meters and a private outdoor swimming pool. In Manhattan, where every inch of land is valuable, this is definitely a luxury home that most people cannot afford. Mystique and the poor six had never seen such a scene before, and they were all very happy. Especially the poor six. They moved their customary afternoon tea to the back garden, spent more than half a month's savings, bought some decent clothes, and drank tea pretending to be British gentlemen. Liu Mang was too lazy to complain about this. The boss is really good at making money. Our lives are getting better and better. Yeah, when the government was hunting down mutants, I couldn't even get enough to eat. I never thought that I would end up like this when I'm older. For lunch, we had tuna belly. I heard that it was jewel meat. I've only seen it on TV before. I will definitely rely on my boss for the rest of my life. Just as a few people were sighing, a scream was heard from the swimming pool. It turned out that the Electric King, who was charged all over, went into the water and almost electrocuted the Hunter Craven in the swimming pool. Mystique glanced in their direction and added, "Actually, 2 of my friends just got out of prison and are looking for jobs. I wonder if their boss will take in other mutants." He was actually thrown into jail, so there is no doubt that he is a member of the Mutant Brotherhood. When Liu Mang in the room heard this, he immediately stuck his head out and asked, "What? Do you have other mutant friends looking for jobs?" "Yes." "Are they in New York? If so, have them come in for an interview this afternoon." Mystique was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, boss." So, that afternoon, Liu Mang met 2 mutants who had just been released from prison in his office. They were Soundwave Girl and Toad, who, like Mystique, were Magneto's men in the past. The main ability of the Soundwave Girl is the roar of a lion, which can shake people apart with one roar. When necessary, she can also release ultrasonic and infrasound waves to interfere with radar and sonar. Toad's main ability is jumping. With one jump, he can fly to a building more than 10 stories high. At the same time, his tongue can pierce the enemy like a bullet and secrete toxins. Seeing this exquisitely decorated office building, Toad and Soundwave Girl both felt a little guilty. When they were with Magneto, they lived in the basement and ate compressed biscuits. Where had they seen such a scene? Lawyer Liu Mang, thank you for everything you have done for Mutant, but how are we treated? After getting a general understanding of the 2's situation, Liu Mang said, "Same as Raven, $20,000 a month, including food and lodging. But the premise is that you have to do whatever I tell you to do, understand?" Originally, it was difficult for people who had been in prison to find a job, not to mention that Liu Mang offered an extremely high salary. The 2 agreed to Liu Mang's request without thinking twice. The Soundwave Girl was still a little nervous and said, "I don't have any professional certificates. Are there any other requirements for the job?" Liu Mang winked at Otto, who then stood up and said to the 2 of them in a very conscientious manner, "At our Liu Mang law firm, the salary is high and the work is easy. We provide food and accommodation, and the food is good, but there are 3 things you must pay attention to. First, everything the boss says is right. Second, you must do whatever the boss tells you to do. And third, the boss is the coolest and most stylish." The wealthy Liu Mang snapped his fingers and said, "Well said, salary increase by 100. "Thank you, boss." Dr. Octopus was overjoyed and nodded and bowed repeatedly. This way, he only needed 199 years to redeem himself and get the same salary as Raven. At the moment, Raven walked into the office. "Boss, it's Hydra. They're here again. What's the matter?" "They asked you to help them with a lawsuit, another lawsuit against the Avengers." Chapter 35. Hydra is undoubtedly Liu Mang's biggest client. These guys are rich and generous, and the difficulty of the lawsuits they offer is high, which can brush the system rewards. Therefore, Liu Mang is very happy to meet these bastards. This time, not only the Viper Party members came, but also the boss of the HYDRA Revival Party, Baron Strucker. Behind Baron Strucker stood the tall and strong Crossbones. To be honest, Strucker thought that finding someone to sue was complete nonsense. But what he couldn't refute was that Mrs. Viper and Baron Zemo really used this method to send Captain America to prison. Otherwise, even if he was out of his mind, he would not have gone to a law firm for legal consultation. It is so magical that Hydra won the victory by litigation. After a long time, Liu Mang came to the reception room from the office and said to the Hydra members, "Sorry, I have an interview, and it took me some time." Mrs. Viper said, "We are all old acquaintances. I believe in Lawyer Liu's ability, so it doesn't matter even if we have to wait longer." Liu Mang said, "Well, what's the matter this time?" Mrs. Viper winked at Straker, and Crossbones took out a box and placed it in front of Liu Mang. Just like before, it was full of diamonds, but the box was much bigger. At the moment, Liu Mang was no longer the poor boy who couldn't walk when he saw the silver. He took the teacup from Mystique and said, "You don't have to impress me in this way. Just tell me the amount. $200 million. Upon hearing this amount, Mystique and the others were overjoyed. Over time, everyone has developed a sense of belonging to this place, and seeing Liu Mang making money, everyone is definitely happy. But the problem is that Liu Mang frowned because of this. For so much money, what kind of lawsuit do you want me to file? Strucker put a photo in front of Liu Mang. The image on it was a scepter, which was Loki's cane. After the Chitauri incident, this cane inlaid with the mind gem was lost on Earth and later came into the hands of Hydra. Hydra wanted to use it to develop weapons, but unfortunately, it was taken away by the Avengers not long after. Mrs. Viper said, "This thing was taken from Zemo by the Avengers when they attacked him. I hope you can get it back." Liu Mang closed his eyes and thought. At that moment, Crossbones, who had a hot temper, grabbed his collar and lifted him up. "What are you thinking, you be asterisk 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 D lawyer? Isn't it your honor to serve us Hydra? Don't be surprised. This is actually the normal way of doing things for Hydra. In Crossbones' opinion, they could just hire a lawyer to file a lawsuit and directly arrest his family and friends to threaten them. There is no need to spend so much money. Now, they paid so much money, and this lawyer still wanted to consider it? How could Crossbones accept this? Before Stark could stop him, Liu Mang said, "Don't kill him. Hydra is our client. Let's avoid damaging the relationship." Before Crossbones could react, a huge arm made of vibranium pressed down on his shoulder and crushed it. Crossbones screamed in agony, and before he knew what was happening, he was lifted up by Tsuetson. Several Hydra soldiers immediately put their hands on their guns, but Strucker yelled, "Stop." Just kidding. Crossbones didn't know the situation, but that didn't mean that Stark, as a senior executive, didn't know either. This monster in front of him, who could blow up half of the port with one punch, was about to pee asterisk asterisk S off Liu Mang, and no one present would be able to return alive. Liu Mang straightened his suit, sat down on the sofa, and said to Stark, "This is my territory. You have to follow my rules. Mr. Stark, your men seem a little ignorant." Accompanied by Electro and Kraven, Radiant carried Crossbones and walked into the small room next door. After a while, Crossbones' screams and the sound of heavy blows were heard from inside. The Hydra members at the scene were all terrified. They didn't understand what was going on with this law firm. They were Hydra. Now someone was torturing their SS colleagues in front of them, but as high-ranking officials of Hydra, Madame Viper and Baron Strucker, dared not even breathe. This is really abnormal. Stark wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Lawyer Liu, it was my subordinate who shouldn't have been disrespectful to you. I apologize to you on his behalf." Crossbones' screams had not stopped yet, but Liu Mang seemed to have forgotten about it and changed the subject. "It's okay, let's talk business. In addition to money, I also want two people." "People? Yes, I remember you have two mutants. One is codenamed Quicksilver, and the other is Scarlet Witch. They are Magneto's orphans. My subordinate Mystique is their aunt. I am her boss, and I definitely cannot let her juniors suffer outside." Baron Emo said, "Yes, these two mutants are in my hands. Lawyer Liu means that as long as I hand over these two people to you, you will help us take back the mind gem, right? For Hydra, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are both good combat forces, but they cannot be compared with the value of an infinite gems. For Liu Mang, the mind gem used to develop artificial intelligence is meaningless to him. After all, he already has brilliant. It turned out that they both got what they needed. Liu Mang immediately nodded and said, "Okay, it's a pleasure to work with you." Chapter 36. Two Hydra soldiers carried Crossbones, who was beaten beyond recognition, out of the law firm. Only then did Mrs. Viper breathe a sigh of relief. "Crossbones, you should be thankful you're still alive." Strax said, "I know this lawyer is very strong, but why? Isn't it said that he is the greatest public interest lawyer? Public interest lawyers are all idealists and good people. This is the public's perception of this group." Baron Emo sneered, "Public interest lawyer? I really admire the fabricated ability of these media. The guy in it is the same as us, or even worse than us. Otherwise, how could that group of villains feel at ease to regard him as the boss? Uncle Stark, do you know the previous lawsuit between the Shoha Society and Lawyer Liu? In fact, this is also the reason why Strack respects Liu Mang. The power of the hand is so great that even a single faction of Hydra might not be able to take it down. But Liu Mang did it, and did it beautifully. I definitely knew about the lawsuit, and that's why I thought he was a good person." Madame Viper took over the conversation and said, "Those who punish bad guys are not necessarily good people. Liu Mang went to the Hand in Society because the Hand in Society sent a killer to him. A killer? This. Yes, if you dare to use force on him, he will cross the Pacific Ocean to destroy your family. This is the lawyer's style of doing things. So we should be careful when dealing with him in the future. He is vindictive and vicious. Ever since Liu Mang killed Madame Gao, the Viper Gang has had this perception of Liu Mang. Strack glanced at the bloody and unconscious Crossbones, then shook his head and said, "Have times changed? When did New York lawyers become so scary?" After that, he got into the car with the other two Hydra leaders. 2 days later, a major event shocked the world. Ultron, the artificial intelligence developed by Tony Stark, went out of control and launched the entire Sokovia Republic into the sky, attempting to use Sokovia as a meteorite to destroy the entire Earth. With the concerted efforts of the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., Ultron was eventually destroyed, but the accident caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people. As the instigator of all this, Tony Stark is in a state of panic every day. But he still doesn't give up and still hopes to use the vibranium body and mind gem left by Ultron to develop a perfect artificial intelligence. At the moment, the thing Black Widow was most worried about happened. A subpoena from the court made every Avenger's heart rise to their throat, because the lawyer's letter attached to the envelope clearly stated a name they did not want to see at all: Liu Mang. Damn it, I knew it. Tony Stark, you idiot, you've ruined us all. At Avengers headquarters, Tony Stark slammed the tools in his hand on the workbench and was silent for quite a long time. When Black Widow calmed down, he turned around and asked, "He wants to send us to jail?" Banner shrugged and said, "No, that's worse. He wants you to return the infinite gems to HYDRA. What did you say? He wants you to return the infinite gems to HYDRA. Tony Stark revealed. "Tell him to get lost. I'd rather go to jail and say I lost it." Black Widow said, "You should tell this to the judge. What will happen if the infinite gems are returned to HYDRA? It's easy to imagine that these guys will use them to develop weapons of mass destruction. If HYDRA succeeds, there will be huge chaos." Dr. Banner said, "From Congress to S.H.I.E.L.D. to the public, no one wants to see this happen. Is that lawyer Liu out of his mind? Why would he file a lawsuit like this?" Black Widow said, "The problem is, we thought the same thing during the Rogers case, and there was no chance of winning the Mystique case. But he won, and Tony Stark was beaten into the hospital by the people of Rage because of this." Ugh, that's enough, Natasha Romanoff. If you dare to say anything about this again, I'll wring your throat. For Tony Stark, who loves his reputation, this incident is the greatest shame in his life. If possible, he even wants to invent a global brainwashing device to make everyone forget about this incident. Black Widow pointed at Iron Man and said, "Okay, I won't talk nonsense. There is still a week before the trial. Tony Stark, no matter what method you use, you must not lose this case. If the infinite gems are really taken back by Hydra through legal means, I will throw you off your building directly." Tony Stark covered his head in pain. Chapter 37. Return the infinite gems to HYDRA. After knowing the contents of Liu Mang's lawyer's letter, it wasn't just the reporters who went crazy this time. S.H.I.E.L.D., FIB, Department of Defense. Anyone who had anything to do with national security and public security instantly became like an ant on hot pot, jumping up and down in restlessness. "Mr. Alexander Pierce, please explain to us what these infinite gems are. I hope that S.H.I.E.L.D., which manages the paranormal, can explain to the public why this lawsuit has attracted so much attention. We journalists believe that the public also has the right to know about infinite gems affairs." Alexander Pierce is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but at the same time, he has another identity, a senior executive of HYDRA. As a loyal lackey of the mustachioed leader, he definitely wouldn't mind throwing some dirty water on the Avengers on the grounds that he was cornered by reporters. Alexander Pierce said, "Infinite gems are a magical substance from outer space. The one Tony Stark holds at this moment is called Mind Gem. It can control the thoughts of others and also give inorganic matter thoughts and minds." A sharp reporter immediately thought of the previous Sokovia incident and asked Alexander Pierce, "Excuse me, is there any connection between the artificial intelligence Ultron that went out of control a few days ago and this gem?" "I have no comment on this." After that, Alexander Pierce got into the car escorted by several agents. Reporters in the United States are like this. If you give them the slightest hint, they will expose all your ancestors. That's quite enough. Sure enough, the next morning, Tony Stark, who was already at the center of controversy, once again made headlines in major newspapers. Tony Stark used the infinite gems to develop weapons of mass destruction, which directly led to the Ultron incident. The Avengers must be held responsible for the Sokovia incident, a natural disaster or a man-made disaster. The death of 60,000 people was actually caused by a superhero. After seeing the news, Tony Stark, whose hair was almost falling out, turned off his phone and said to the two lawyers in front of him, "Well, everyone has seen the situation. The current fishing reels are very unfavorable to us. I hope you two can come up with practical and effective ways to help me win this lawsuit. Mr. Stark, you know that I am the best financial embezzlement lawyer in New York. Based on my years of experience, you have a very high chance of winning the case. This item is a trophy from the Chitauri War, and the post-war disposal plan announced by Congress is very beneficial to you." Tony Stark waved his hands and said, "Remember, we are facing the most powerful lawyer in New York City. So far, there is no case that he cannot win. Then tomorrow, he will definitely taste the taste of failure." The two lawyers hired by Tony Stark are one white and one black. In the field of property disputes, they can be said to be the best lawyers in New York City. Liu Mang has been dealing with homicide cases since his debut, so even though they have heard of Liu Mang's reputation, the two lawyers would not really pay attention to the cases he took over. After all, they are not in the same field. When they heard that Liu Mang was going to file a lawsuit for property dispute, both of them looked a little disdainful. Tony Stark reiterated, "I said, he is different from the lawyers you have met before." The black lawyer said, "Mr. Tony Stark, you should calm down. I know lawyer Liu's miraculous performance in homicide cases, but different cases are subject to different laws, and we are the authority in property disputes. If you want to win this case, you should listen to us. Do different laws apply to different cases? Hell, not to mention Liu Mang. Even Tony Stark himself could recite those laws by heart." To be honest, he began to regret hiring these two lawyers. At the moment, Black Widow said, "Tony, I know you studied law for 2 nights, but at this time you should listen to the opinions of professionals. Don't think that all lawyers are as stupid as you just because you lost to Liu Mang in court." Tony Stark wrinkled his mustache and said, "I hope their experience can help us." That night, Tony Stark read property bills all night, then changed his clothes when the sun rose, and went to the court accompanied by 2 lawyers. To be honest, if possible, Tony Stark really doesn't want to come to this damn place again in his life. 2 weeks ago, he was publicly humiliated here, and then was beaten to the point of being paralyzed when he left. Earlier, he watched his best friend and Nick Fury being sent to prison. Similarly, this lawsuit was very favorable to him, but for some reason, Tony Stark felt very uneasy. At the moment, the judge banged the gavel. "I declare that the case of Tony Stark illegally possessing the Soul Gem is now officially open." Chapter 38. The trial process is generally no different. After Liu Mang states his case and submits basic evidence, it is the defendant's defense lawyer's turn to speak. Like Daxia, the United States can hire a maximum of 2 defense lawyers for the trial. In order to increase the chances of winning this lawsuit, the wealthy Tony Stark invited the 2 most famous property dispute lawyers in New York. The first person to speak was a black lawyer. He took out a document and said loudly, "The document in my hand is a notice issued by the United States Supreme Court last April. It commends the Avengers for their heroic deeds during the Chitauri invasion and also stipulates the follow-up of the Chitauri War. After the war, a large amount of alien technology and weapons were scattered across Manhattan. So the government asked Star Corporation and S.H.I.E.L.D. to set up a post-war recovery team to specifically recover these alien items that could cause large-scale disasters. In other words, in the entire United States, there are only 2 organizations that have the right to dispose of these items. The first is S.H.I.E.L.D., and the second is naturally my client, Mr. Tony Stark. I would like to ask the other defense attorney, the Mind Gem is a trophy in this war, right?" Liu Mang nodded and said, "You are right. Then why are you still fighting this lawsuit? There is no doubt that your client, Baron Ozawa M.O., has no right to own this item." Liu Mang said, "I think you are talking nonsense." "What did you say?" "Mr. Hamilton, I remember that you are the most famous property dispute lawyer in New York City. In 1993, you became well known to the world because of a complicated inheritance case. But I am surprised that a lawyer like you has never read the United States private property law." The black lawyer said angrily, "How could I not have read it? In fact, the reason why the 2 lawyers felt that this lawsuit was easy to win was because of the Temporary Handling Act on Chitauri technology that was promulgated previously. Anyone who has read the original novel knows that the Chitauri invasion was led by Thor's brother, Loki. The Mind Gem originally belonged to Loki, but after Loki dropped the Bifrost, the Soul Gem embedded in his staff also fell on Earth. If that is the case, then the Soul Gem should be handled by the post-war recovery team and should not be possessed by HYDRA. According to this statement, Tony Stark is indeed the legal owner of the Mind Gem. But Liu Mang actually dared to stand here, so he must have his own way of dealing with it. Seeing Liu Mang take out the thick book of property laws, many people present began to talk, because this was the first time Liu Mang had flipped through a book in his career. Dear prosecutors, if you have this book in your hands, please turn to page 761 with me and read what Article 3 of the law says. Tony Stark said, "No need. I know that one is about the handling of lost items." Liu Mang nodded and said, "Mr. Tony Stark, do you remember how long the owner has possession of the lost items?" 3 months. Very good. Then let me ask my client, in which month did you pick up this staff? Baron Zemo said, January this year. Suddenly, all the legal staff present changed their expressions. The statute of limitations for lost property means that if an item is lost, the owner still has the right to possess the item for the next 3 months. If the item is picked up by someone else within these 3 months, the owner can take legal action to get the item back free of charge. However, if the time is more than 3 months and the loser has not reported the case to the police, then the item will automatically belong to the person who found it. Did Tony Stark call the police and say he had lost a mine gem within 3 months of the Chitauri attack? You're kidding. He probably didn't even know the existence of this staff at that time. Then according to Liu Mang's logic, no matter whether the staff was lost by the Chitauri or Tony Stark, half a year had passed when Baron Zemo Jr. saw it, so it should naturally belong to Baron Zemo Jr. The legal staff's faces changed drastically because the temporary law regarding the Chitauri incident was in conflict with the property possession law. According to the temporary law, the gem should belong to Tony Stark, but according to the property law that has been used to this day, it should belong to Baron Zemo Jr. The judge flipped through the page of the code that Liu Mang mentioned, and then he started to curse. How could this happen? Those guys in the Supreme Court, don't they have any brains when they revise the law? The prosecutor also asked, how do you want us to judge this? That's right. There are paradoxes in the legal provisions. How do you want us to try our case? Chapter 39. From the judge to the prosecutor, everyone was dumbfounded. This conflict is buried so deep in the legal literature that it only comes into play if soul gems are interpreted as lost items. God knows how Liu Mang found this loophole in that thick law book, but there is no doubt that his explanation is completely feasible. Tony Stark's defense lawyer was confused, the judge was confused, and the jury was confused. After finding out the whole story, many jurors stood up. What? There's something wrong with the legal documents. We, the United States, have the most complete legal system in the world. How can there be paradoxes in the legal provisions? So, we as a jury must vote? Tony Stark's lawyer raised his hand and said, Judge, the post-war settlement method is a bill that only came into effect in April last year, and the property protection law that lawyer Liu Mang mentioned is a law from 1993. If the two laws conflict with each other, the most recently enacted law should prevail. Liu Mang also raised his hand and said, Judge, the post-war settlement method is a temporary law, but what I am talking about is the formal law that has been in use for more than 10 years. The property protection law should prevail. Silence, silence, silence. The judge shouted silence 3 times in a row before the commotion at the scene was suppressed. Such a situation is considered a very serious accident in the judicial process. The inconsistency of the law would originally cause irreversible damage to the judicial authority, so the judge did not listen to the opinions of either party and directly called the Supreme Court. Baron Zemo leaned his head close to Liu Mang's ear and said, If the laws conflict with each other, the jury will vote. Are you sure these people will vote for us? Liu Mang said, Don't worry, this is my purpose. Yes, the temporary law promulgated last April is the biggest disadvantage for this trial. Only by taking advantage of legal loopholes to offset this temporary law can Liu Mang have a chance of winning this lawsuit. As for whether the jury will vote for him, it depends on Liu Mang's performance. Sure enough, after the judge hung up the phone, he said, I just spoke to the Supreme Judge. He believes that there is indeed a dispute between the two bills. If this is the case, this court will temporarily activate the maritime law system as the basis for the judgment of this trial. The maritime law system refers to the jury system, which means that the judge does not have the power to try and the verdict is made by voting of the jury. Hearing the judge say this, Tony Stark immediately said, Everyone listen carefully. This gem is a special item that can be used to develop advanced weapons. It cannot be sent to HYDRA. Yes, we can't hand him over to HYDRA. If they really develop weapons of mass destruction, everyone here could be a victim. Between superhero and HYDRA, everyone's feelings are definitely more inclined towards superhero. Liu Mang was well prepared for this. He stood up and said, Mr. Zemo, how long have you had this infinite gems? It's been in my possession for almost half a year, until Rogers led the attack on our base. Liu Mang turned to the jury and said, Yes, this gem has always been in the hands of my client. But have you seen any weapons of mass destruction? A juror said, Lawyer Liu, I know we shouldn't judge Mr. Zemo based on his birth, but his father is HYDRA. For safety reasons, we prefer to keep this gem in the hands of the superhero. Liu Mang said, Safety considerations? Don't forget who caused the serious disaster in Sokovia a week ago. Tony Stark's lawyer said, just like you defended Dr. Octopus in the auto case before, this was an accident, and Mr. Tony Stark does not need to be criminally responsible for this incident. Liu Mang said, I didn't say he was criminally responsible. I was talking about safety. Think about it, everyone. This gem has been in Hydra's hands for half a year. Did my client use it for anything? But Mr. Tony Stark only got this gem for less than a month, and he launched the entire Sokovia into the sky. If it weren't for good luck, we would have died like the dinosaurs in the explosion caused by the meteorite impact. Tony Stark's lawyer was suddenly speechless. Yes, it seems that the first person to use this thing to develop weapons of mass destruction was not HYDRA, but Tony Stark standing in the dock. The jury began to discuss, and after listening to Liu Mang's statement, they looked at Tony Stark with more distrust. Tony Stark yelled, It's just out of control. The purpose of my creation of Ultron is to make a fair and just artificial intelligence to maintain the peace of the world. Peace? The peace you are talking about is the destruction of a country? Let millions of people be displaced and tens of thousands of people die? Mr. Tony Stark, now let me tell you what peace is. Otto, Liu Mang shouted, and Dr. Octopus stepped out from behind him. He pointed at Otto in the courtroom and said, Like Mr. Zemo, Otto is also a famous supervillain. You call him Dr. Octopus, a criminal, an evil scientist. But in fact, let's take a look at what happened in the past week. When Tony Stark's toys destroyed the entire Sokovia, Mr. Otto was in Neon, helping the police crack an unprecedented human trafficking case. Because of Mr. Otto's heroic efforts, countless Asians were spared. And most importantly, Mr. Otto arrested criminals who had been formally sentenced by the court, instead of privately accusing people like these superheroes. I think he is a true hero, kind and brave, and knows how to respect the law. Tony Stark opened his mouth, wanting to explain himself, but for a moment, he couldn't say anything. At the moment, Liu Mang's inflammatory words were far from over. They were like a series of constantly bombarding shells, heavily hitting the hearts of every juror. Chapter 40. The scene in the courtroom was in chaos. The trial that just ended in Neon a few days ago had affected 3 countries around the world, so most of the people present knew about the incident. When the members of the Hand were preparing to escape on a boat carrying the hostages, Dr. Octopus did take action and help the police stop the remnants of the Hand. Liu Mang said again, Raven. Next, Mystique stepped up again. Liu Mang said, If I remember correctly, 2 weeks ago, we were still discussing in this court whether Ms. Raven had the right to live. But I believe everyone knows that it was also in Neon that Ms. Raven disguised herself as the leader of the criminals, risked her life, and went deep into the inner circle of the Hand. Only then did she obtain the key evidence and bring the Hand to justice. Tony Stark's lawyer said, What on earth do you want to say? This has nothing to do with this trial. You are just using these 2 people's righteous actions to damage my client's reputation. They are not related to this trial at all. Why is it not related? Liu Mang pointed to the young Baron Zemo in the plaintiff's seat and said, In my opinion, my client is the same as these 2. They are all misunderstood by the world because of their past mistakes. No, forgive me for the slip of the tongue. My client Mr. Zemo has never committed a crime. But just because his father, the old Baron Zemo, was a member of the Nazi Party, we look at him with tinted glasses. Think about it. Is it fair for us to do this? The decision of this trial is now in the hands of everyone present. But before we start voting, I would like to ask, why can't we be more lenient to those who have had bad deeds in the past or were born in a bad family? Just imagine, if we had thrown Mr. Otto into prison in the previous trial, would there be heroes fighting for the innocent in Neon today? If we sentenced Raven to death, would the grievances of those innocent people who were persecuted by the Hands and the society be redressed? On the one hand, you hope that Mr. Zemo will be a good person, but on the other hand, you have a deep prejudice against him and look at him with suspicion and malice. Even if he has not made any mistakes, even if the person standing on the opposite side of him is AB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* in Sokovia, you still choose to hand over what originally belonged to him to Tony Stark. I want to ask why. The entire courtroom became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Liu Mang looked around and then began to cry. Mr. Zemo has been protecting polar bears in Siberia, actively improving the ecology and trying to change the lives of local people. He has worked hard for 4 years to change the prejudice caused by his father being a Nazi. Why can't everyone face him squarely? Why can't everyone put aside their background and take a good look at this person? The judge said. Okay, Lawyer Liu, let's stop making polar bear jokes. I admit that we have some problems with Mr. Moser, but please don't insult our intelligence. At the moment, the mysterious man took out a thick stack of photos and distributed them to the judge and each jury member. When seeing the scene in the photo, everyone lowered their heads in shame. This HYDRA. Is he really protecting polar bears? How is this possible? This photo seems to be okay. The judge looked down and saw a photo of Baron Zemo in a protective suit, holding a tube of vaccine and taking a photo with an anesthetized polar bear. He had a bright smile on his face, and he looked like two completely different people from the man in the dock. Tony Stark's lawyer pointed at Liu Mang and said, "This must have been taken recently." Liu Mang said, "It's June now. Look at the thick ice in the photo. It's clearly the severe winter weather in Siberia. Could it be that Mr. Zemo traveled through time? Did he go back to the past to take this photo? This must be fake. Whether it's true or not, you can let the evidence officer examine it now." Tony Stark's lawyer was dumbfounded, and even Baron Zemo himself was dumbfounded. He couldn't remember when he had really protected the polar bear. But the evidence officer raised his head at this time and said, "It's true." Just kidding. Mysterio is the most outstanding special effects master in the Marvel world. It would be strange if a forensic officer could tell the authenticity of the photos he took. The judge sighed heavily and said, "Well, maybe we should really look at Mr. Zemo in a different light. Now please vote. Those who agree that the infinite gems should belong to Mr. Zemo, please raise your hands." The jury members looked at each other, then raised their hands one by one, and soon more than half of them raised their hands. Chapter 41. Baron Strucker was skeptical about Liu Mang's ability before, but after seeing the scepter that was lost and recovered, he was completely impressed. Countless people from Hydra died because of this scepter. If I had known that I could just hire a lawyer to handle the problem, why would I have gone to battle the powerful Avengers to the death? It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. In the castle in Berlin, Strack is still amazed at Liu Mang's achievements. Mrs. Viper said, "We live in a society ruled by law now. Perhaps our approach is really outdated." Baron Strucker frowned, then said, "Remember your previous proposal? You mean to make Liu Mang the president? This idea is a bit far-fetched, but it is actually very feasible. First of all, Liu Mang is the most famous public interest lawyer in the United States. He has a lot of advantages in running for election with this title. But there is another reason why the capital oligarchs chose Liu Mang. Liu Mang is young enough. A person who wants to participate in the United States presidential election has been trained from a long time ago. As long as Liu Mang continues to participate in charity work and Hydra builds momentum for him, he will be able to accumulate enough fame in his early 30s at most. Then he would run for state legislator, and after his term was up, he would run in the general election. If HYDRA, which has money, power, and connections, really supports him without reservation, then this plan is quite feasible." Mrs. Viper hesitated for a moment and said, "This is just a record. If we want to really implement it, we need Lawyer Liu to have a closer relationship with us." And what? I don't think Lawyer Liu would be willing to be someone else's puppet. Without mentioning Liu Mang's personality, just looking at the power he has now, Strucker knows that Liu Mang is definitely unwilling to be inferior to others. Moreover, if this plan is really implemented, he will be the person in charge of HYDRA. Then why not just do the opposite and let Hydra pledge allegiance to Liu Mang? Just kidding. Not to mention others. Stark, who has lived from World War II to the present, will be the first to ask, "Why?" Stark shook his head and said, "Forget it. This is just something we can think about. Let's put it aside for now." Mrs. Viper nodded, then stared at the scepter in silence for a long time. "What's on your mind?" "I'm wondering, if we give up this plan, then where will our way out be?" In fact, according to the plot of the original novel, Johto only existed for 4 or 5 years. After the failure of Project Paperclip, the Avengers and the government began a large-scale purge of HYDRA. Except for Madame Viper, most of the Hydra executives would be killed in the next few years. Later, by Ward's generation, Hydra had become a small-scale operation, and after the Hive incident, there was no so-called Hydra in the main Marvel universe. Being able to command so many people, Lady Viper and Stark are definitely not fools. In fact, everyone understands that times have changed. After the defeat in World War II, the number of Hydra members has dwindled. Until today, only a group of veterans are left in the world's largest intelligence organization, struggling to survive. But anyone with a little common sense knows that what awaits them ahead is a dead end. At this point, Stark's heart seemed to be hung with a weight. sinking into the deep, dark abyss. Meanwhile, at Avengers headquarters, Black Widow is furious. Tony Stark, you are really a B asterisk 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 D who is always causing trouble instead of helping others. I told you not to try such dangerous research. Okay, Natasha Romanoff, stop talking. He's already reflecting on himself. Yes, after all the time they had been together, Natasha Romanoff had never seen Tony Stark like this. He collapsed on the sofa like a defeated rooster. Dr. Banner said, "The problem now is that we can't find anyone who can compete with that lawyer in court. If HYDRA continues to cooperate with him, we will encounter more legal obstacles in the future. Prince Thor, do you know any alien lawyers? It would be best if they were super powerful." Thor shrugged and said, "I really admire your imagination. Wait, I seem to really know such a person." Oh, this time, even Banner, who asked the question, was confused. Thor said, "Loki, when it comes to sophistry and deception, no one in this world can defeat my brother. But your brother is dead." At the moment, there was a knock on Tony Stark's door, and in came the legendary agent Phil Coulson and May of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony Stark rubbed his brow and said, "Oh, Phil Coulson, what brings you here?" Phil Coulson said with difficulty, "Tony, the Department of Defense wants you Avengers to attend a meeting. I'm afraid you are in big trouble." "What is it?" Phil Coulson sighed, then handed a contract to Stark, which was the famous Sokovia Agreement in Marvel history. It was this agreement that caused Captain America and Tony Stark to become enemies and led to the disintegration of the first generation of Avengers. Chapter 42. Although Ultron's plan to destroy the world was prevented, the impact of this incident was very great. The entire country of Sokovia was destroyed, tens of thousands of people died, and millions of survivors were displaced. Under the surging fishing boats, 117 countries issued a joint complaint, demanding that every Avenger must sign the Sokovia Agreement. The content of the Sokovia Agreement consists of two main parts. The first is to require all members of the Avengers to disclose their identities and accept government supervision. The second is to establish a special management organization and require Avengers to act under the orders and assignments of the government. In other words, the Avengers are required to serve as dogs for the military. In the conference room, Thor, who had just read the agreement, was the first to fall into rage. He pointed at General Ross's nose and said, "I am the Prince of Asgard. I did not come to Earth to work for you." Falcon also said, "It also requires me to disclose my battle suit skills. We fight crime voluntarily, not out of obligation." I think if Rogers were here, he would be the first to jump out and object. The Avengers are used to being free and undisciplined, so how could they give up just like that? But at that moment, Tony Stark, who had not spoken much all day, stood up and said, "I think we should accept this agreement." "What did you say?" The Avengers were dumbfounded. Tony Stark was the most unruly and undisciplined among them. But now, this guy is the first one to jump out to support this agreement? Tony Stark said, "In fact, I have been thinking about what Liu Mang said in court. He is right. Even Dr. Octopus is more of a true hero than us. Why? Because our actions are illegal. I think letting things go is also the root cause of this disaster." Thor said loudly, "Tony Stark, the Sokovia incident was your fault, and we were all just cleaning up the mess. Now you want to make us all the military's lackeys because of your own mistake. I support Stark's decision. What's wrong with you? Have you all been brainwashed by that B asterisk 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 D lawyer? Imagine, once this agreement is signed, the military sends you to participate in the war. Will you go?" Soon, the disagreement turned into a large-scale war of words. According to the original plot, the Avengers will completely break up in these few days and then go their separate ways. At the same time, Liu Mang was in his law firm, checking his gains. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the A+ level litigation mission and obtained the Scion bloodline." Scion bloodline, the bloodline of the Scions, a fighting race in Dragon Ball. This bloodline includes immortality, greatly increased physical strength, and infinite potential. When it becomes strong enough, it can also transform into a Super Scion. The side effect is that it will turn into an irrational gorilla when it sees the moon. Liu Mang, strength, level 6 constitution, level 5 upper speed, level 6 lightning speed, intelligence, level 1 excellent, energy emission, level 6 capable of performing large-scale lightning attacks, skills, super actor, proficient in all Earth laws, eloquent, proficient in all Earth languages, top-level armament hockey, Grandmaster Zingiyiquan, Thunderfruit, Scion. Overall evaluation, level subgod father medium, this is too much. Liu Mang definitely knows what a scion is. He originally took the route of physical strengthening. For him, the scion bloodline provided more than just the 2 levels of physique and the 1 level of strength. More importantly, he raised Liu Mang's ceiling. In the Marvel world, the physical strength of a Superman is at most level 3, which is determined by the human body structure. If we don't count otherworld cheats such as Thunderfruit and Armament Hockey, Liu Mang is roughly at this level. But with the Scion bloodline, Liu Mang can break the barriers of physical limitations like Hulk and reach a higher level. At the same time, the Scions have a very long lifespan. The only drawback is the side effect of turning into a gorilla after seeing the full moon. Kameha, boss, what are you doing? Ahem. Nothing. Liu Mang, who had never learned how to control his chi, could only cough awkwardly and quickly stopped his silly behavior of posing, and then changed the subject. By the way, did Hydra send those 2 mutants over? Otto nodded and said, yes, Raven is in charge of the settlement. It seems that her 2 nieces have suffered a lot over the years. I came to you to ask, what should we do with Erica who was captured before? Damn, I almost forgot about this. She was away for a week, and it's pretty impressive that she didn't starve to death. Liu Mang thought for a moment and said, take me to see it. Chapter 43. To be honest, it is a bit annoying to have a living person locked up in one's law firm. When Liu Mang arrived at the previous room, he saw Erica with her hands and feet bound by alloy hoops. Several villains were discussing how to deal with Erica. Liu Mang touched his chin and said, or, let's feed the fish. Hunter Craven raised his hand and said, this girl is pretty. It would be a shame to kill her. Everyone looked at Hunter Craven with disdain. Liu Mang asked, do you want to have some fun first? The hunter immediately shook his head and said, what are you thinking? What I mean is that I have 12 brothers in Africa. There are not many women there. Why not send this woman to Africa and let her bear children for the 12 brothers who can't find wives? When the dying Erica heard this solution, her face turned even paler with fright, but the villain behind her made a new suggestion. Toad raised his hand and said, when we were in the Mutant Brotherhood, I was the one who dealt with people like this. Boss, thank you for taking us in. If you hand him over to me, my venom can melt him directly. Then flush him down the toilet, and I guarantee that there will be no traces of cobweb. Liu Mang nodded repeatedly and said, yes, this is a good idea. It is environmentally friendly and hygienic, and will not leave any future troubles. Vulture added, boss, I recently developed a manned space rocket, which is still in the test stage. If you give it to me, I can launch Erica to the sun, which will not only solve her placement problem, but also make Ms. Erica's life more valuable. Oh, you see, Miss Erica is so excited that she rolled her eyes when she knew she was going to be the first human to land on a fixed star. Boss, I want to conduct a human experiment recently to further improve the integration of the neural core and nerves. I need a living person for dissection. I think Miss Erica must hope that her life can contribute to bioengineering more than manned space flight. Look, Miss Erica is expressing her excitement by foaming at the mouth. As the only normal person in the office, Raven sighed and said, hey, can you guys make a decision quickly? She's going to be scared to death. Let's launch it into the sun. Give birth to a child for my brother. Flush it down the toilet. Amidst the argument, Erica suddenly raised her head and said, please, let me go. I will do anything you want me to do. Liu Mang said, the key question is, what can you do? I will kill people. As soon as these words came out, everyone present had a look of disdain on their faces. Murder? Who among those present would not kill? You can't even beat Dr. Octopus, and you want to kill a guy with balls. Mystique patted Erica on the shoulder and sighed. Remember to learn a skill in your next life. Useless people cannot survive in this world. Erica said anxiously again, wait, I know the secret of the hand and the society. If you let me go, I will tell you this secret. What secret? They dug up Apocalypse's body in the ruins by the Nile. Suddenly, Raven's expression changed. Liu Mang looked at Raven and asked, is that thing really that scary? In fact, Liu Mang also knew that Apocalypse was a rare supervillain in the Marvel Universe, a level 8 godfather, a level higher than Thanos, who was known as the strongest sub-godfather. Professor X and Eric were able to take this guy down, at least in part, because of luck. First, most of Apocalypse's soul invaded Charles's body, trying to take away his ability. At the same time, a dozen mutants fired at his body with all their might. But even so, no one could do anything to Apocalypse. Afterwards, it was Jean who awakened the Phoenix Force at the critical moment and killed the world's first mutant on the banks of the Nile. Raven nodded and said, Apocalypse is dead no matter what. Erica said, hand, and we'll have the technology to revive Decedent. Liu Mang said, What's the point of you telling us this? We are not superheroes. If the sky falls, let the Avengers come. Hey, stop wasting time and send Miss Erica on her way. The final disagreement was settled by playing finger guessing, and half an hour later, Erica was encased in a small rocket. On this sunny afternoon, with rolling clouds of fire, the rocket took off from the roof of the office building. The supervillains in the office took out white handkerchiefs and waved goodbye to Erica in tears. Ms. Erica, we will miss you. If you find trisolarans on the sun, please come back alive and tell us. Thank you for your contribution to human space technology. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Erica pounded the glass of the miniature space rocket hard, and amid her hysterical screams, the rocket penetrated the atmosphere, flew past the orbit of the moon, and went straight towards the sun. The fireball emitting infinite light grew bigger and bigger in front of Erica. Erica screamed at the top of her lungs, but no one in this vast universe could hear her. She just crashed into it and turned into dust in the universe. Chapter 44. The next morning, the news that the Avengers had fought in Congress shocked the world. Except for Tony Stark and War Machine who signed the agreement, everyone else became fugitives and was wanted worldwide. After learning about this, Rogers, who has always been law-abiding, made a decision to escape from prison. Captain, are you leaving? Rogers walked to the prison gate and said to the guard, "Excuse me, someone needs me. I'll be back when I'm done." The two old jailers looked at each other, then opened the door for Captain America. "You will be fired if you do this." The guard cut off the power to the surveillance system and said, "No, we didn't do anything. It was just that the prisoner Rogers took the key from us." "Thank you. Captain, we believe in you. If you say you will come back, you will definitely come back." Captain America is such a person, he keeps his word, is humble and polite. Sometimes, he is even a little too rigid. But because of this, he is respected by everyone. In the original work, Captain America shouted on the radio, "I need support." All the soldiers dared to disobey the government's orders and directly flew fighter jets into the air because everyone believed that politicians might be evil, but Rogers was always right. But at the moment, the two prison guards did not know that the man walking towards the sunset was about to turn the entire Avengers alliance against each other. Thor announces his departure from the Avengers alliance and returns to Asgard. The Supreme Court has declared that all Avengers except Iron Man and War Machine are wanted internationally. Captain America escaped from New York City's maximum security prison this morning. F***K. Boss, have you read this morning's newspaper? I saw it. According to the original plot, after Captain America 3 begins, the Infinite War is not far away. It won't be long before Thor, who has left the Avengers Alliance, has a big fight with his sister in his hometown, and even blows up the entire Asgard. Then, Thor, who is fleeing in the starry sky with his people, will run into the crazy purple potato spirit in the starry sky. In the Marvel world, Alpha God is already very powerful, but Liu Mang still doesn't have the confidence that he can survive Thanos' snap. Liu Mang groaned in his boss chair, then asked his secretary, "Are there any difficult lawsuits recently?" Mystique said, "No, they are all civil lawsuits that you don't like." Liu Mang thought about it, and then asked the system in his mind, "System, if I help all the Avengers to redress their wrongdoings, what level of difficulty would it be?" Difficulty rating, S level. The system believes that this lawsuit is extremely difficult. Liu Mang snapped his fingers and said, "Prepare the car." Mystique was stunned and asked, "Where are we going?" Definitely trying to trick Tony Stark. In the original work, the disintegration of the Avengers was caused by the Sokovia Accords, but what really caused the Avengers to turn against each other was the family blood feud between Captain America and Tony Stark. But at this moment, Tony Stark didn't know that the person who killed his father, Howard Stark, was Captain America's good friend, so he was racking his brains, hoping to clear the stigma of other Avengers. The first thing Tony Stark thought of was Liu Mang, but he quickly dismissed the idea. With such a big thing happening, Tony Stark has no pride to let go of, but the problem is that even Liu Mang would find it difficult to do it. Just kidding. The complaint against the Avengers was jointly initiated by 117 countries, and finally a special bill was signed by President Wimbledon and the Supreme Justice. If such a case could be overturned, then Tony Stark felt that Liu Mang really was a mutant with the special ability to confuse right and wrong. "Why are you drinking again?" "Little Pepper, I'm in a really bad mood." At the moment, the robot butler came in and said to Tony Stark, "Master, there is a visitor outside." "Who?" "He claims to be a lawyer named Liu Mang." Tony Stark's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stood up and said, Quickly invite him in." Soon, Tony Stark saw Liu Mang with tears in her eyes. "Dear Mr. Stark, I didn't expect that my remarks in court would cause you so much trouble. I actually made all the Avengers who stopped the Chitauri become fugitives. You don't know what kind of torment I have been suffering in my heart in the past few days. After not seeing him for a long time, Tony Stark has a lot more white hair on his head. It is obvious that his situation is not very good after the Sokovia incident. Liu Mang was able to put aside his past grudges at this time. Tony Stark was definitely relieved after a long drought. He immediately invited him to sit down and took out a check. You can name your price, but this lawsuit, is it really possible to win? The bill signed by the President and the Supreme Court Justice cannot be repealed. Liu Mang smiled and said, it can definitely be abolished, as long as the money is in place. Tony Stark gritted his teeth and said, how much do you want? Liu Mang raised a finger and said, 100 million. Everyone present couldn't help but open their mouths. Tony Stark's total assets are more than $12 billion. But remember, these are assets, not cash. In order to get this money, Tony Stark must sell most of the shares of the Stark Group. Can this be cheaper? Liu Mang said in embarrassment. You know, this lawsuit is very difficult. I need a lot of money. Tony Stark knew that Liu Mang was taking advantage of the situation, but thinking that this incident was caused by himself, he gritted his teeth and said, as long as you can do it, I am willing to sign a defense agreement with you now. Chapter 45. It is said that lawyers are robbers without guns. Today, these villains have witnessed it. After coming out of Tony Stark's mansion, Mystique asked again, Boss, it's not that I don't believe in your ability, but is it really possible to win this lawsuit? The current Mystique is no longer the same Mystique as before. After following Liu Mang around various courts for such a long time, she has begun to have a keen eye for some cases. Because of the Sokovia incident, the whole world is complaining. The wanted list for the Avengers is not only legal and reasonable, but also rational. No matter from which angle you look at it, this is a lawsuit that is impossible to win, and Tony Stark knows this. If he hadn't thought about his colleagues having to hide for the rest of their lives, or even go to jail, Tony Stark would never have given it to Liu Mang for blackmail. Liu Mang said, under normal circumstances, it is definitely impossible, but if the initiator of this bill, His Excellency the President, is HYDRA, then it is possible. Mystique screamed, Boss, have you been infected by Otto and the other 6 idiots? Don't scare me. Turn around and go to the mental hospital immediately, Liu Mang yelled. Idiot. If I say they are HYDRA, then they are HYDRA. After that, he took out his phone and called Baron Zemo Jr. Zemo. I'm Liu Mang. It's like this, I have something and I want to ask you for help. When Liu Mang hung up the phone, everyone in the business car sat far away from him and looked at him with extremely horrified eyes. What happened to you all? Mystique said, Boss, you are the biggest gangster I have ever seen in my life. We are afraid that you will sell us out one day. Liu Mang nodded and said, How do you know? My name in Huxiao is pronounced the same as Liu Mang. The president of this term was Vim Berlin, who took office after President Lango died in the mutant riots. Although he did not achieve any effective results, there was little negative news about him. According to the schedule, his term would end in 2 months at most, but just when Wim Berlin was about to land safely, a lawsuit from the court brought him to court. In an instant, all the media were reporting on this incident. Tony Stark is suing President Vim Berlin for being HYDRA. Oh my God, is Iron Man crazy? What's even more bizarre is that his lawyer is actually lawyer Liu Mang. Crazy, crazy. Has there ever been a president in the history of the United States who was sued and removed from office? The answer is yes, and quite a few. The most tragic one was a certain weird president during the Watergate scandal who was caught by the media having an office romance and was then impeached by the Supreme Court. This may be the first time in thousands of years of human history that a head of a major country has been impeached for such a trivial matter, so don't ever think that Americans are really open. All in all, being president of the United States, you have to be very careful. Because the media and the public require you to be a perfect person, any small flaw may become a fatal injury. When Lord Wimberlin received the news, he was extremely angry. Hydra? They said I was HYDRA. I'm the president of the world's largest superpower. Why would I join HYDRA? Am I out of my mind? Mr. President, please calm down. How can I calm down? They say I'm Hydra, a Nazi? These 2 lunatics should be arrested now. The Secretary General said, Mr. President, please stay calm. The prosecutor is reviewing their complaint and evidence. Whether to prosecute depends on the Supreme Court's opinion. The pot-bellied Wimberlin waved his hand and said, Tell the Supreme Court immediately to stop this ridiculous lawsuit. The Secretary General sighed and said, Mr. President, the United States is a country with separation of powers. You only have executive power. Whether this lawsuit is effective or not is up to the Supreme Court to decide. Damn it, The president slumped in his chair. He never worried about whether he could win such a ridiculous lawsuit. The key point was that if the court really sued him as HYDRA, even if he won, his reputation would be severely affected and even directly led to his failure to be reelected. Now he can only pray that the other party's lawsuit and the basis for the prosecution cannot convince the Supreme Court. Otherwise, he will be in big trouble. Since the news came out, his cell phone has been ringing nonstop. Lord Winbolen was so angry that he simply turned off his cell phone and said to his driver and bodyguard, "Drive, I want to go out for a walk." Chapter 46. As the head of state, Winbolen has experienced countless storms. Whenever he encounters troubles, he will send his bodyguards away and stay alone in this secluded park for a while. Today, the square in the park is still filled with white doves, and a lady in a floral dress is feeding the pigeons there. God knows, Winbolen, who was born into a famous family, has seen many beauties, but few can compare with the beauty in front of him. Her fierce facial features satisfy every European and American's imagination of sexiness, and her slender figure is like a secret that tempts people to commit crimes, hidden behind that silk dress. Seemingly tired, she casually sat down next to Winbolen and said, "Hello, do you mind disturbing me?" Winbolen asked curiously, "You don't know me?" The woman was surprised and asked, "Why should I know you?" Winbolen breathed a long sigh of relief. Having been in a high position for a long time, he actually wished to have a calm chat with others like this. "You're not from the United States?" "Well, I'm traveling from Europe. I'm not familiar with Washington, and I haven't found a good place to visit yet." "Then you've asked the right person." Unconsciously, the two began to chat, and it was not until late at night that Winbolen stood up from the park bench and said, "It's getting late. It's a pleasure to communicate with you. Maybe it's a bit abrupt to ask this. Will I see you again in the future?" "I'll be here for the next week." Winbolen smiled, then got up and left. Being able to sit at the pinnacle of power in the United States, Winbolen may not be extremely outstanding, but he is a very cautious person. To be honest, he had a crush on this woman, but considering Clinton's tragic end, he would never think of it as an extramarital affair. Once those gossipy reporters caught him, he would be in big trouble. But this did not prevent him from finding comfort in this well-spoken, beautiful, and elegant woman. In the following days, he came here almost every day and chatted with the lady for a while. A week later, the woman decided to return to Europe and kissed Winbolen on the cheek before leaving. "Sir, you are charming, but I must say goodbye." Winbolen felt lost, but as an adult, he soon forgot about this relationship until 4 days later, when a video went viral on the internet. "What? Lord Winbolen is meeting with the Hydra leader in private. Is this true? Wow, there's actually a video, and it's so clear." The videos were shot very late and were a bit far away, so only the screen was available. In particular, the kiss of Mrs. Viper was used as the cover and placed horizontally at the top of major websites. The title above reads, "President Winbolen is actually the lover of Mrs. Viper." Suddenly, the whole United States was in an uproar. Who is Madame Viper? She is the leader of the HYDRA Viper Party. Unlike Baron Zemo, Madame Viper is a mutant who was active in World War II more than half a century ago, and is from the same era as Red Skull. If Baron Zemo can still overturn his verdict, then Madame Viper is a real Nazi remnant. As a president, what is your intention in having a pleasant conversation with such a person in the evening? All of a sudden, all major media outlets played this video on TV stations as if they had taken stimulants. "Don't look at me like that. I told you, she can't be HYDRA. She just looks like one. Mr. President, please calm down. We all believe in you." At the moment, an aide rushed in and said to Winbolen, "Oh no, Mr. President, turn on the TV quickly." Winbolen immediately turned on the TV and saw Liu Mang's disgusting face. On a famous talk show, Liu Mang was using someone else's show to speak out. "As a legal worker, my duty is to uphold judicial justice. I know that this lawsuit may bring serious consequences to myself, and I may even be thrown into prison. But I must stand up, because justice must be done and people must see it." President Weinberg, this hidden HYDRA, he designed to turn all the Avengers into fugitives, just to achieve their goal of ruling the world. The host interrupted, "Wait a minute. Lawyer Liu, I remember you were still scolding the Avengers a few weeks ago, saying that they were all criminals who knew the law but broke it." Liu Mang covered his chest and said in a sad tone, "I scolded them because I was disappointed with them. Actually, Baron Zemo and I have been discussing an out-of-court settlement with Captain America to release him. In my mind, the Avengers are all superheroes. I hope to teach them to respect the law in this way." The host wiped his sweat and said, "But Lawyer Liu, is it really okay to appeal against the president just because of a video? You know, there are many people in the world who look alike. Liu Mang said, there are definitely many people who look alike, but the person in this video is definitely Madame Viper, a Nazi remnant, because I have asked professionals to compare it with the wanted posters of the past 50 years. There are many people in this world who look alike, but even twins cannot look exactly the same. By using software comparison, professional judicial personnel can easily determine whether the woman who met with the president is Mrs. Viper. This despicable lawyer, he is talking nonsense. At the moment, several SHIELD agents appeared at the door. They bowed to one Berlin and said, Mr. President, please come with us. The president yelled, do you have an arrest warrant? Who signed it for you? An agent took out a piece of paper and placed it in front of the president, saying, we don't have an arrest warrant, but we have a court summons. Mr. President, you are now a suspect. Suddenly, only one thought remained in Wimberlin's mind. That woman was really Hydra. Chapter 47. Generally speaking, SHIELD is responsible for matters related to Hydra aliens, so naturally, President Weinberg was taken to the detention center located at SHIELD headquarters. He was not worried about what SHIELD would do to him, because under normal circumstances, the people behind him would bail him out in 2 days at most. What really made Wimberlin extremely annoyed was the impact of this incident. Alexander Pierce, how dare he? How dare he? There's no point getting angry now. If I were you, I would focus on the lawsuit first. Tony Stark's lawyer is very good. Awesome. No matter how awesome he is, can he frame a president as a Hydra member? Sitting in front of Wimberlin was an old Jewish man, Bill, a famous Wall Street tycoon and the political financier behind Wimberlin. Bill took a long drag on his cigar, then exhaled a long puff of smoke and said, you probably don't know this lawyer well, otherwise you wouldn't say such arrogant things. It's been widely rumored in New York that there is no case in the world that he can't win. Wimberlin narrowed his eyes and asked, what are you going to do? Bill said, Wimberlin, we worked so hard to support you, not to watch you fall. You are lucky, we have some friends who specialize in dealing with this kind of problem. You can't lay a hand on that lawyer, or I'm done for. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Just because the lawyer can't be touched doesn't mean the people around him can't be touched. Politicians care most about reputation. If Wimberlin sent people to feed peanuts to Liu Mang like the Shehewi did, then even if he succeeded in killing Liu Mang, it would be a failure for him. If Tony Stark's defense lawyer died before the trial, even if he won the case, the suspicion from people would have serious follow-up effects on him. So, Bill targeted the people around Liu Mang. The friends Bill was talking about were not human beings. The underground world of New York was made up of 2 parts, one of which belonged to the Hand, and the other to a group that had existed since ancient times. Visandi magicians, ghost riders, and blade warriors, led by the Ancient One, are all hunting them. But countless years have passed, and these guys are still alive and well. That's right, they are the Blood Clan, or what we commonly call vampires. That night, Hunter Craven went out to buy beer as usual, but when he was carried back, he was covered in blood. There was a note on his forehead, which read, Greetings from Mr. Face. Liu Mang looked at his bloody neck and picked up the piece of paper. Craven raised his head with difficulty and said, Boss, I killed more than 20 people. I didn't embarrass you. Liu Mang said, You did a good job, very brave. Will I die? Definitely not. I promise. Liu Mang definitely knows who Faith is, the final boss of Blade 1, the hybrid vampire who wants to rule the world. He tore the piece of paper into pieces and said, Quicksilver, Vulture. There is a blood research doctor named Janet Chan at the New York Blood Research Hospital. No matter what method I use, I want her to appear in my law firm within 20 minutes. Anyone bitten by the Blood Clan will become a vampire, but if attacked by a large number of Blood Clan, they will eventually become zombies without self-awareness. Janet Chan is the only one who can heal Blood Clan bites, so if Craven wants to survive, he must find this female doctor. Vulture and Quicksilver were extremely fast. Only 5 minutes later, they carried the screaming black female doctor through the window. You are kidnapping me. I will sue you. I will sue you. Liu Mang took out a checkbook, wrote down $1 million on it, and slapped it in front of the female doctor and said, Dr. Jean Kylan, my men were bitten by the Blood Clan, and I think you should know how to treat them. If you cure him, this is yours. Jean Kylan wanted to curse, but when she saw the long string of zeros on the check, she slowly closed her mouth. But I need medicine. If you need anything, tell these 2 gentlemen who brought you here. Everyone else, follow me. Mystique asked, Where to? Liu Mang twisted his neck and said, I am the only one who bullies others in this world, and no one bullies me. Now someone is using my people as a target. Where do you think I should go? Since Liu Mang established this law firm, everyone has been living together. They are colleagues, but in fact they are as close as family. When they heard that Liu Mang was going to take revenge, everyone took up arms without saying a word. Tonight is destined to be a bloody night. Chapter 48. The Blood Clan drinks human blood, and from a food chain perspective, they can be considered the natural enemy of ordinary humans. But Marvel's Blood Clan is very different. These guys know how to coexist peacefully with humans and never have large-scale conflicts with humans unless it is absolutely necessary. Several blocks in the slums are their territory. In addition to hunting lost humans, most of the Blood Clans survive by purchasing plasma from blood stations, making them an alternative example in vampire works. But if you think vampires are weak, you are wrong. At least they were one of the most powerful organizations in New York City before Doctor Strange found the magic that killed all vampires in the Dark Book. The strong wind blew up the newspapers on the ground. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe that there was such a dilapidated place in prosperous New York. Groups of young people gathered in front of the buildings. When they saw the humans who had rashly barged in, they couldn't help licking their lips. A hot blonde put her hand on Liu Mang's shoulder and said, "Hey, baby, want to have some fun? I'll take you to a nice place." Liu Mang said expressionlessly, "I want to see your elders." "What elder? There are only you and me here, only men and women." Liu Mang said, "Show our sincerity to these guys." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen gun barrels appeared behind Suitsan and aimed at the tall building in front of them. Boom! The 12 electromagnetic cannons fired in unison, and after the terrifying explosion, the tall building in front of them was razed to the ground. Broken bricks and walls fell like a waterfall, mixed with countless pieces of flesh. Amid the horrific explosion, countless vampires rushed out from all directions of the street. "Who are you?" Liu Mang said. "It seems that they still don't understand. Come on." Seeing Craven in that state, all the villains were filled with anger. When they heard Liu Mang's words, they immediately launched an attack on the surrounding vampires. Sandman turned into a giant soldier of sand and stone, and any Blood Clan members that were sucked into his body by the yellow sand were instantly turned into meat paste. The Electric King's hands continuously emitted lightning snakes, each of which penetrated the entire long street and blasted the vampires that rushed up into pieces. Otto's metal arms were also not idle, dismembering the vampires one by one. The killing lasted only 5 minutes before Blood Clan collapsed. "Stop!" With a loud shout, a group of old men came up. They were all dressed in gorgeous clothes, and they were the elders of the 12 vampire clans. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, these old men were shaking with anger. The leader looked Liu Mang up and down and asked, "Who are you?" Liu Mang said, "I'm looking for a mixed blood vampire named Faith. Do you know where he is?" "Face? You looking for that B asterisk 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 D? We don't know where he is." Liu Mang nodded and said, "Continue." Immediately afterwards, the screams of vampires began to ring out again. Many people only then reacted and ran away, but Suetsan had already flown into the sky. The 12 electromagnetic cannons were like sniper rifles, killing all the vampires who dared to escape. The vampire elder said, "That B asterisk 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 D Blood Clan is not in the same group as us. I told you, I don't know where he is." Liu Mang said, "I only care whether you can answer the question. If you can't, I will exterminate all the vampires in New York tonight." The 12 clans really don't know where Faith is? Come on. They are only afraid of revenge from Faith. Seeing more and more of his people dying, the vampire elder finally took a deep breath and said, "Okay, outsider, you win. Faith has captured Daywalker, and he is now in the Blood God Temple. If you walk towards the west suburbs, you will see a very old church right below that church." Liu Mang stretched out his hand, and the remaining people stopped attacking and left the scene with Liu Mang. When their backs completely disappeared, the sweaty young Blood Clan said with lingering fear, "Elder, is this the end?" The elder squinted his eyes at him and said, "Why? Do you still want revenge?" The young vampire took one look at the corpses on the ground and fell silent. The elder then said, "You have not experienced the era when Ghost Riders formed groups to kill vampires, so everyone is like Faith, thinking that vampires are invincible. Do you think that if that were true, I would order you to stay in these blocks all day long? Are these people the legendary Ghost Rider?" The elder looked at the corpses on the ground, shook his head, and said, "No, that's even more terrifying. FaZe is in big trouble." Chapter 49. In fact, Faith and Liu Mang were born in the same family. Both are descendants of immigrants. In the slums of New York, most children without green cards do not study well, and Faith is naturally one of them. He took drugs, robbed, stole, and lived a life of despicable means. Until one day, he saw a blonde white girl in the alley of the slums. Although she was a little too skinny, she was so beautiful that Faith could not believe it. At that moment, Faith felt that this alley full of stinky water was like a blooming flower. Faith didn't know why, but when he saw the two black men who were about to humiliate her, he rushed up without thinking. At that time, Faith only weighed about 100 pounds. God knows if he was possessed by a spirit that day. In short, although Faith was covered in wounds, he won the fight. Sorry, this is a bit of a corny story. Like most hero rescue beauty plots, the girl and Faith fall in love, but unfortunately, his wealthy father-in-law doesn't seem to want them to stay together. He even beat him with a broom and let the dog bite him. But Faith still climbed onto her windowsill every midnight and told her those novel stories that happened in the slums. Until one day, Rachel asked him, "Do you love me, Faith?" "Definitely. You are everything to me." "Rachel, Faith, my father will never agree to our marriage. If you don't value my family affairs, if you only love the woman named Rachel in front of you, then take me away." Faith cried with joy. He gently carried her down from the balcony and ran along the road. That day was the happiest moment in Faith's life. But reality is often more bleak than imagined. Not long after, Rachel, who was already in poor health, was diagnosed with tropical poisoning. In order to save his wife's life, Faith, who had no money to see a doctor, had to humbly go to his father-in-law. Faith waited in front of the luxurious villa for 3 days, but the wealthy man still did not open the door. Just when he was in despair, Faith met a man. He was covered in a raincoat and his face could not be seen clearly. "I can save your wife, and not only that, I can give you eternal life." At this time, Faith was like a drowning man desperately trying to grab a straw on the shore, so he ignored how unreasonable the raincoat man's words were and said, "As long as you can save Rachel, I am willing to give everything." So the man in the raincoat bared his sharp fangs at him. Since then, he and his wife have been reborn as Blood Clan. With his arrogant style, Faith won over a large group of new generation Blood Clan. In the chaotic Queens, even Kingpin did not dare to challenge him. Recently, Fess made a deal with Big Shot in New York City to help him capture Blade in exchange for killing an employee of a law firm. With the 12 pure bloods of the Blood Clan plus Blade, he can finally complete the ancient blood god ritual and be crowned as a god. Today is a big day for Faith, because he can finally prove to Rachel that she was very lucky to have chosen to leave with him. "Rachel, I will transform into a god and take revenge on mankind. Your cold-blooded father will be our first sacrifice. Ha ha ha. My dear, I will witness this with my own eyes." In the Blood God Palace, there was thunder and lightning, and the blood of the Blade Warrior was squeezed out drop by drop and then dripped onto Faith's forehead. The blonde woman in the stands also smiled at him, and just when Faith's life was about to be perfect, a hand grabbed Rachel's neck and lifted him up. "Excuse me, does Mr. Fess live here?" Seeing the Asian who suddenly appeared, Faith yelled, "Let her go." Liu Mang looked down and saw a rage's phase at the altar of the Blood God Temple. "Are you the vampire who injured my men? It seems that you care about this woman very much." During the ceremony, Faith was unable to move and could only shout, "Who are you?" "I said, let go of my wife." Liu Mang did not answer, but looked at Otto and said, "This is his wife. That's easy. Peel his wife's skin for me first." Fess was furious, but at the moment, Otto's blade had already pierced into the woman's crown. Chapter 50. Faith, save me, save me. Vampires can recover in a short time even if they are severely injured, but the pain is real. Amid Rachel's screams, Faith's men swarmed over her. But in front of a large group of supervillains, this is completely meaningless. Liu Mang stepped over the bodies of Blood Clan, then brought a stool and sat down in front of Faith. "Hey, little bat, I'm a lawyer from Manhattan. If you don't understand the situation, let me remind you again that you attacked one of my employees this afternoon. I asked you to let go of Rachel." Liu Mang shrugged, then lit a cigarette for himself and said, "Chop off her 5 fingers as well." Stop. At the moment, Facey finally completed the blood god ritual. His body turned into a phantom, and he pounced on Liu Mang and bit his throat fiercely. But Faith did not suck blood from his neck as usual. He tore Liu Mang's body apart frantically. After becoming the blood god, Faith moved so fast that the supervillains behind him had no time to react. "Boss," Mystique and others exclaimed. However, something strange happened. There was no blood-spattering scene. The torn Liu Mang turned into thunder in the sky and then suddenly gathered together. The one who screamed was not Liu Mang, but Faith. The lightning with millions of volts burned Faith to ashes. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, Liu Mang grabbed his throat and dragged him up. "You, who on earth are you?" "Impossible. I have become a blood god. God, Liu Mang sneered. In the original work, Faith became a blood god because he was killed by a blade warrior using an anti-vampire serum. You know, a blade warrior is only level 3 at most. Liu Mang said, Mr. Feiss, I have one last question. If you don't tell me who is behind this, I promise you will regret it very much. The blood god ritual in Marvel is actually not that great. At best it can greatly increase speed, strength, and recovery ability. Faith hopes to rule the world with this ritual, which is really crazy. Seeing this be ********** D hesitate, Liu Mang's hands thundered again. Faith screamed for another half a quarter of an hour. His body recovered again and again, and was burned by electricity again and again. Until the moment, Faith shivered and said, It's Bill from Wall Street. Bill, eh? Mystique said, Bill is the owner of Blackstone Securities, a Jewish tycoon, and the biggest boss behind Winberlin. Liu Mang curled his lips and immediately came up with a plan. It seems that our president does not want to follow the rules. If that is the case, we should not be polite. Inform HYDRA and let them take action. Also, remember to report the good news to our Wall Street tycoon. I think he will definitely be willing to help us a little. Under Faith's desperate eyes, Otto raised the butcher knife against Rachel. Since the president was arrested, reporters have been gathering in front of the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters with tents. The possibility that the president is Hydra is definitely a very rare big news in the history of the United States. In order to obtain first-hand information, these reporters are fighting hard. But at midnight, intensive gunfire was heard from inside S.H.I.E.L.D. What's going on? There seems to be a gunfight going on inside. Is the president all right? Just as everyone was surprised, a group of people in military uniforms rushed out from nowhere, firing their guns and shouting, For Leader Winberlin, HYDRA hail. Save Leader Winberlin, HYDRA hail. HYDRA hail. For Leader Winberlin. Amid the roars of HYDRA, S.H.I.E.L.D's security system was breached, and soon, Winberlin was helped out in front of all the reporters. Winberlin didn't know what was going on. He was still in prison waiting for news from Bill, and a group of soldiers in Nazi uniforms broke through the cage. Seeing countless reporters, he could only shout, I'm not 9. When Bolin had only said half of his words when the soldier who was supporting him took out an electric baton from behind and pressed it on him at an extremely concealed angle. The president fainted before he could finish his words. Stop them. Don't let them run away. At that moment, a large group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents rushed out, drew their guns, and started shooting at the intruders. After all, this is the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, where S.H.I.E.L.D's power is most concentrated. Soon, Hydra's firepower was completely suppressed. In the hail of bullets, Nazi soldiers, like martyrs, used their bodies to block all the bullets for Winberlin. After everything was over, when Bolin finally recovered from the fainting caused by the high voltage, facing the overwhelming camera flashes, when Bolin shouted, I'm really not HYDRA. I'm really not HYDRA. Winberlin ran towards the door, wanting to explain everything to the reporters, but at that moment, 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had already pinned him to the ground. His voice was quickly drowned out by the noise of the reporters. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.